Biden. Biden's actually. Biden.
Huh?
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
I hope this is not. Said food stamps benefits will change in December. Most adults between 18 and 64 who do not live with a child under 14 will now have to complete at least 60 hours of qualifying activity. No. 8.
What is the qualified activity?
hey, mommy, this is Netflix. Hey, mommy, did you see this? This is Netflix. Hey, mommy, this is Netflix. Okay, well, now what movie like here? Or here?
The 5th Saval Martial Arts Tournament is now underway. Please welcome our fighters.
What do you mean?
This tournament pays tribute to the almighty Savalhar. For this 5th running of our tournament, the best of the best have once again gathered from around the globe. Show us your fighting spirit.
That was crazy.
Oh boy, even fans are getting into that fighting spirit. Wow!
This traditional dance represents a prayer for the tournament's success. Mr. Johan Petrovich of the tournament committee will present the belt to the winner. Which of these warriors will take victory and earn Savalhar's blessing? It's sure to be a fierce competition.
Actually, I don't know. I haven't on today. I didn't use it on. Unless you used it
I
on.
probably did it in running. Because I have just enough cake.
I not want to watch that. Hey, Daddy, this has battle.
Battle Rock.
Uh-huh. It has hammers.
You don't know.
That's the already. What? What's your bed?
But when here, what you are?
Mama's Day.
Yeah, it's Mama's Day.
It's a podcast.
So why you act like you're in it?
It's because it's yours, not mine.
I asked you what's going on. You were watching that.
That's why I said. Would you worded it like that if you weren't here and I'm just watching a YouTube video or podcast? Oh my goodness.
It's going to shock me.
Ain't take a silver, I'ma get the gold. I don't know if you all got this revolt.
What?
I'm in love with her.
What's inside?
Dang, not hard to be true.
What about the squirrel?
It's Dasher.
Is it a real
There's a
squirrel?
vixen in there somewhere. I know there is. Alexa?
Right.
So it is
And-
what it is.
And guess what? And I still navigated the exact same way. Like,
Mhm.
they still gonna be, y'all gonna vote for me here.
That's
That's what
Y'all
she
know.
told us. What's up, y'all? It's Ashley.
It's Melody.
And Cody here. And you've tapped into the Mama's Den. Welcome to the
Mama's Den podcast.
Please, somebody. Melanie, fix it, Jesus.
I don't got it.
She doesn't want to.
My goodness. It's Mama's Den Monday, and apparently I'm the only mama in the den because y'all don't want to sing the song.
I sang.
What?
No.
I am Cody Elaine Oliver, 1/3 of the Mama's Den. I am mama to 3 boys, Aristotle and Langston, who are 7-year-old twins, and Brooks, who is 9 years old.
Hello, I'm Melanie. I have 2 children. Cameron, who's 9. Kaya, who's 3.
I'm Ashley. I have 4 daughters. They are Amira. I did it real quick. I'm starting to do it. So you can't say damn.
Do it.
Nope. Amira is 16. Jesus.
Azara.
Azara.
Thank you. Azara is 9. Asia is
7.
7. And Talia is 3, about to be 4.
Damn.
Don't you dare.
Damn.
Wow.
And we have a guest in the den who is not Melanie's twin.
But it's Ashley Leo's best friend.
Hey, what's your name? How many kids do you have?
My name is Nyla Wise, and I have 2 children. CJ is
It happens.
8. He'll be 9 soon, and Peyton is just turned 6.
Oh, Peyton.
Okay, y'all. So Nala, we talked about Nala for years. And Nala is up in here in the den, Ashley's best friend. And we're going to talk about how sometimes you say cousin, sometimes you say best friend.
Yes, you want to talk about that now?
Yeah, let's go.
So, Nalo and I have been friends since conception. And so, she has removed herself from the friend space. Like, it's weird because we both have, like, I would say Jasmine and Whitney are like your best friends, right? Or like closest friends. So, I just feel like she's my cousin. Like, we used to say we were cousins growing up, like for a long time, to the point where we didn't realize that we weren't actually related. And also, we grew up in the African community, so you didn't even really say auntie, you just said like sister.
Family you make.
Yeah, it's the family you make. Our parents definitely were a generation of people who created family with their friends. So she was my cousin growing up, and it just, I don't know, it just feels like we're closer than friends. Like, she's my family. Like, we've experienced our entire lives together, everything. So, I don't know, I don't put her in the same category as a friend, but I will say best friend sometimes, but she's more like my sister. Like, honestly, she's like my sister.
It's when your mom's the best friend. When
Yeah.
your mom's, that's your auntie.
Yeah.
That's my cousin.
Yeah,
Our kids are cousins.
yeah. Except for maybe if they decide to get married. Then we'll have to tell them that they're
I
not.
was gonna say, do they know?
We'll dial it back.
We'll dial it back.
Cousins.
Azara has two options, Cameron or CJ. Those are really the only viable options at this point. And she's in love with both of them equally. So I don't even call CJ her cousin no more because she is in love with both of them.
But what would those Christmases be like if all of our kids
Oh my
God.
That's the dream, right?
It is the
Grandmothering
dream.
with your bestie.
Yes, I am trying to push this love.
I am too.
Me too.
I'm here for that.
Yeah.
I'm here for
Speaking
arranged
of
marriages.
grandmothering with your besties, like y'all know we get letters and stuff all the time about how hard it is to make friends as adults or like keep friends into adulthood. So I love that we actually have Nalo here today because y'all have been friends since birth.
Yeah.
So I mean, okay, who here has like at least 3 friends since like middle school or earlier?
Oh.
I do.
No.
None?
3?
Melanie?
None.
Yeah, 3.
Middle school?
Yeah.
Not middle school.
Yeah, so what is middle school
I didn't
like?
go to middle school.
10
I
years
was
old?
homeschooled.
Girls an age
Girl,
thing,
it's
baby.
age.
That's
No,
all.
but that
Okay,
makes a
10.
difference
Age
if you
10.
think about it
No,
because
it
you meet
doesn't.
friends in school, but like
But you met
The
Nalo not in
reason
school.
the reason why is
I have two.
doesn't matter. Okay, you have 2
have two.
friends since age 10 or so. Okay, wait, what about me?
I don't think I do. I just think it's just her.
Oh,
It was you. Someday. Oh, your eyelash.
I would say most of my friends are like high school. They were fixing an eyelash.
Yeah, girl, that thing was in her eyeball.
Are high school, but I'm still friends with them.
Welcome to LaGrange, Georgia, USA, where all Duracell AA and AAA batteries are assembled. One factory, one set of standards. But what about Energizer Max AA's? They're assembled around the world. You can check for yourself right at the shelf. But Duracell AA's are assembled in the USA. Those are on me. Just kidding, you gotta pay for those.
A Chewy order is on the way for Junior, who's more of a senior these days.
Their head has a rotator almost like in it, where like a gyro. Their head looks like a gyro to control their body. That's why that's always on their feet. It's the same thing with squirrels. When they fly, wherever their head goes, you'll see them adjust their head to flip their body in millions of different ways to do that. Things like that. Because there were some times where their squirrels shouldn't have been able to make those jumps. Anybody else wouldn't have made the jump like humans that have regular equilibriums. But because their equilibrium works like almost similar to cats, that they can make some crazy jumps. And I'm watching the jump, I'm like, yeah, this is ridiculous.
high school, yes.
Okay.
I have friends from high school. Well, Tiffany, I've known her since I was like 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say we got closer in high school. Like we always danced together, and our moms and our families are really close. But our friendship didn't really begin until high school. So I would say Tiffany, Nalo.
Damn, is that it? I have you, Tiffany, and Kim.
That's okay. That's not like
those are only.
Crazy. I feel like I'm forgetting somebody.
So here's the thing.
Johanna.
Johanna. Yeah. Sorry.
This is actually perfectly on brand. So I had one friend up until I'd probably say in the last 5 years of my life that we didn't fall out. We just don't speak anymore.
To this day?
To this day. We don't, this is the thing, but I knew her since I was 9.
Wow.
And she was almost like a Nalo to me, like our friends. We grew up and we were, family friends, auntie feeling like cousins. And it's crazy because you think you've been friends with somebody for so long at that point that they're like, okay, well, we made it through all the stuff that would have already took us apart. So, but then it got to a place where all of a sudden we just not talked anymore. And we actually had a conversation where she was just like, I feel like I have to unfollow you on social media because I feel like I know too much of what's going on in your life and it doesn't make me a good friend. And so I was like, cool, like I get that. Like, absolutely. Because she's like, I have to work on my real life relationships. And I was like, I respect that.
Oh, it's making her not feel the need to reach out to you because she sees you
feels
online.
like she knows what's going on.
Intentional effort to get closer.
No, exactly.
Okay.
And then there'd be times, I would go home and then all of a sudden, like, we just stopped communicating. And honestly, I was just like, okay. Like, I actually don't even have any bad feelings. Or I was like, listen.
Yeah.
As my mom says, one hand don't clap.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
I love your mom saying. She needs to write a book.
It really takes two. And so it's just like, if she is having a hard time showing up, like, I'm not even going to falter for that. There was one time actually I went home and I called her out of the blue because I just happened to be near her neighborhood and we hadn't spoken in over a year. I was like, hey, I'm in your neighborhood. And she was just like, you are? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, I'm supposed to go out to lunch right now. She's like, let me see if I could push it back. And she did. And we hung out for 30 minutes.
That's sweet.
And that was the last time we saw each other. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we didn't fall out. We just are not maintaining the friendship. So that's the only person I would say I have since childhood. But then I have 2 friends that are still in my life that I speak to regularly from high school.
Okay.
But
y'all look alike. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm just looking at y'all like, that's wild.
Look, we're going to pause to...
Their statement, like what she said, because it's like, she said that her friend was following her on social media and chose not to follow her on social media anymore because she needed to work on her real life relationships because she felt like she was seeing too much of her online and it made her feel like she didn't need to reach out. But then she's like, yeah, we didn't fall out. We just kind of hang out every once in a while when we have time and whatever and all that. But I'm like, no, like I said, I don't feel like you have to have that everyday relationship with somebody to be friends, right? But if I'm telling you, I don't know, to an extent, she's like, oh, that we didn't fall out or anything. Sometimes, like, there was times where I had friends where I didn't think we fell out because it wasn't really nothing thought, oh, wow. Jesus. There wasn't really nothing that I thought that was going on wrong. And then later on, I figure out that this person is like, was doing stuff behind my back that they felt like, you know what I'm saying? That's why they cut it off. Like, where it was like, oh, I'm assuming this person knows this. And it's like, I'm not even thinking about that. I didn't even know you were doing that. But that might be, not saying this was the case for everybody, but sometimes I feel like people don't think about that. It's like, oh yeah, y'all fell out, but you didn't know. You just didn't know you fell out. Or maybe there's something, the reason why it's like I had to unfollow you on social media because I feel like I know too much about you. Maybe it's just like with some people where it's like, oh, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at you have things that I want to have and it's bothering me. But I don't want to say, it's like with, what's her name, B. Simone, when she was telling the girl, homegirl, that she was just like, she basically told her she was jealous of her without saying she was jealous of her. She's like, I'm not jealous of you, you don't have anything I have, that I want, but this, that, and the third. It's like, yeah, it's jealousy because you have the things you think you wanted, but then you see what she has and you're like, oh, those are things I actually want.
acknowledge this. Just talk about the elephant in the room. The first time
We are sisters.
the first we have to have a lineage conversation because when Ashley and I first met, she's always like, this is my best friend Nalo, and I was like,
Was it on the walk?
It was a picture.
I swear it was on the walk, and because this is my first time meeting you. When we met on the walk, I swear it was on the walk. Yes, because I said hi to you, and I was like, "This is Melanie Fiona," and I think you were so sweet. It made me feel comfortable enough to be like, "I know this is weird, but you look just like my best friend," and this is a picture of her, and she literally was like, "I do."
It was very odd. A lot of times people will be like, "You look like this person." I'm like, "That's not true." But when I saw Nalo, I was like, "Wait a second, it's the Spider-Man meme."
Oh, yep.
Who's who? But here we are,
right next to each other.
In real life, we're not the same person.
In the same room.
In the same room.
Wait, that's hilarious.
That is funny.
Okay, wait, Cody.
I love how everybody looked at me like, so what do we do now?
No,
Okay,
I was going to ask you. No, you don't ask no questions. I'm
Okay,
going to ask you because you have a lot of friends.
Yes.
And do you have any friends from elementary, middle, high school? Are you still friends with them now?
So I have one friend from elementary school, rather not school, but school age, right? Like who I met when I was 6 and she was 5. And we've talked about this before because we fell out around me having my first child.
Yes.
And that was, I've known this person since I was 6 and I had Brooks at 32. So it was like a very traumatic thing. We have since, like, the straightforward piece is like, I will love her forever. Like a sister, like if she needed anything, I'm gonna be there. But for my piece, it could not continue to be like an everyday thing.
Yeah.
It was like that period, when you're pregnant, like it was just very difficult dealing with the things that were happening, the dynamics that were happening at that time, and it truly changed things. But everyone else, so I feel like you guys, I have a lot of best friends. Like my friends, it's like, oh, everybody your best friend.
They'd be fine for that title.
But thankfully we've all like accepted it.
Okay.
And so my besties, Kimberly, who I've known since high school, and Andrew, since I've known since high school, which you guys met in Atlanta, and Shervanti and Yasmin, who I've been friends with since 8th grade, who are from Texas. Everybody's from Texas in that group. And then Brooke and Sean from college. And now everybody knows each other, which is like obviously my happy place because we can just all like do things together. But everybody knows each other so much so that Kim, my bestie from high school, lived with Brooke and Sean in New York after we graduated college when my ass lived in Los Angeles. So every day, I think I told y'all this, every day I would get up at like 6 a.m. in LA so that I could be somewhere near the same time zone of life that they were in. It was like, it was sad, but like.
That's a commitment to friendship.
Girl, you be committed to the cause.
I'd be committed, and so I think maintaining those friendships weren't just for them. It was like for me and my sanity and my peace. It was like, hey, we've been in a long distance relationship for 25 years.
That's crazy.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She did it to me.
She did you dirty.
All my friends did it to me. Jasmine's the only friend that I have like in Columbus that I see,
And how long have you known Jasmine?
We went to high school together.
Okay.
But then, she went to Ohio State, I went away to school. So we reconnected in adulthood through our husbands.
I would be remiss if I didn't say that you say adult like Ashley.
You do.
Is that an Ohio thing? Adult?
We have it. Apparently,
how do you supposed to say it?
The way you say it, girl.
Oh, okay.
Don't let these hoes tear you down. If you try to make me think that I'm
really
illiterate every day.
What is the alternative?
What is
What is the alternative?
My birthday has a day with the fireworks. What day is that? The blank of July. 4th.
Ashley?
It's the 4th.
Oh,
She has a list.
Just Dance 2026 edition. Out now at Amazon.
Ricola Max Throat Care, a liquid center with powerful menthol for our fastest throat relief.
Ricola. but we love her.
Because y'all know she tried hard to say fourth.
She
just
say
then.
both and she say fourth.
No.
So I wanted
There
to
was
know
a
if this
woman
was
who went on Instagram and talked about how
Yes.
it doesn't make sense.
And you.
There's a lot of don't do that. There's a lot of words where the TH is actually supposed to sound like an F, and then sometimes it's not. I'll find it for you. I think I sent it to y'all.
We probably didn't watch that.
That's not why you do that.
That's not
Disagree.
nice. It's just not nice.
I love that Ashley's trying to find documented
No,
things to corroborate
I
her
don't
story.
have a problem.
There's always something on the internet
But
that'll
you do-
confirm your beliefs.
Yes, it's true. And your issues. you said, but you did say adult.
Adult. That's how you say it.
Mm-hmm.
How do y'all say it?
Adult. Oh, I do not say
Some people say
Because some
adult.
people say adult.
Adult
No, we
is
don't say
crazy.
adult.
I also say it's insurance,
Adult.
not
Yeah,
insurance.
you say insurance.
That one, I don't hear the difference. But
Insurance or insurance.
Insurance.
She just says the N
do y'all
sounds
know
like
how
it's
many
two
times
different
we've done
words.
this exact thing?
Oh, and then just, it
On
just
this
takes
show?
derails us every single
No, I love
time.
it though. It's who
We need to
are.
have a linguist
It's who we
come
are.
on and tell us the proper ways to say these things.
I'll tell you the proper way is both.
It is both.
That's none of my business.
Anyway, so Ashley abandoned you in Ohio.
That's crazy.
Damn.
That's
100%.
She said
That's how fights
it. She
get
said
started.
it.
First, Nalo abandoned me first by going away to
I
college.
came right back. I just did a
After
bid 4
4
years.
years.
4 years, and I came right back. I came right on back.
After 4
Didn't
years.
even do an extra summer. I came right on home.
You know what's interesting that happened when we were in college is that Nalo and I talked every day in high school. When she went to college, we literally stopped talking to each other on the phone, like almost all together. And then she would come home on her breaks and we would spend like every day together on her break. And then she would go back to school and then we would not talk to each
College
other.
be stressful.
I know, but it's so weird because the weird thing about our relationship is it doesn't change. Like no matter what were you gonna say? Go.
That to me is real friendship.
Yes.
Is when time and space can go by and then you can just get back in and pick up
Yeah.
where you feel like you left off. And that is really important. It's very uncomfortable. Like I said, I had that friend where we would, not talk and then we talk for a long time. And I started to notice that like I didn't feel like we
wasn't
were
easy.
we weren't speaking as freely as we used to be. It started to feel like strangers. And I was like, oh, this feels different.
Yeah.
It's not bad, it just feels different. And I think that's sometimes how relationships can phase out.
Yeah.
Of course.
But again, you didn't hold it against her. You weren't like in that time saying, oh, well, she doesn't call me and hold holding these feelings.
No.
You just
We don't do it's so we've never done that with each other. It's like we used to joke because she would be like, Ashley don't want me to have no other friends. And I think there was like a point when I would be jealous of her other friends, but I think it was just because I think that point actually came after my sister passed away because Nalo and I have always had like a safe space in our relationship and our friendship. But then I remember I literally turned her after my sister died and I was like, well, you're gonna have to fill this role. And she like I know, which seems like a lot of pressure. And I never even asked you how that made you feel, but I feel like she actually just like stepped up in a way where she did, which is wild. You know what I mean? It's like she just
you
took
guys
this
got even closer.
Yes,
Yeah.
which is weird to think because I mean I don't think we could have been any closer as children. It's not possible. Like I was with her mom's house was the only house I was allowed to go to. So we were always together. Like and we were homeschooled together.
I think the difference too is when Rebecca was here was a threesome because it wasn't just me and her being close friends. Like we were all like it was me, her, my brother.
You
We
lost a
just
sister. You felt like you lost a sister too.
I would say that Nalo, when we were growing up, Nalo, or especially in college, Nalo and Rebecca talked way more than we did because they both were joining sororities.
And aren't you a little older than her or no?
No, I'm older than her.
Oh, you're older. Okay.
Oh wow.
My bad, sis. I forgot.
Whoa,
40
this is my
is coming,
fake 40th.
but Ashley's already there. Got it. Yes.
She is already 40.
Everyone always thinks you the bomb.
I know.
I swear. Okay.
For real, y'all, when I was pregnant, this is really embarrassing, but when I was pregnant, this lady asked me if I was Jasmine's mom.
Everything is going to be
Yeah.
We were both
Jasmine,
pregnant
who
at the
is
same Jasmine.
grown.
Yes. She is 2 months younger than me.
2 months, dear God.
I was like, whoa. Literally asked if I was
You don't look
pregnant.
old,
We were
friend.
both pregnant at the same time. So I was like, so
You
you
know
do think
the
that this
person
is
that
my
asked you.
daughter and she is pregnant also and I'm pregnant?
It happens.
That's wild.
It does.
Wild.
I have a question about the longevity of friendships for everybody's belief.
Adult friendships.
Adult
I need
friendships.
some motion, guys.
I think
We'll get you hooked up, but for now you're ashy.
I want Ashley. I wonder how much, for anybody who's also listening, how much of your friendship is established based off of history versus connectivity? Because I think sometimes you have relationships or friendships because, oh, well, they've always been there, and I guess we're lifelong friends because we've known each other all our lives.
Yeah.
But if you really ask yourself, do I have many points of connection with this person, or do I still feel like I'm in common? I've definitely experienced that with friends that I've had for a long time, where I've looked at them at certain points in my life and said, I don't really know if we are aligned as women. I remember in my, late 20s, I was meeting all these different women professionally through my career, and meeting women who were very driven and elevated and doing all these things and working on themselves and growth, spirituality, elevation, alignment, wellness. And I started to realize that some of the disconnect I had with some friends of mine from previous years in my life were because they weren't operating in that same space. And I started to feel bad. Like, am I judging this person? Am I outgrowing these?
Goes on to explain it to herself. Then she goes on to explain what I was saying earlier to herself out loud to them without actually understanding. I think she just didn't get it with that one friend because it's like, sometimes you can have friends, and once you start operating in different spaces than them, you care more about your health and you care more about spiritual things and you care more about stuff like that, people fall off. They don't want to hear it's not necessarily that it wasn't that it was like they always had a problem with each other. It was like, two different lifestyles, and then now I can't relate, and I'm gonna go find people that I can relate to. It's really what it comes down to.
People, where do what is the connection here?
I think it's both. I mean, I don't know. I didn't want to cut you off.
No,
I think I have friends that fall into both categories. And then I have friends where sometimes
people that don't know how to operate in different rooms, I had to realize that. You don't have to change yourself to operate in a different room. But there's certain people that feel like they have to change their personality to operate in different rooms. It's like you can be a person that's still you in every room that you're in and get along with everyone. And that's how I've always been. Because when you have to move long enough, you know what I'm saying, around, you realize, hey, this is our room I'm in, and this is the frequency that everybody's at, right? So I don't have to go down to that frequency necessarily, but I have to stay within this, you know what I'm saying, this box while I'm here. And then we can get along, and then if there's even certain rooms where you can bring people up to the frequency that you're at, or you can talk them into that frequency, like, I think you said it was Courtney's uncle. We're having that conversation, and it starts out as a low vibrational conversation, and then it turns into whatever it was. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know who's sitting around you and who is on a different frequency until you actually talk to them. But a lot of people just go, I'm going to change myself for this room and shut up. And it eventually just starts working counterproductively towards what you're trying to get, is if you're trying to talk to people. But yeah, I don't think it was necessarily anything, because even some of them people are winning. I don't know some of them guys, and some of them guys were talking to me, but you could see that there was certain things that I'm talking to these guys about, that their wives are definitely like, how do you know about this? You know what I'm saying? And that goes down to the same thing when we're talking about. There's certain people who will close themselves off for certain people.
I still have to ask myself, are we connected right now in 2025? Or are we still talking about when we were 16, 17?
Yes, that's that. I can't.
But I think it's important to check in with yourself, because the answer may be, it's just enough. It's just enough of both. I have one friend, it's just enough of both. We love each other. We're gonna check in. It doesn't matter how much time has gone by, but I'm not necessarily telling her everything or calling her for anything. I'm calling her to say, how you doing?
Right.
And that's enough for both of us, I think.
That's good.
But I would say, like, I was thinking of Ashley when you were talking about connectivity, because I met her later in life. And so we do now have history, but like, I have friends who are,
It's like she said, I think the people that I'm still friends with now are the people that I talk to about what life is like right now. And the people that stay around like that is like the people where I can talk to you about life right now, and we still are having a decent conversation that flows, rather than I'm talking to you every time we talk. It's nothing, because it's like, Gordon, I can talk to him about life right now. We got the same job, we got the same everything. We do the same thing. We might not be in the same space relationship-wise, but I haven't talked to him about that in a long time either. But as far as I'm concerned, most of the friends that I have, except Juice, are having kids right now, are trying to have kids, trying to build a family, and even Juice is in that space where he's trying to do that. He just hasn't got there yet. It's like if you don't have kids and you're not trying to build a family and all that stuff, and then we're not talking about these things, or higher thought type of process things, or what can we build together as a friend group, then most of the people that weren't on that wavelength fell off of access to me a while back.
Jealous.
Hey.
And I'll be alright. There's one specific say we can get your birthday shout out on Instagram or Facebook or whatever it was. For everybody.
Some people have to have public recognition of relationships to feel like that, and that's where I was saying, where I'm like, it's like that's the other type of friends that I cut off. Any type of friend where I feel like you're pushing this friendship into more of buddy spot, where this feels like it's a relationship with somebody. And it's like if you're doing anything, because if you've been through that toxic overbearing relationship stage, you start to see it in everybody, not just the people you're picking apart. It's like, oh yeah, that's weird. Why are you asking me that? I'll do the public thing for you because publicly you are with me. I'll do the public thing for the kids because publicly you are my kid. But everybody else, I might say, what's up, happy birthday on your page, because Facebook let me know it's your birthday. But that's about it. And if I really care, I'll shoot you a text message. Like I said, there's certain friends in my friend group, it's your birthday, I'm gonna post your birthday, a happy birthday to you on Father's Day. There's certain people who hit me on the text message, and there's certain people who hit me on just a message period and say happy Father's Day or whatever. But I'm not feeling like you have to do that. You don't have to do nothing. You're a grown person. But yeah, that's the mindset where I think it's like, it's a lot of mindsets that you had to go, okay, as a friend, you're not really where we're at. And then like she's saying, there's one friend in specific who I haven't named because I'm not saying names. I'm not saying names.
Which of these warriors
will take every time I talk to you, it's, remember when we used to do this? Remember, I wish anybody who wishes, it's like you could say the same thing for family members. Anybody who talks about all the time, oh, remember when we were, stop tapping her. She's going to sleep. She's obviously going to sleep. Get up and wipe your nose. Anybody who's a family member who's just like, oh yeah, remember when we go wipe your nose. Remember when we used to do this? Remember when we used to do that? Oh, I wish we could all be just like this when we were like this. It's like, after a while, it's like you gotta understand we're all in different spaces of life, and you're the only person that can move past that. That's every time we go somewhere and that one person pops up. It's like, remember when we used to? Oh, we need to get back to. No, we don't need to get back to that. Sorry, I hate to tell you. We don't need to get back to that. If that's what you feel like is necessary for us, that's the energy that you feel like is necessary for us to be friends, then we think it's the space for us to be friends anymore, very honest. But we're not getting back to that. We're not getting back to that.
20 plus years, and then what are the kids, 9? Mm-hmm. So like, wow. I know that's how I count our friendship.
That's crazy.
The age of Brooks and
why is that like 2 years ago?
Girl. And so I also remember the point at which I would call her for her advice when like the people I've known for 25 years didn't answer. No shade. It was like, I gotta call them first.
No,
you
call I don't
but it was like the third call was like, Ashley, what do you think?
My advice is probably better than yours anyway.
I would say
no, they didn't answer.
For me, motherhood was the catalyst. You know, sometimes that changes friendships because it changes your priorities. So a lot of the time that you were able to pour into friendships, you can't because you're pouring into your children. So unless you have, like, that's when you get closer to kind of motherhood friends. I think that it happened in our relationship, but we just had to be very intentional because she did have kids long before said I had children.
Yeah, I did.
I mean, it was.
No,
and
it was
that was like, we were in our 20s, so that was when we were out in the streets.
Yeah.
We were really out in the streets, and you were being a mom. And that was probably the hardest. And not hard as in like we weren't connected, but hardest time in our friendship to be like, I know you got these, but I'm 25 and I'm going to the club. But we don't come back after the club. We're going to have to be quiet because Amir sleeps. But we're going to come on back to the house afterwards.
That was hard for us. I think I felt very alone as a mom. I mean, Tiffany and I became moms together at the same time, so that was a point of reference, and that is actually one of the things that then that really made me and Tiffany like super close because our daughters were born 5 days apart. So we shared in that motherhood experience, but I definitely felt very isolated and alone because like Tiffany also has her own set of friends as well. So it was like the people that were like that I would normally call every day, they were in the club and they used to be like, we didn't tell you to get pregnant. Just mean, just horrible, just mean and horrible.
You don't know until you know. So there were a lot. Now there was a lot of times I had to be like, I understand.
Yes. Well, remember when you told me that you didn't understand me being tired and you were like, I just don't understand. That just seems fake. Like, why are you always tired? No. And remember, because I'm very petty, I wrote it down in my phone so that it would be dated. And I said, when you become a mom, you're going to call me and apologize. And she did. And I was like, well, on January 7th, you told me you didn't understand.
Okay, wait. So here's the question, though. Because that could be a deal. That's a friendship breaker right there, or could be for some people. So how did you, what was the connectivity, the glue that you didn't just write her off for that?
Life.
Nalo, I always say people don't have friendship in a bank and you should always work on the friendship, but she has friendship in a bank. Nalo she is like selflessly, you're not selfish, but she is incredibly selfless. But there are things that I would say she's clear on her boundaries, and I sometimes call people that are clear on their boundaries selfish, and I'm realizing that I just need to have better boundaries. But she's like, will give me the shirt off of her back. Like we have the same love language, which is just like endlessly giving, boundaryless love.
Unconditional.
1,000% unconditional. So for me, we have had bad moments in our friendship where she's done things to make me upset and vice versa. But for some reason, it's like a marriage. Like I know that we're going to get over it. So even just not being her friend has never been an option for me.
Yeah.
It's just not even something that goes through my mind. It's like she pissed me off. I might not talk to her for a couple of days. I pissed her off. She might not call. But it's never in my mind that I'm never going to talk to her again. And just like when you're married, you're like, okay, I got to go talk to this and figure this out, because she's also the person that I talk to every single day. So like we got to figure it out and work through it. You know what I mean? So I think that's just what it is. I don't really think that there's anything she could do.
Communication is key.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you guys know too, is a communicator. So a lot of times I think where my friendships are broken down is when someone feels a way, but they don't say it.
Yeah.
So then you're harboring resentment, and I don't even know why you're mad. So I can't apologize. I can't,
That is
you know what I'm
the
saying,
worst.
address or course correct behavior if I don't know that there's an issue.
Yeah.
You will never have that issue with Ashley. She will always tell you how she feels, which, I mean, if you know how she feels, even if it wasn't my intention to hurt you, I can apologize because you feel that way. And so we have to give each other space and grace to understand that. And I think that's how we have. She knew I was going to have kids one day and it was going to come back around.
Yeah, and I couldn't wait. That's why I kept a note.
And we needed her because she was the mother of the crew, you know, and that was the top call every time.
And I just needed to tell her that, like, I didn't hold it against her. I just wanted to have a moment where we acknowledged that I was right. And then we moved on and I was supportive of her. It's just really important for people to say that to me. You were right. You were right.
No, we
you
were
were
always
right.
proud of the mother that she was. Like, she was being top tier, grade A mother.
But to be fair too, even in the disconnect in our 20s where it was like I felt isolated, they loved Amira. And so they included her. Nalo threw all of Amira's birthday parties until I moved to, I didn't throw one of them. She was like, okay, what do you want to do for her birthday? We'll go above and beyond, like decoration. She did my wedding, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like anything that I want to do, she's like, what do you need from me? And we'll do it all. And I was like a brokey back then. And her man had a lot of money. So Chia was very cheap. So she was paying for me and Chia's our daughter's birthday party. And she would just like flip the bill and just like take care of Amira and just like buy her stuff and really be a really good auntie. So that's what I'm saying. Like even in the moments where it's like you feel like someone's falling short, you can still see where they're showing up for you. Yeah. And I think I'm really good at that. Yes. Well, that matters. But I think I'm good at that in all my friendships. I think a lot of people just don't acknowledge that they're upset or that people make them mad and they try to brush over it. But if I say, like, Cody, you made me mad today, it is now released from my body and I can't resent you because I've told you, we've acknowledged it. You're either going to say you're sorry or you're not. I'll deal with it. If you're not, we'll talk through that. But we're still going to move forward in some way. That is how I just live my life. And I think it makes it better and it makes a healthier relationship. Girl, we done went through her husband not liking me. We done went through, yes. Yeah.
Does he like you now?
Sure. Yes. He doesn't have a choice.
I'm not going anywhere. We're in this marriage.
He wasn't going nowhere. I wasn't going nowhere. Right. So it is what it is.
And guess what? And I still navigated the exact same way. Like, they still gonna be, y'all gonna both want me here.
That's what she told us.
I mean, Tommy did say this on a podcast.
He did.
You know, he didn't like my best friend Sean.
He did.
She didn't like him either. I mean, but it was a thing for years. Like that was very hard. Same thing. I was like, well, I was a little scared, but I was definitely like, he's not going anywhere, she's not going anywhere, I'm not going anywhere. But it was difficult.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
Do
we have any like advice? Like I'm trying to think, what did I learn from that period?
Ask her.
Wait it out.
Yeah, I just, no one was winning. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all both the most important people to me. So guess what? We'll all be here. You can act like you don't like her, whatever. But
girl, he used to walk out the room. I'm like, hi. He'd be like. but the thing is that
you gotta deal with your own issues.
Yes.
Sometimes you gotta go to therapy and deal with your own reasons of why you like somebody, because usually it's got to do with you.
Yeah, but same thing. I think I when you met Chad, it was like close to right after Rebecca died. And so I think I was just triggered anyway by like men in general, because you guys know the history of my sister and her relationship. So I just didn't like men at that point. I was like, all y'all are trash, and now you're taking my best friend away from me. And like, you fell in love hard. And she was like in it. Like when she met Chad, she was like, that's my man. And she just like moved in with him, and we were like, whoa, what the hell? Right. And we had an unhealthy relationship almost, because we were together every single day. That's the thing too, like women, I think that is where the shift happens, is that we typically friend in a way that's very intrusive. Like we're at each other's house and laying on each other and all these things. And then when one person gets a boyfriend or a partner, then the dynamic changes and it's hard for you. You may feel like your friend is being a bad friend, but it's like, no, there's someone new in their life and they have to make space for that person, which means that they're going to be spending a little less time with you.
And they're figuring out that what has to change and what doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah. We used to just be in our panties and bras and stuff, and then we're like, oh, we have men now. They can't walk around your house in booty shorts. You got a cheetah here now.
Just Dance 2026 edition. Out now at Amazon.
One of the most exciting steps in searching for a home is when you go from browsing online to connecting with a home listing agent. That's why Homes.com connects you directly with the home listing agent who knows the most about the home and surrounding area. Click here and boom, you're connecting directly with a home listing agent.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
What happened?
She used to come over my house in booty shorts all the time. My job was pregnant.
We were 20 and we were this big.
And she had a little booty. She always had a booty. And so I just used to be like, girl, you can't come over here like that. Like, just stop enticing my man. Like, but also, you have to think, I'm 20, I'm pregnant, I feel insecure. My friend is coming over with her post-college track cheerleading body, and she's just like fit and looking fine. But like, those types of things happen. Most people would just resent their friend and feel like their friend was doing it intentionally. But I just told her, like, I don't know why I feel uncomfortable, but I feel uncomfortable. And so I just need you to wear different pants. But someone
did she?
Yes.
Absolutely.
See what I'm saying? She was like, that's very stupid, but I would do it because I love you. Because she was like, it's my body. Like, girl, I don't want your man. You know what I mean?
Sometimes you don't know another perspective until you know. Like, I don't want somebody walking around in front of my man like that. So it wasn't even a point of... Sometimes you just don't know until you know. And it can be the most simple thing, but you're like, oh, that makes sense.
Okay, Melanie, you have said many times, like, you don't have like a lot of like sister groups, friend groups. Don't go on girls' trips. We're gonna work on that. Do you have a best friend?
Yes.
Me.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. No, I will say this. Again, I have different phases of my life. So I have a best friend. Her name is Tiffany. We've been friends since we were 15 years old. She had a baby at 18.
Oh, yeah.
I've watched her growing through motherhood. Her daughter is now 25. We have literally grown up together and seen it. That is a friend that we have been through so much together that it's set in stone. Understood.
Yeah.
It's set in stone. She's an Allah. I don't have to talk to her. She lives in Toronto. I don't see her. We're going to pick up. We're going to talk. We already know there's, in the rankings of life, it's you. We've been through so much. But I think as an adult, I would say that Ashley has become my closest of best friends as an adult, which I think is really interesting because we're not going to look the same and have the same friend now. We got the same taste in women, clearly. But the truth is that, and we talk about this all the time too, because Ashley has said the same thing. She's like, Nalo has other best friends, and I think at one point in my life I wouldn't be okay with it, but I understand it. She has a life back home in Ohio where she has a group of friends that is what it is, and then in LA, I then became this with you guys, and so Ashley and I really got together. And I had one previous to Ashley. I had another friend who I was very, very close with for a large majority of my adult life, like from the beginning of my career until probably about right before I met you guys. And that was my one of my closest friends, and that relationship ended. And at that same time, I became a mother. A lot of things were transitioning. So I kind of had, and again, I have other friends that I consider my best friends now, especially back on the East Coast, and I'm now reconnecting with, and I'm close again with. It's ironic, they're all Pisces and Capricorns. It's very interesting.
For you.
Yeah, but when I met Ashley, it's interesting because Ashley is, and I said this to her all the time, I was like, I don't know how you are this way. You are a great friend to everyone. I am not that way.
I think you are.
No, not to everyone. No, I'm not.
No, not to everyone.
No, not to everyone. It really, I know that I'm a better friend to some than others. I know that about myself. But Ashley is an amazing friend to everyone. I don't know if that makes me feel special or not, but I really do feel like as an adult, Ashley and I have become very, very close, and it's odd because I never would have foresaw that happening. Like, why in the world would I then now have a new best friend as at 30, 40. Like, how would that happen? I never would have thought that. But circumstances that and also, like I said, I just think Ashley is an amazing friend. She really, really is. I watch her be an amazing friend to everybody, so much so that I'm just like, you don't need to be that good of a friend to that person. You're actually not a good person.
No, well, yes. That's
and I've been right.
My life. You are always
and
right.
I've been right.
You're always right.
Because I see.
Okay.
I try.
No, you don't.
Because I see, so I think that's kind of the thing. And I also know that the women in my life now that I think all the friends in my life at this point that I consider my closest friends are of best friends, closest friends. Yeah, I don't have many. Like you're
right. It's not
if you're an acquaintance or a colleague, that's where I place you. Yeah. And I think I've actually also started to be very mindful about who I call a friend. When I say, "Oh, I have a friend who did it," and even in conversation, if I'm telling a story, I'll say, "Oh, I know someone," or "I know a girl," or "I have an associate," or "There's this woman I know," because I'm really in a place now where I truly do more than ever value the women that are in my life and who they are to my children and even my husband. Like Ashley and Jared have the funniest relationship because she just goes at him and he goes at like her, but in like a brother-sister way because they understand each other and they also know me so well. So it was really funny to see that. It's actually very entertaining to watch them fight for my affections as well. Yeah, she really do. She understands Jared very well. Very well. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's why like girls trips and stuff like that. I've never had a crew of people from one city. You guys have to remember, like I lived in Toronto. I didn't have a girl crew there. Then I left and I moved to the States and I'm going back and forth and I'm meeting all these different people from different areas of my life. Most of my professional career has been in music. And I can honestly say I don't have many true girlfriends from my career.
Yeah, I mean, but that makes sense though.
But you would think some people meet friends along the way in their career and they become really close. Like this is the closest professional close friendships that I've had. Yeah. So, and I don't know, it's just interesting. And again, don't get me wrong, like I've met some incredible fellow artists and friends that in the industry that I'm like, that's a really cool person. I really like that person. But also the way I view relationships and my friendships, have you come over to my house and chilled on my couch?
Yeah.
That is a big thing to me because we can socialize all day, we can kiki at the party and at the event and on the red carpets and all of that. But have you been to my house? Do my kids know you by name and call you auntie? There's another level to this now.
Yeah,
I think for me when it comes to the friendships and the women in my life.
I think that's how, me and you started off that way too. Like first when I went to your house, I was like, she knows. How you feel about me is how I feel about her. I'm like, why does she know so many people? And why are so many people her friend? This is very overwhelming. And I don't even like none of these. No, I'm kidding. I like her friends, most of them.
I'm going to take Cody's job. I'm going to ask you guys a question.
Oh,
Thank you, Nala.
What?
Because
don't be messy.
No, not sometimes
be a little messy. Okay, be a little messy.
It's playing off of what Mel just said. So.
Welcome to LaGrange, Georgia, USA, where all Duracell AA and AAA batteries are assembled. One factory, one set of standards. But what about Energizer Max AA's? They're assembled around the world. You can check for yourself right at the shelf. But Duracell AA's are assembled in the USA.
How?
Those are on me. Just kidding, you gotta pay for those.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. When you experience our island,
it's hard to work with your friends. Sometimes that can be very challenging. We work together and we probably get in the most disagreements at work as opposed to in just our lives. You know, so how does that work out for you guys? Because it works. It's because we're never equal partnerships. So you know what I'm saying? Sometimes as friends and it's your boss, but it's your you know what I'm saying? So how does that work out for you guys?
I wonder if we all have different answers.
You answer first, together. Cody.
Yeah, I'm scared.
No, be honest.
Well, here's the thing, because it's funny when she said that, because it's your boss. You have, I would say joke, but you're not joke. Like, I don't like it when y'all have said that I'm your boss.
But you are.
So there's that, but that is
She'll
not
tell me
that's
that
not
she's
the
my
answer
boss.
to
I
the
do,
question,
like
but
to
it's a
She likes to tell me
dynamic.
that she's my boss.
I do.
She tells
You
us.
should start telling her that.
You should.
So you said her. You should probably be like,
But you see
am
that
your
I
boss.
don't.
But if
see
you
that I
did, it
don't.
might give me a line. I'll be like, you know what, you're right, B. You're right.
Okay, wait. The question is, what's that dynamic? Okay,
Yes.
I would say we get along really well. We really don't have a lot of arguments.
Naturally.
We really do not. I really can't. We might have had one the week of the live show, but it wasn't a real argument. It was like a brief moment
Yeah.
of tension.
Yeah.
And that's it, right? Like,
We don't argue. We don't argue. I think inherently we all probably have things about each other that irritate us, but it's not something. We had a conversation, right?
Yep.
Go ahead, you share.
We had a conversation the other day where Ashley was expressing herself, as she does, in general about
word vomiting.
She was about like things that irritate her.
I actually started with you that you were irritating me. It was at work.
Okay, well, I was trying to protect the cause.
I don't
but-
lie to her. It's fine. She knows.
Right? She was talking about friendships and people's behavior, and she made a comment. And she called me a princess, and I said. I was like, this is the first time I've ever heard you say this to me. But I've also heard her use that term to describe other people that she feels act from a level of privilege. So I had to take a pause and I said, hold on a second, let's talk about let's unpack this real quick. And I was like, what is this princess behavior? And she equated it to the fact that I am tardy. This is a known fact, right? And so I was like, okay, so this is the way you chose to bring this up? Okay, cool. So we're gonna talk about it because now the Pandora's box has been opened.
It
so we're
was
gonna talk
open.
about it. And then I heard her like talking and she was like, oh, no. And I was listening. I was just quiet.
Bitch, I was rambling.
She was rambling. She's like, I'm saying all the words and you're not saying anything. I was like, I'm just listening to you. And without getting into the whole conversation, the long and short of the story is that I actually was very happy that she said it because it's something that it bothers her, but she's like, I love you and I know that like I can get past that. Mm-hmm. But I was like, I also want you to know that in this moment, I've never had the opportunity to talk about it head up. I was like, I'm never doing it from a place of entitlement.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I'm never late because I'm just like, I don't give a fuck about anybody else's feelings, times, or energy. Mm-hmm. I'm literally late because my brain is ADHD. And I've seen these things on the internet because you will always find it.
It will confirm you.
It will confirm that, like, I was literally like, oh, well, why am I this way? Like, how did I grow up? What makes me this way? Because when I tell you that I am not an unprepared person,
no,
I am Mary Poppins in my motherfucking bag. You need a napkin, nail glue, tweezers, scissors. I am so prepared in other ways, but I have identified as like, what is this one thing with time in my mind? I always think I have more time than I do. Mm-hmm. Where does it come from? Oh, I grew up with a father who was consistently late, procrastinating, left me at school, waiting at the last minute. I was always the last person to be picked up from practices. Also, I come from an industry where no one works on time. Mm-hmm. You will do your best effort to be there on time. People are like, oh, show up an hour late. Everything is very, I've never had to work a corporate job that's like, boom, here you are, show up on time, or you get docked pay. Right? So these are like learned habits, but truly my brain, I can be the most prepared to be like, okay. So I even said it to her. I was like, I'm actually working on it because I don't like the feeling that I feel coming in, being like, oh, I'm late, da-da-da-da. But our conversation as we got through it was, you know what? I appreciate you loving me through that. But what I do want to make it clear is that it is never intentional.
But I know that.
Right.
And that's why I said that I'm able, but that's the thing. You can resent it if you don't say it out loud.
Don't say it.
And I think that's the biggest lesson that I've learned in life is that, Chia's always like, well, you don't have to say everything out loud. He's like, because sometimes you leave people, he's like, you move through your feelings way faster than the average person. Mm-hmm. He was like, so it's almost overwhelming because you will literally say something out loud and 10 minutes later forget that you said it and you don't feel that way anymore.
But the person is
left with the feeling. Yeah. So that is why I think, because I know you don't do it on purpose, I've never said it out loud. But I feel myself getting frustrated with it, and that made me feel like not a good friend because I'm like, if I get to the point of frustration, then I need to say something because then it's like, even if you're not doing it on purpose, now you have more of an acknowledgement. Or if you know you're late, you're gonna know, like, I'm walking in and they're probably irritated, but it's not personal. But then we all can like level set with that feeling. Do you know what I mean? So I just think that with us, we used to argue a lot, like bad arguments. We didn't communicate in a healthy way. Like whenever we had
you and Nalo.
Nalo and I, yes. Whenever we had an argument, it would be so passionate. But both of us also learned that like our moms are screamers. We didn't learn how to communicate properly. And we both had to unpack that, like, why are we screaming? And then we looked at our moms like, oh, that's why. We don't have to scream. Yeah.
We've gotten way better than that.
When we had that conversation, Ashley and I, on the phone, it was interesting because, you know, she was like, oh, well, you know, talking about late and friends. And it was, because the truth is, it started with you, but then everybody started catching the stray. She just started venting about this consistent thing about her friends. So I was like, wait a second, hold on. But then it came a point where it was like, hey, like, I also have to accept the fact that you're irritated about a lot of things that don't irritate us, and we're just kind of like, okay, this is an Ashley thing. But I guess it comes down to that point where it is loving your friends in this unconditional manner. Now, by the way, I don't believe that you should love everyone unconditionally.
No.
I very much believe in conditional love. I do.
Me too. You gotta earn that shit.
You have to earn, but you have to also decide what it is. What can you withstand? What can you do? My husband, his side of the sink is going to be like he's having a water bath. Like it's just water stains on everything. My sink is not like that. And I'm like, that's why you need your own sink. Drives me insane, but I'm like, this is what it's gonna be. It's his sink, it's none of my business. Like, so it's one of those, that's such a small thing, but it's one of those things where you really do have to decide. It's like, what can you do? We've talked about this because we've seen things online where somebody will be like, you have a notorious friend who's going out and getting drunk and fighting in a club. I'll be like, that's a wrap. I'm never hanging out with that person again.
Yeah, we stopped hanging out with our club fighter.
You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's certain, you gotta
Especially
know.
at 40, okay,
You gotta know where their conditions come from.
We made that decision at 20.
You gotta know where the conditions come. You have to know where the boundaries come from. So it just comes down to those things.
I think it is like a marriage.
Understanding a person.
I think it's truly a marriage.
I think I do it better than you.
What better than me?
Meaning what she was going back to about the boundaries.
Yeah, you do.
If I have someone in my life and I may not dislike them, but if they're bringing out something in me that, you know what I'm saying? Like, say, like, we have a friend and, like, every time, I don't want to argue with you. I can't hold my tongue and I can't, you know what I'm saying? Because we can say whatever we want to each other, but everybody can't receive that. And sometimes I'm like, I'm not the mean girl. I'm really not a mean girl.
Yeah.
Like, you asked and you wanted to know.
Honest. Yes.
I didn't just decide to tell you. You wanted to know.
Like, I decide to tell people things. Nalo does not. She will not say anything. But if you ask her, she's 1,000% going to tell you the truth. Honestly, no filter. Like, that's very stupid. Okay, next next question. But that definitely is a thing. I feel like with you and I, with each person, to your point, you have to decide who you're going to go that mile with. You have to decide who's worthy of that. You've been really good at, like, creating boundaries with people. Like, this person's not healthy for my marriage, for my friendships. And she cuts them off. I've not been good at that. I kind of just let people wear me down. Then I do turn into the mean girl because it's, like, to the point where now I have to become nasty because the person... So I have to be better at learning to just let people be associates. Like, everybody is not my friend.
I would say, too, that I think, and I said this before, and you disagree with me, Ashley, when I said it before. I feel like arguments are an inflection point. I said it previously. I said, like, you know your friends from that first argument.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I think it goes back to what Nalo said about communication being key, right? And when you have a problem or whatever and communicating it to them, it is important to say, like, this is how I feel.
Yeah.
When that person responds with craziness or with something other than, like, if you don't get through that, that tells you something. And to me, the opposite, when you do get through it, I'm like, oh, that's my real friend. You know what I mean? Like, because it can be so scary and vulnerable to tell somebody how they made you feel or whatever. And getting on the other side of that feels like a vow renewal. You know what I mean?
No, that's true.
And maybe that's why a lot of childhood friendships don't transcend because we don't have the tools as children to say our feelings. You know what I'm saying? And adulthood. Adulthood.
You got it.
Don't let
them
do that to you.
We're more evolved, so like we know how to communicate better. And I've learned that from friendships. You know, so I probably communicate way better with my newer friends.
100%.
Than I am comfortable doing with friends that
know you from the days of yore.
Not Ashley, but you know what I'm saying.
No, I know what you mean. It's never me. So I'm perfect.
Let's unpack how I gift like Santa. Wooden toys, Just like a little black dress, they never go out of style. Oh, look, I made a bridge. This is my favorite kind of block party. Toys that don't need 6 batteries. Thank me later.
Running late? With Braun, you can still look legendary.
Braun.
Braun Series 9 Pro Plus.
Braun.
You take 1 stroke, Braun takes 5.
Braun.
Cutting it close has never felt so comfortable. Spend minutes to look like you spent hours grooming. Braun, better by design.
I think that was. I'm rapping.
Wow.
Oh, well, that happened.
I think that was like really helpful because people are always asking us about adult friendships, and like talking it through, especially with Ashley's friend of 40 some odd years.
40, just 40.
Just 40. Almost 41 years.
40, no,
40
I'm a
for
year
me.
older than her.
Yeah, right, so and you're about to be 41.
But
That's
I'm only
crazy
40.
that
I
you
wasn't
continuously
here.
say that
She
out
said
loud.
I wasn't here then.
Stop saying
Are you
my age.
unhappy with your age?
I
Okay,
am,
fine.
but let me share it.
Nevertheless,
I feel like
we
you want me
did
to be
that.
old so
Hopefully
bad.
that helped the
I was
village.
still cooking that first year of her life.
That's crazy.
That-
Both of you hush.
You
Go
know
ahead.
what? Friends from the womb.
Melanie has a thought.
I have a thought. Just one final
Give it to
thought,
us.
because I would like to give Nalo her flowers.
Oh,
Because-
yes.
And I will say this, even at our live show, when we did our live show, Nalo showed up. Nalo has showed up. Nalo is such a good friend to Ashley that we now all have a friendship with Nalo in some capacity.
For sure.
We're already, girl, child, send me the link to this outfit because I need it. I need the coordinates. Like it's just, and I think that is the true friend.
I agree.
Is a friend who is able to be a friend to you and love and be friends to all of the people that are extension of your friendships.
Yes.
And they love you holistically. And I just think that watching you show up for Ashley is just, as a new friend in her life, is just so beautiful. And it's a testament to why she's such a good friend, because she knows good friends.
I believe the same thing. Watching you guys love my friend. I don't want her being out in California.
She would say
and
that all the time.
With nobody. And then she says, I'm like, I want you to have friends. I need you. But you, look, she did to you what you did to me. So, circle back. You felt it, and I told you.
You better
that.
not move.
And I
or
told
it's
you
over.
that. I said,
And so we'll see you on the Instagram of the Mamas In podcast. DM us with questions, thoughts, comments, concerns, no concerns. And you can also email us at podcasts with an S at blacklove.com. And Nala, where can people find you if they want to follow
What is your
life?
Instagram name?
Well, I am like famous for being a sidekick now. So people stop me in the airport like,
Girl,
you're her friend.
they be finding you anyway.
You're
Her Instagram name is just call me Nalo. Just call me Nalo.
Yes.
Nalo. She is my best friend, and thank you for being such a good friend to me. I love you so much. You're the best.
All right. Thanks, y'all.
Bye.
You ate a bitch ass, didn't you?
I did.
How many asses did you eat?
1.
Check. Welcome to Respectfully the Justin LaBoy Show. I'm your host, Justin LaBoy, the king of toxic himself. Today's guest, one of my favorites, one of your favorites, very toxic, very turned up, Suki Yana, Suki with the good coochie.
Yeah. What's up, y'all?
How you even get that name? That's how I gotta start this interview. How you get Suki with the good coochie?
I got the name from, you know how in the hood you get your name from whatever you just go through?
Yeah.
That's just got my name from people. That's my name.
Okay.
Has anybody said that it wasn't true?
Never.
Yeah.
I never heard that before.
I've been around.
All right, so the niggas you was fucking was telling you your coochie's the best, so that's how.
No. I don't think it's just tell me. I think it's they tell everybody else, you know.
Oh, that's how all right.
You could tell by how people carry you, like how people treat you, how people act about you, you know.
Okay.
You know how y'all guys act.
So explain that. So how do men act when the coochie good?
You know, I would say, I mean, it's a lot of girls that don't know they got good coochie, but you just have to see how these men act. So first of all, sometimes, you know, you could tell by how they be spazzing the fuck out, you know, how they be blowing up your phone, you know, how good they treat you, you know, how protective they are over you. And, you know, in the bedroom, you know, like,
Okay.
Niggas know what's up. You know how you know if a girl got good coochie. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, but I don't. Nah, for sure. But niggas be lying.
Yeah, they definitely do be lying. That's why we trying to tell girls like, just cause he be fucking you, be like, damn, this shit good. Child, that could be a fucking lie. That's just not always the truth. Like, I knew I had good coochie, you feel me, after a few restraining orders, like, against these niggas. That's when I started to see. Yeah. Putting a few restraining orders on niggas. Like, I can't keep them off me. Like that.
Yeah, so, like, niggas harassing you, niggas trying to fight you.
Little harassment, little domestic abuse, little different things here and there.
You ever got your phone broken before?
I'm happy I got a phone right now.
Oh, shit.
No, for real. Have you ever broke a phone? Yeah, you have.
Yeah, I have.
Exactly.
A couple phones.
I think
that's when the pussy good. Like, your pussy not good until your phone get broken.
I was getting my phone broken all the way back when we had Blackberries.
Oh,
yeah, I was getting my phone broken back then.
This is early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
But see, you know,
that phone broken pussy is a different type of pussy.
Yeah, then the nigga got buy another one. Then he break that one.
But if he don't buy you the new phone by the end of that day, pussy not fired.
Okay.
Like, you gotta break it and buy the new one in the same
And y'all can't be letting no broke ass niggas break your shit and then you gotta wait. And you low key the one that gotta fix it. That's not happening.
Nah, getting your phone broken and being the one to fix it, your pussy.
And then taking the nigga back.
Yeah.
You was crazy, girl. You was wild. But I tell people the best pussy is in the hood. That's the best cat.
Think so?
Yeah, that's why bitches got all them kids. They don't know it. They don't know how to move yet. Like, for real.
How many kids you got?
I got a lot. I got 3 right now. I popped out 3 babies. That's why I brag about myself so much that I did what I was supposed to do.
Congratulations.
Popped out babies. Like, that ain't easy. You feel me? Carrying a baby is not easy.
Right.
Going through with a labor and all of that is a lot, especially on black women in this time. Like, what?
Nah, for sure.
Then when I had my babies, niggas was locked up, so I did my shit by myself sometimes.
What?
You know? Yeah.
Congratulations, though. Making it, having them healthy, baby. How many baby daddies you got?
I got, how many? I got like 2. I got like 2. I don't really claim baby daddies. I don't do that.
Yeah.
I don't say I got baby daddies.
Any of your baby daddies on child support, or you take care of that?
No, I get money. No disrespect. I feel like men should financially take care of their children.
Absolutely.
But me, I always just been I always just had it in me. I never asked for nothing.
Right.
Ever. You know, I'm just a natural provider. Right. So, I just never did that. And I'm not saying that it's wrong for women to do it. You know, I never know anybody's situation, but for my situation, I never did it. And not because I didn't need it, not saying I don't need help or I never needed help. I just do it myself. That's just how I did it.
No, I feel you.
Yeah,
So the women out there that's watching, they think about putting a baby daddy on child support. What's your message to them?
If he's not helping you financially and you need the help, you know, you didn't have that baby by yourself. That sometimes was planned, sometimes it's unplanned, but both people should be responsible in that situation. So, but if you bitter, like if he's spending time with his kids and he making sure that his kids are straight, but you still want to put him on child support because he got a new bitch and you mad, I think you lame. I mean, if the dad is in the child's life and he's there financially and he's there in the life, like, why? I don't know. I can't. I just not in that. I don't want to.
No, I love that though.
I'm not in that predicament to really tell a woman what to do because I don't know what she's going through. But
yeah.
You can't just be the only provider. You know, a woman can't be the only provider. So I feel like maybe.
Yeah.
But it is some bitter baby mamas. I done dealt with bitter baby mamas. That's why I be like, if I talk to her, you know, I love baby daddies. I love somebody else's baby daddy. No, I'm never wrong.
You never, not your own.
I like the other baby daddies that's out here.
Why you like baby daddies?
I mean, they just be so sweet. I don't know. They just love me right. I like other people's baby daddies that's single. But I be like, listen, I ain't about to deal with you because I ain't got time for your baby mama.
But what if he's a deadbeat baby daddy, though?
I don't want no deadbeat baby daddy.
That shit got nothing to do with you?
No, it got a lot to do with me because I ain't fucking with no nigga that don't take care of his kids. That's lame as hell.
Let's wake that up. There's a lot of women out there fucking with niggas who don't take care of their kids.
And they're pathetic. They some pathetic assholes because I'm going to tell you this. How can he be loyal He be loyal to his niggas. He be outside popping it, getting money, foreigns, all this weird ass shit that he doing, and he don't take care of his own shit, like his own baby. That's not loyalty. There's no integrity in that. And you a bum ass nigga if that's what you doing. You out here with your homies, but you don't take care of your children. That's lame as hell. But we can't always say that these niggas is lame, because these puss ass hoes is lame that won't let these niggas see their kids, but be online complaining about them all day. Oh, he don't get his baby. He don't. Bitch, you don't let him see his kids, and then you want some money from him and say, "Oh, send the money," but don't let him talk to his kids. Listen, these niggas gonna start standing up for themselves, because sometimes they ain't got no option. This nigga gonna say, "Bitch, you take care of them kids by your fucking self," because like that's fucked up. And these hoes be using that money to get crab legs and get their nails done. Man, these bitches is bums. Y'all some bum ass hoes if y'all don't let your baby daddy see their kids. You's a bum. That's what you is. You lame.
Right? Who the fuck want to watch their kids all by themselves?
Not me, baby. I'm trying to get fucked. Fuck are you talking about? I got dick to suck. Like, get them.
Yeah, you a booty. Okay. Moving forward, we got to address the elephant in the room. You recently caught a stray online from 6ix9ine.
Yeah, I didn't care. It wasn't no stray though.
Yeah, he's saying you sell pussy to niggas in Broward County in front of the liquor store.
He do too. I seen it. I laughed because it was like he said in front of the liquor store.
That's crazy. Is there any truth to these rumors selling pussy?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Hold on, let me take this. Hold up. So what he said again?
He said you sell pussy to niggas in Broward County in front of the liquor store.
That nigga's funny.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, because it's like, so basically, you know how it go is I do go in front of the liquor store, because those the niggas that got the money. So I just, I don't even drive. I just walk from my house to the liquor store, get me like a little bottle of Patron, like this big.
Yeah.
That's all I need. In a Black & Male, and I go outside and I see who want pussy for $5 and a 3.5. That's it.
It's crazy.
So he caught me.
He caught you?
Yeah, but it take one to know one. He be out there selling that ass too.
Niggas be selling ass?
Like, he be saying, 6ix9ine be selling that ass. He do. He be selling that booby hole.
Yeah, you a booby.
No, but it's funny because I got a song that I'm like, I selling coochie, and I sing that shit, and I mean, crowds of people be singing it.
Yeah. But you ever sold pussy before though, for real? Like, serious question, or you just it makes
yeah. The fuck, all these hoes sell pussy. All of them, especially these rap bitches. Like, sweetie, I ain't even gonna lie. I'm not even trying to be funny or like, sweetie, people will really fuck with you more if you just live in your truth. Because a lot of the ghetto girls like me, well, a lot of the girls, black community, everybody, they be trying to get into you, and that the reason why they like double dutch, like they jump in, they jump out, because they don't believe you. So when you be making your bops and shit, they be like. They be thinking that you like a fake ghetto girl. Yeah. And it's just because they can't figure you out. It's like, bitch, if you selling that ass, you selling that ass. Whatever you doing, like, that's what you do. Right. But you just need to say what the fuck you doing. Because that little bit of authenticity that they don't feel like you give it, like, they want that from you. Whatever you is, like you keep saying you're a Cancer, that's all. We need more than that, bitch. If you selling that ass, you selling that ass.
Yeah. So bitches should just stop rapping and just say, hey, I sell pussy.
No. I don't think she should stop. I don't think she should stop rapping. I just feel like whatever just live in your truth. Whatever the fuck it is that you do.
Right.
Whether you a nigga that buy pussy, a nigga that whatever the fuck people do, just live in your truth. That's why I got fans, because I say what I did. I know what the fuck I did. Can't nobody ever really call me out on nothing, because I already said it. I already did it.
No, I love that you live in your truth.
Yeah.
So what it
He's supposed to be the gods of fortune.
Get down.
But he's also the reckoning for everybody that tried you on the way to the fortune.
And then once he realized that you didn't have to be everybody's Captain Save-A-Ho, he was like, I was just trying to take everybody's suffering. I didn't want anybody to suffer.
Yeah, he was all 6 gods of fortune, and then he transformed into that thing. afterwards, and then he turned that last episode. He ended up turning into the greater devil, and then Buddha had to right before that. Buddha talked him out of it and was like, "Hey, you don't even do all this."
Look.
I can't remember what that nigga's name, but that nigga had a cool name in Breaker.
Yeah, you think we'll do another 15.
So the Buddha fight on YouTube.
Cuba. Get the trouble. Go.
Zero Fukas.
人類側闘士シャーカー神側闘士毘沙門天エイナ七福神イナイナいろいろ改めゼロケファイト
ようやく来たんだ。みんなの前で君に天誅を下すこの時が。僕をコケにした君が悪いんだ。
ごめん、君誰だっけ？
違う。痛い。なんで僕が。ああ、こうだ。あれ当たったと思ったのにおかしいな。あれクソ。
ゼロ服の暴行しかしシャカかわせかわせかわせあれがすごいね、その武器。
リワが未来種です。未来。そう、あれこそが。
どうなってんだよ。セル君、避けるばっかでさ。行くときは行く。
そんなの。
ゼロックの怒涛のマッチが虚しく空を切り続ける。目覚めし者の前では全ての攻撃が無効化していく。
多すぎる。今までで一番僕は最高に不幸だ。
回れ陸道。すげえ。余裕ぶってんじゃねえ。潰せねえなら
まり、今が思春期真っ盛りです。
おお、あぶねえ。当たれ回れ陸道天道如意輪観音。超接近戦、釈迦とゼロックが真正面から削り合う。互角よっ、釈迦がヴィラン人によりわずかに上回った。卑怯者が釈迦の逆毛先に一戦。何なんだよ本当、何なんだよお前は。面白すぎんだろお前の思春期。人間道腹腔検索観音。出てくるぞ。みんな僕を見てくれないんだよ。ゼロ福ちゃん、自分を愛すんだよ。結構好きだよ。この僕がそうか、そうだったのか。やろうか。
たかが人間のくせに、ずっと誰よりも僕を一番分かってくれてたんだ。ああ、ダメだダメだダメだ。僕は今最高に幸せだ。
この時初めてゼロ服は救われたのだ。
ゼロ服を完全に。
この姿です。僕、もう一度信じてみるよ。僕がやりたかったことを。
ゼロ服ちゃん、
やだ、僕は。
ゼロ服ちゃん、
こうして第六天魔王覇主、不慣れなものでな。一瞬で終わらせてしまうやもしれぬ。
説得力ないね。
見えています。 一筋の光なき破純の魂を見ることはできぬ。未来史は使えないってことっすか？
ゼロック改め破純の凄まじいラッシュラッシュラッシュバケモンが天柱赤い天章哀れ陸道
盾が間に合ったっす！
おやおやおやおやおやおやおや残念釈迦の左目をえぐっただが天柱天柱凄まじい打ち合い互角いいな天てめえは俺が陸道本は釈迦の感情により変化する。陸道本五の道ガキ道千手観音それによって陸道本は釈迦さえ見知らぬ形状へと変化した。サラーカーヤス行け呪いな天柱もういっちゃ高熱輪廻クロン何か言い残すことはあるか？邪魔する神は俺がやる。腹を貫かれてなお鎌を振る我が貴様ごときに恐怖などするわけが。やっぱお前弱いな。我が弱い？ああ せてみよ。来いよ。犬。
Cyber Week is here at Dick's. Score up to 25% off hoodies from Nike, Carhartt, and more, and up to $40 off shoes. Plus, up to 50% off NCAA clothing and up to 25% off Stanley. Download the Dick's app and get ready for deal days starting Sunday. Don't miss Cyber Week deals at Dick's.
I wanted to give something to the fans that they didn't expect. We're going to do everything in our power to blow your mind. There's magic in the eras.
All aboard!
This is the biggest challenge we've ever done. Tonight, we complete that challenge. For one last time.
Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. This is one of the most iconic phrases in the entirety of Jujutsu Kaisen, and it is spoken by its most recognizable and popular character, Satoru Gojo. It precedes an amazing moment of hype when Gojo decides to turn Toji Fushiguro into the letter C by teaching him about colors. On the surface, this line is a moment of raw ego and emphasizes that Gojo has truly become untouchable. However, on a deeper level, the words that Gojo says here may actually give us a clue as to the story that Gege Akutami is trying to tell us with the entirety of Jujutsu Kaisen. What if I told you that Gojo's Honored One moment has ties to the lore of Buddhism and that almost all of JJK is a modern-day Buddhist allegory? When I first looked into the Buddhist references in JJK, I was expecting there to be just a few references, such as Gojo's line about being the Honored One or Geto's clothing when he turned evil. But the more I dug into it, the more I realized that the entire story is packed to the brim with Buddhist symbolism. Researching Buddhism really gave me a new perspective and appreciation for the story of JJK as a whole. To be honest, I felt like the ending of the manga felt very rushed, unsatisfying, and overall very frustrating to read. However, as I continued my research for this video, I came to appreciate all of the effort and little details that this manga took when implementing Buddhist symbolism and allegories into its story. Gege Akutami may have his flaws in terms of character development and pacing, but you can't deny that the author had a vision. I feel like to truly understand what Gege was trying to do with Jujutsu Kaisen, you first have to understand Buddhism. As with any religion, Buddhism has many different variations and interpretations. So, for simplicity's sake, I'll be using the most simplified and widely accepted Buddhist interpretations and pulling from specific Buddhist lore that I believe that Gege used for inspiration in writing JJK. I will also be mostly using the Japanese names for Buddhist figures and deities since we are talking about a story written by a Japanese author. So, to start off, what exactly is Buddhism? Buddhism is the fourth largest religion in the world and dates back to over 2,000 years ago. It originated in what is now India and spread by a figure known as Siddhartha Gautama, but most of you know him by another name, the Buddha. His title directly translates to the Awakened One, and it's fitting considering the teachings of this religion, which focuses on the elimination of suffering through a path of meditation and self-actualization. Siddhartha Gautama reached a level of inner peace that allowed him to truly understand the meaning of life and free himself from mortal suffering, achieving a state known as enlightenment or nirvana. Basically, he vibed so hard that he transcended human boundaries. Enlightenment is the end goal of Buddhism, and those who achieve this state are known as Buddhas or Bodhisattvas.
Bodhisattva. I like that name. I like that in the word. Bodhisattva.
Sounds real Samoan.
It's Indian. Very Indian.
It sounds Samoan.
It's to reach enlightenment. As a Buddha. To be a Buddha.
Lay down. Sounds Samoan. I feel like Bodhi sounds really right there.
Bodhisattva. Bodhi lock.
Huh?
Bodhi lock. But according to what I do, the word zero doesn't appear until like they use zero, but they don't call it zero. It's only until the Arabs grabbed the concept of zero from India.
Lay down.
When you really read the meaning of zero, it doesn't really, I think we just necessitate to say this is nothing, but it really says, it's really, when you read the meaning, the real definition, it says, like for word, it says quantity that cannot be verified.
So it's really infinity?
Yeah. So you could never really, it could just mean that it's here on this plane of existence. So you see it as a zero. But the Arabic word, the first Arabic word for zero is which is to mean in code. Yeah, the first word
Go away.
Lay down.
Cipher means secret disguised way of writing code. A thing written in a cipher, a key to a cipher, dated a zero, a figure, a person. That's why I'm like, they changed it to later to mean a person of no importance or things of no importance, things that don't have value. Person that does other people's bidding with no will of their own. But a cipher?
Buddha or Bodhi?
Like Bodhi.
That sounds confusing.
Yeah, Buddha cipher.
The main difference between a Buddha and a Bodhisattva is that Buddhas fully transcend the mortal realm, and Bodhisattvas choose to remain here to help us normies reach enlightenment as well. In order to reach this transcendent state, one must truly understand a few key concepts of Buddhism, starting with the Four Noble Truths. These are often the first teachings of Buddhism. The Four Noble Truths refer to four crucial facts about life that Buddhists believe. The first of the Noble Truths, dukkha meaning suffering, states that suffering is an inherent and continuous part of everyday life. The second Noble Truth, samudaya meaning origin or cause, states that suffering is the result of our humanly desires, clingings, and attachments. The third Noble Truth, nirodha meaning ending or confinement, states that suffering will end once you completely let go of your attachments and desires. The fourth and final Noble Truth, marga meaning road or path, states that you can achieve enlightenment and free yourself from suffering by following the Noble Eightfold Path. And just what is the Noble Eightfold Path, you ask? Well, it's essentially a summary of Buddhist practices to follow in order to reach the end goal of enlightenment. These 8 practices essentially boil down to being a chill, good person.
The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Man! Another commercial break!
Todd, chill, man. A 5-year price guarantee?
That's a great deal.
Yeah, wonder what The guidelines include what most people would consider tenets for being a good person, such as avoiding lying, not having harmful thoughts, and treating others with kindness and respect. And also like a lot of meditation. Like a lot. Once you follow the Eightfold Path to a T, bada bing bada boom, you're enlightened and you're ready to call yourself a Buddha and get a one-way trip to Nirvana, right? Well, if only it were that easy. You see, completely ridding yourself of your worldly desires and being completely 100% free from attachments is nearly impossible. Otherwise, there would be a lot more Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. So, unfortunately, most of the world is stuck in an endless loop of living a life full of suffering over and over again. Buddhists believe in the idea of reincarnation or being born again after the end of your life, and if you haven't attained enlightenment as a Buddha, you're stuck in this endless cycle of reincarnation into a world of suffering. This endless cycle of suffering and reincarnation is known as samsara. And this is where Jujutsu Kaisen comes in. I don't know about you, but a repeating cycle into a world of suffering sounds pretty on brand for Jujutsu Kaisen. The power system of JJK is known as cursed energy, and it is stated that every human on the planet has cursed energy to some extent, and those who are capable of controlling theirs become Jujutsu sorcerers. On the flip side, if enough cursed energy leaks out of humanity and takes a form, it becomes a cursed spirit, which is how we get Jogo, Mahito, Hanami, and this adorable little guy. Oh daggone, they could never make me hate you. Cursed energy is the core basis of Jujutsu Kaisen and reflects the first of the four noble truths of Buddhism, dukkha or suffering. Everyone in JJK has cursed energy stemming from the inherent suffering they experience in their lives, which drives the entirety of the plot. Cursed energy and the suffering that it brings binds people to an inherently miserable existence where they are vulnerable to attacks by cursed spirits. The Jujutsu sorcerers themselves don't fare any better since they don't exactly have the highest life expectancy without plot armor. And thus, the crux of JJK's plot is figuring out how to manage living in a world of continuous suffering, which aligns with the Buddhist goal of eliminating suffering through striving for enlightenment. So, what is the solution for this endless battle between sorcerers and curses, this eternal sorcery fight, this Jujutsu Kaisen? Enter Suguru Geto. Geto is a prime example of the Buddhist concept of dukkha since he describes his life as an endless cycle of exercising and consuming cursed spirits. He describes this process as being like eating a rag covered in Peter Griffin's regurgitated clam chowder. After a while of suffering, Geto comes to the realization that the best way to deal with cursed energy is to go full Eren Yeager. The way that he sees it, if it's only non-sorcerers that produce curses, then why not eliminate the problem at its source? Geto's turn to the dark side makes him into a perversion of Buddhist principles and teachings. He attains a twisted form of Buddhist enlightenment while his best friend obtains a more pure form of enlightenment. More on him later. Geto even wears the clothing of a Buddhist monk from the Heian era to further continue this illusion that he is a savior rather than a false prophet that he truly is. He grows so hateful and resentful that he even develops his own patented hater terminology, calling all non-curse users monkeys after hearing Toji refer to himself as a monkey. Even this little terminology ties back to Buddhism since Toji the monkey met his end at the hands of Gojo, JJK's allegory for the Buddha. This is meant to symbolize the legendary story Journey to the West in which the Monkey King Sun Wukong was defeated by the Buddha. Geto takes to calling every non-sorcerer a monkey to hammer home the fact that he wants to become a Buddha-like figure, but instead of enlightenment, he leads his followers towards ruin and destruction. Gege Akutami perfectly sums up Geto's character through Buddhist iconography using a single page. The cover page for chapter 70 is one of my favorite pages that Gege has ever drawn. Not only does it look really cool, but it is so rich with detail and Buddhist symbolism. Here, Geto is positioned as the Buddha or a Bodhisattva. This indicates how Geto develops a god complex after losing the star plasma vessel, losing to Toji, losing his faith in humanity, and starting his own cult. Here, he is being prayed to by a congregation of cursed spirits. This has multiple meanings. Geto's power is to consume and manipulate curses to do his bidding, hence why the curses are worshipping him as a god. Another way that you can interpret this is that he is not on the side of humanity, but exclusively is on the side of curses and cursed energy users. The most interesting detail you have to pay attention to in this image are the positions of his hands. Geto's hand gestures are meant to mimic the hand poses that Buddhas and Bodhisattvas make, known as a mudra. Depictions of the Buddha would often show his right hand raised upward and his left hand lowered to symbolize protection, peace, and the dispelling of fear. You can clearly see on the chapter cover that Suguru Geto has his left hand upward and right hand downward. The inverse in hand gestures clues us in on the fact that Geto's teachings and actions only offer more fear and harm to the world. Again, it's incredible how much detail can be packed into a single image, and I'm sure there's so much more that can be said about this that I haven't already covered or found. And while we're on the subject of hand gestures, let's talk about arguably the sickest part of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Critics and audiences have fallen in love with the record-breaking global phenomenon, and it's the #1 movie in the world.
Hops and Wild?
Wild and Hops.
Domain expansions. To understand these epic finishing moves and their Buddhist origins, we first have to understand something known as a mandala. Mandalas are meditation tools consisting of geometric diagrams that are usually drawn on paper, tablets, colored sands, and scrolls, and they are used to represent, essentially, the universe. These patterns serve as a sacred space that you can completely concentrate in. It can be described as a representation of an imaginary palace that you can enter during periods of intense meditation where you can visualize every single minute detail of the space. In other words, a mandala symbolizes a pocket universe that you can create and attain in your own mind through great effort and concentration. If you haven't guessed already, this is exactly how a domain expansion works. Every single domain is achieved by sorcerers with an immense concentration and understanding of themselves and their cursed energy. It gets even deeper since the hand gestures which Jujutsu sorcerers use to trigger their domains can also be traced back to Buddhist lore. As mentioned before, mudras are a sign that Buddhas and Bodhisattvas can make to symbolize certain concepts. Every single domain expansion in JJK is activated using a Buddhist mudra that perfectly represents the character as a whole. For example, Yuji Itadori's domain expansion hand sign is based off of the mudra of Jiso Bosatsu, a bodhisattva whose goal is to save the sentient beings of Earth and guide others towards enlightenment, specifically those who were condemned to hell. Chapter 265 even features prominent flowers in Buddhism. Yuji sees the flowers as morning glories, which in Buddhism are symbolic of enlightenment and wisdom, while Sukuna sees the same flowers as hydrangeas, which are used by Buddhists for cleansing rituals. This Buddhist symbolism in the flowers show us in one sentence that Yuji has become more knowledgeable about life and that Sukuna would soon be cleansed. Moving on to another domain expansion, Megumi Fushiguro's domain hand sign is based off of the mudra of Yakushi Nyorai, commonly known as the Medicine Buddha. This Buddhist figure has a specific vested interest in helping the sick and helping women, which ties to Megumi's main goal of helping his sick sister. What's most interesting about Yakushi Nyorai is that this deity has 12 monsters who protect him, known as the 12 Divine Generals. You can kind of see where I'm going here, since one of those generals is named Mahala, also known as Makora, or as he is most commonly referred to in JJK, the 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Maharaga. Fun fact, his name is supposed to be Makora, but a lot of English speakers call him Maharaga due to the Viz translations, and the name kinda gets stuck, so people in the West have just been calling him the wrong name for years. And while we're on the subject of Mahoraga, let's talk about the spinning wheel on his back. This is known as the Dharma Chakra, or the Wheel of Dharma, and it has been the key symbol of Buddhism, similar to the cross or the Star of David for Christianity or Judaism respectively. This wheel itself represents the cycle of samsara, which again is the cycle of life, suffering, and reincarnation in Buddhism. When this wheel gets turned, it signifies a great change and revolution in the world. This all explains why the Divine General is seemingly immortal and continues to adapt to any damage eternally. Bodhisattvas and Buddhas aren't the only ones with mudras, since Sukana's hand signs for his domain comes from the mudra of Yama, the king of hell in Buddhism, which is an incredibly fitting piece of symbolism for the king of curses. Alright, I have spent way too much time talking about domain expansions, so I'm going to do a speed run of the remaining domains to keep this video from being an hour long. But let me know in the comments below if you want me to make a dedicated video on just domain expansions and their respective Buddhist symbolisms. Okay, speed run, go. Hakari's domain expansion is based on Benzaiten, a goddess of wealth and fortune, which again very fitting for his personality. Mahito's domain expansion combines two different deities. The first hand sign invokes the original Buddha Gautama himself, and the second invokes a female deity known as Kojaku Myu. This represents his androgynous form and how he was the only one of the cursed spirits to truly understand his own soul and achieve a form of enlightenment. Yuta's domain expansion invokes Dakini, which is a female goddess that consumed humans, which ties to how Rika eats cursed energy users to gain their techniques and give to Yuta. Kenjaku's domain trigger is a simple Buddhist meditation hand sign that doesn't represent a specific deity because he's not like other sorcerers, he's different like that. Again, there are so many different domains in JJK with so many specific meanings, so let me know if you want me to make a dedicated video on just domains. And before you type in the comments, I know, I left out a very specific, very iconic, and very powerful domain belonging to a very specific, very iconic, and very powerful sorcerer in JJK. This is because I was saving him for last. For you see, this character is the final piece of the Buddhist puzzle of JJK. This is the character who ties everything together. The character whose story you'll see in a different lens once you analyze it from a Buddhist perspective. And this character, of course, is...
I have prepared Thomas's breakfast for you to savor together.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, are English muffins from England?
Heavens no, they're from the pantry.
Are you from England?
Nay, I am also from the pantry. Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
This is LinkedIn Recruiter, a hiring tool that helps you hire smarter and faster with over 1 billion global professionals.
These profiles are verified so we know who exactly we are hiring.
Hire smarter and faster with LinkedIn Recruiter today.
Panda. Just kidding, everyone knows that Panda is boundless and transcends even the enlightenment of the Buddha. Instead, we will have to talk about the second most important character in JJK, Satoru Gojo. It is very easy to label Satoru Gojo as JJK's version of the Buddha and just call it a day. Gojo is a walking, talking Buddhist reference. He is quite literally untouchable and stands at the top of the Jujutsu world as its most powerful and most enlightened being. His transcendence during the Hidden Inventory arc highlights him reaching enlightenment and attaining the status of a Buddha. He even says the same line that the original Buddha said upon his birth, "I alone am the honored one." Even his ability, the 6 eyes, are a reference to the 6 realms of some.
That's crazy.
What?
There's a 16-year-old in Detroit that said, "Oh, we found a baby on our porch on Thanksgiving." She had a cryptic pregnancy. Supposedly.
Cryptic?
Cryptic. Like, you did not know that you were pregnant. You didn't have no symptoms, you didn't have no signs, and you did not show. And then she said she went into labor on Thanksgiving. And 3 pushes, the baby was out, and she looked up on TikTok how to cut the umbilical cord and just told her mom that she found the baby on the porch. But it was really hers. And apparently
As Lamu, El-Kantare's light guided people when he taught them spiritual progress. Later, it flourished in India and became the source of Eastern civilization.
El-Kantare's light of prosperity manifested through Thoth in Atlantis, and then through Ophalis and Hermes, and this laid the foundation for the Western civilization.
These two currents will join in the land of the East.
Do you mean on Judgment Day?
No, El-Kantare does not judge, nor punish.
He is the god of love. He creates and nurtures. The descent of his core soul onto the earth will be a glorious story, and it will forever have a place in the histories of the universe.
However, the future of the planet Earth has still yet to be determined. Whether great joy or sorrow awaits the universe depends completely on the people living on the planet.
Or betrayal.
what betrayal?
Betrayal.
Exactly. I said betrayal.
We are coming.
Betrayal. Two different things. Just because you say it and it sounds like something else, don't mean that it's something else.
I'm just my brain.
Pashisha, I could be doing that with your name all day. Felicia. Conquista.
The way that you said it, and that's how my brain.
Moesha. Moesha.
What's it say?
Papaya.
This RPG game is crazy. In this game, you'll never know what's ahead of you.
You've been told the Bible is all about one God. Well, that's wrong, because what if I told you hidden inside this very book is a God higher than Yahweh, a God he answers to? And that's just the warm-up, because what if I also told you the Bible admits there are many other gods, that God had a rival, that God had a wife, that other gods demand child sacrifices, and worse, Yahweh accepted one too. I went digging so you don't have to, and what I found is absolutely insane. We're talking about divine councils, jealous deities, warring gods, and a cosmic power struggle hidden right in front of you, right there in the book that they told you was about one almighty, all-loving, all-alone God. Nope. Because we're about to blow this thing wide open, and we're gonna kick things off with a God that even Yahweh had to answer to. So let me read you a little something from Psalm 82. It straight up says, God stands in the assembly of El. He judges among the gods. I'm sorry, among the gods? What was this, a divine Zoom meeting? And who the hell is El? Well, we're about to find out. My name is Morg. I'm an ex-Christian revealing hidden information to wake the world the hell up and make enlightenment go viral. And today we're exposing the many gods hidden in the Bible. So let's get into it. First, let's talk about El, or El Elyon. Ever heard of him? Of course you haven't, because you've been sold the Instagram filtered version of the Bible. El Elyon means the Most High God, and he was the top god in the Canaanite pantheon, and the one who may have originally outranked Yahweh. He was the father of the gods and was surrounded by his divine council. Now here's the mind melter. El is actually in your Bible. Let's go straight to the verse that should be headline news. When the Most High, Elyon, gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. But Yahweh's portion is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance. So did you catch that? Elyon is basically handing out nations like monopoly properties to his kids. The text says that Elyon, Most High, gave all the nations their own gods. And Yahweh? Well, he gets Israel. One nation, that's his turf. So this verse looks an awful lot like Yahweh isn't the Most High. He's a divine heir, a member of the council, a son, not the source. You think I'm exaggerating? Well, here's what the Old Testament scholar Mark S. Smith had to say about that passage. The original God of Israel was El. This passage presents an order in which each deity received its own nation. Israel was the nation that Yahweh received. It also suggests that Yahweh, originally a warrior god, was known separately from El at an early point in early Israel. Okay, now that's not some edgy Reddit post. That's an Old Testament expert basically saying that Yahweh was originally not at the top. But wait, because it gets even messier. Because most modern Bibles, they quietly changed sons of God to sons of Israel. Why? Because sons of God sounds like there are multiple gods, and that makes things kind of awkward. You're not supposed to know that Yahweh had siblings, or that your Bible seems like it admits it.
Okay, sons of God sounds too polytheistic, and let's just change that to sons of Israel. Yeah. Nobody'll notice.
I remember the first time I found out that verses had been changed, and not by accident, and I was stunned. I literally sat there thinking, well, hold on, isn't this supposed to be the perfect word of God, and people just edited it? And if you want even more proof, go to Genesis 14:19, where a priest named Melchizedek blesses Abram, aka Abraham, in the name of El Elyon. Bless Abram by El Elyon, creator of heaven and earth. There he is again, El Elyon, the creator, the Most High God. And you want to tell me this is monotheism? Please. So who was Yahweh then? Well, let's see what the Bible says. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Yahweh is a storm and blood god, a warrior god who slaughters enemies and rides clouds into battle. Growing up, I was terrified of God. I mean, that fire and brimstone version who's just waiting to smite you if you screw up. I used to lie awake at night as a kid thinking, am I gonna go to hell? Like, if I didn't confess every thought, was I done for? But now I see that that fear was never divine. It was all about control, and I'm not afraid anymore, and I want that for you too. And doesn't it make way more sense when you realize that Yahweh was originally a war god? You start to see the pieces line up. Yahweh in the earliest stories is a member of the divine family. As a war god, not a boss yet. He rises to dominance over time because basically eventually his PR team rewrites history and makes him the only one who ever was.
Tired of being a tribal war god? Rebrand today. With monotheism, you can be the one and only.
Frank! Frankie! Coming out escape right now! Oh! I'm on a new level.
I have a purpose.
I won't stop now!
Finish that sentence.
Leveling up to the top now! Marty Miser! Bing! Oh! Come on, he's right here! Teach Marty Baller how to be a boss.
Boy! Come on, keep going. The man said, you're like a stick of dynamite. This drama is very important to me. I can't undercut the drama.
But if you read closely the early texts, remember the old days when El Elyon ruled the heavens and Yahweh ruled the Israelites. That's the part they don't want you to know.
Oh God, please stop this terrible typhoon. Typhoon. Is that the one that goes whooshy whooshy or spinny spinny?
All right, and if you think that was wild, you think Yahweh having a boss was the peak? Well, sit down because we're not done, because Yahweh wasn't the only member of El Elyon's divine family. There was another one, and he effectively becomes Yahweh's arch nemesis. And no, it's not the devil. No, this is God versus God. Now, I'm talking about Baal. You might know him from Diablo 2, but he's right there in your Bible. The name Baal means Lord, and he's the Lord of storms, fertility, thunder, and apparently Yahweh's biggest headache. You know how every other page in the Old Testament is Yahweh throwing an angry fit about idols? Yeah, he's usually talking about this guy, but Baal wasn't some cardboard cutout pagan statue. According to Ugaritic texts, he was one of El Elion's top sons. You know, the same divine family that Yahweh came from? So let's get this straight. Baal and Yahweh are straight from the same divine family, and now they're in a full-on holy war for who gets to be Israel's favorite. And Baal, he was popular, like Taylor Swift at the temple popular. He's associated with bulls, lightning, rain, and power. So when the Israelites made that golden calf in Exodus, guess who that was probably a nod to? So Yahweh sees the cow statue and flips his divine lid like, are you kidding me? I literally just brought you out of Egypt. Stop with the cow statues. Pretty awkward, but Baal doesn't just have one cameo. He's everywhere in the Bible as a real threat. Yahweh is jealous, angry, and totally obsessed with this guy because people keep burning incense to Baal, praying to Baal, worshiping Baal. The Bible talks about those who burned incense to Baal, to the sun and moon, the constellations, and to all the starry hosts. So one of the most dramatic stories in scripture is basically a magical duel, like some kind of episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Bible edition. It's Elijah, the prophet of Yahweh, versus 450 prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel. And it went like this. Each side gets a bull, prepares a sacrifice, and whichever God answers with fire from the sky is the true God. 1 Kings 18:21 says, prophets of Baal, pray to your God, and I will pray to the Lord. Whichever God answers the prayer and starts the fire is the true God. That's Elijah laying down the challenge. He says, pick a side, like a cosmic showdown, Yahweh versus Baal, and then let's see who shows up.
You have selected Baal, storm god Vern, with bonus rain and bull strength.
And while Baal's prophets are screaming, dancing, and slicing themselves open, literally Elijah starts trolling them like a savage. Perhaps he has too much to think about. Or maybe he has gone to the toilet. Or perhaps he's away on a trip. Maybe he's sleeping. You might have to wake him up. Yeah, that's really in the Bible. Elijah's basically saying that Baal's too busy taking a shit to do anything. So what happens? Baal stays silent. No answer, just disappointment. Then Elijah stands up, douses his altar in water just to flex, and then prays once and boom, fire rays down from heaven, consuming everything. In other words, Yahweh kicks his ass. Okay, so now we've seen Yahweh, Baal, El Elyon, which raises one hell of a question in this divine family drama. Where's the mother? All right, well, you thought it couldn't get wilder? Wrong, because let's talk about Asherah, the literal wife of God. Yeah, you heard me, not metaphor, not symbol, wife of God, the queen of heaven, the divine feminine.
You're saying God's a woman? Was there ever a doubt in your mind?
Originally, she was the wife of El Elyon, and she was actively worshipped alongside Baal and Yahweh. In fact, many Israelites worshipped Asherah right alongside Yahweh for centuries. There were even cult objects called Asherah poles, or sacred trees, set up on hilltops and in temples. Mark S. Smith writes, during the Judges period, the major deities in the territory of Israel included Yahweh, El, Baal, and perhaps Asherah. El, Baal, and Asherah were integrally related to Yahweh and the cult of this deity during the period of the Judges. All right, the fact is that the name Asherah appears 40 times in the Hebrew Bible. So if she's such a big deal, how come you haven't heard of her? Because she's been scrubbed from your Bible like a bad Yelp review. See, for over 400 years, if you were reading a Bible in English, like your grandma's King James, you would have never seen her name. Why? Because they literally replaced Asherah with the word groves, as in trees, shrubbery. So while the Bible's talking about a goddess, you'd think you're reading about landscaping. I mean, what the hell? Asherah was worshipped right alongside Yahweh for centuries, like it was normal. King Manasseh of Judah even put a carved idol of Asherah inside Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. He put the image of the Asherah that he had made in the temple which Yahweh had said, "In this temple I will put my name forever." Yeah, in the temple. The literal temple of Yahweh had Asherah's idol inside it. Manasseh basically turned the temple into a polytheistic shrine. Later, King Josiah comes along and launches a purge. He took the Asherah pole from the temple of the Lord to the Kidron Valley outside Jerusalem and burned it there. He ground it to powder and scattered the dust over the graves of the common people. God damn, Josiah, tell us how you really feel. But it wasn't just Asherah. There were Baal temples in the temple too. The king ordered Hilkiah, the the high priest to remove from the temple of the Lord all the articles made for Baal and Asherah and all the starry hosts. He burned them outside Jerusalem. And get this, the Bible says that there were even male cult prostitutes in there, as well as women weaving ritual hangings for Asherah. So let that sink in. Yahweh's temple was, at times, shared with Asherah and Baal, complete with ritual sex and weaving offerings for the goddess. This isn't Game of Thrones, it's right there in the Bible. And why was Josiah so aggressive about all this? Because before his time, worshiping Yahweh and Asherah together was apparently common practice. Why? Well, that's simple, because the ancient Israelites weren't originally polytheistic. They believed in multiple gods, not just tolerated, but actively worshipped. During Israel's early history, you had your rain god, your war god, your sex goddess, your cosmic sky daddy, and yeah, you could mix and match depending on your vibe. And here's where it gets embarrassing, because the very word for God in Hebrew, Elohim, is plural. That's right. So the book, the Bible, opens with, "In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth." Elohim, a grammatically plural noun. Now sure, some say that it can be interpreted as singular depending on the context, which is true. But then, why does God start talking like he's in a freaking group chat? Let us make man in our image. Man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. Come, let us go down and confuse their language. Us are we? Who's he talking to? This is divine council language. Remember Psalm 82? God stands in the assembly of El. He judges among the gods. Among the gods. You can't get clearer than that. So here's what's really going on. The Bible records a time when Yahweh was not the only God. He was one of many, specifically a war god that was associated with storms. But as time went by, he gradually rose to the top in the Israelite religion. And as Yahweh rose to the ranks, he didn't just replace the old gods, he absorbed them. Let me explain. The Yahweh you get in early texts is nothing like the Yahweh you get by the time of Isaiah. Early Yahweh is like, hey, I'm your tribal warlord god, sacrifice the goat and let's go kill your neighbors.
The reviews are awful. What do you mean, too much smiting? That's literally my brand.
But later Yahweh is like, hello, I am the creator of heaven and the earth, the most high one, the one and only. So how did this shift happen? Well, over time, Yahweh merged with El Elyon, the most high of the Canaanite pantheon. In other words, Yahweh takes El's place, absorbing El's titles of creator of heaven and earth, and even adopting the very name El in compounds like El Shaddai. It's like Yahweh started a fake Instagram account and started posting like he's El. And you thought that was it? No, because he didn't just steal El's job, he also absorbed aspects of Baal, his old rival. In Ugaritic texts, Baal is called rider on the clouds. But guess what? That's the exact same phrase later applied to Yahweh. Behold, the Lord is riding on a swift cloud. Sing to God, extol him who rides on the clouds. Basically, Yahweh starts cosplaying as Baal. Storms, lightning, cloud riding. He's basically like, yeah, Baal was cool, but I can do it better, and also don't worship him or I'll kill you. Baal was too popular to kill off. So instead, Yahweh absorbed the titles. He took Baal's thunder, took El's titles, and then there's Asherah, the divine feminine, mother goddess, and the original consort of El. Guess what? As Yahweh replaced El, well, now she's Yahweh's wife. And no, I'm not kidding. We have receipts. We've literally found inscriptions, actual ancient artifacts that say, blessed be Yahweh of Samaria and his Asherah. That's a literal reference to Yahweh having a divine partner, just like El. So yeah, that means God had a wife. The worship of Asherah wasn't originally a fringe heresy. That's why she had a pole inside the freaking temple of Yahweh for decades. And the prophets had to rage against her constantly because people just kept bringing her back. But guess what? There are a lot of other gods in the Bible besides El, Baal, Asherah, and Yahweh. So basically, here's what went down. The Israelites were not monotheists yet. There were still other gods. But as Yahweh was in the process of absorbing the roster, they went from polytheism to henotheism. I'm sorry, what? Henotheism is the belief that many gods exist, but one is above the rest, and that god is typically worshipped exclusively. And that evolution is visible right in the text, in the Bible. That's why the first commandment is, I am the Lord your God, you shall have no other gods before me.
Wait, don't worship other gods? There are other gods?
In early scripture, Yahweh doesn't say there are no other gods. He says, I'm the best God. It's like being in a toxic relationship with a storm god who checks your DMs. At this point, Yahweh's on a full-blown power trip. He's one god among many and fighting for dominance over a spiritually polygamous population. And as Yahweh gained power, military, political, theological, he starts to call the shots. The old gods demoted, their altars smashed, their worshippers exiled, executed, or re-educated. And we've been taught this was monotheism from the beginning? No! The Bible is not the story of one God who was always supreme. It's the story of one God who clawed his way to the top, absorbed the competition, while his followers rewrote the origin story.
As a new mom of 2, I'm so glad that I found the world's first 3-in-1 child shield by Energizer. It's the only coin lithium battery with 3 safety features designed to keep our kids safe.
Together.
My partner and I had challenges starting a family before we came to Kaiser Permanente, but now we have a beautiful son. It was a complex pregnancy, but our care team was with us every step of the way. I love Kaiser Permanente.
Kaiser Permanente.
So now that Yahweh's wearing Baal's thunderbolt, El's crown, and Asherah's wedding ring, let's take a look at all the gods he had to beat to get there. But first, I want you to stop and really think about what we're doing here, because this is not just a YouTube channel, this is a revolution of consciousness. We're making the truth go viral, ripping off the veil, exposing the lies, and waking the world the hell up. So if you're ready to be a part of that, then like this video, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs to wake up. Let's tear down the illusion and make enlightenment go viral. If you want to help out even more, become a member for exclusive videos, free downloads on inner transformation, and check out my books. Links are in the description of this video. Okay, so let's rewind to Yahweh's first major showdown, the Egyptian pantheon. We're talking about Ra, Osiris, Isis, Horus, Anubis, Thoth, the whole squad.
Nachmet, Sobek, Sekhmet, Sokar,
Salkat, Reshpu. Now you probably remember the story of Exodus. It's Moses versus Pharaoh, 10 plagues, yada yada. But guess what the Bible actually says? God himself declares, on all the gods of Egypt I will execute judgments. I am the Lord. All the gods of Egypt. He doesn't say those aren't real. He boasts that he's gonna punish them. If those gods are just lifeless idols, why bother executing judgment on them? Are we supposed to really believe that he's executing judgment on cardboard cutouts? You don't execute judgment on a rock. This is God declaring war on a rival pantheon. In fact, after the Israelites escape, Moses sings, "Who is like you, O Lord, among the gods?" Among the gods. The Bible straight up admits here that there are other gods. This is not me talking, this is in black and white, but it gets crazier, because let's talk about Pharaoh's magicians. Moses throws down his staff and boom, it becomes a snake. Cool, right? But guess what? The Pharaoh's sorcerers did the same thing with their magic. The Bible says Pharaoh then summoned wise men and sorcerers, and the Egyptian magicians also did the same things by their secret arts. Each one threw down his staff and it became a snake. Okay, now to be fair, Moses' snake ate the other ones, but do you see how this is showing the superiority of Yahweh? Not that he's the only God. And guess what? Pharaoh's magicians, they turned water to blood too, and summoned frogs as well. But think about it, the Bible doesn't say it was some kind of trick or illusion. If Egypt's gods and magic was supposed to be total bunk, how are these priests pulling off real paranormal stunts? The Bible is telling us Egyptian deities had some power, but not as much as Yahweh. Mainstream scholars confirm that early Israel was not strictly monotheistic, they just monopolized Yahweh. The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy says, while the existence of other gods was not denied, Israel was to worship no god but Yahweh. The early Israelites didn't deny the gods existed, they just picked a side. Yahweh was the God of Israel. Other nations had their own gods. It was like ancient divine Pokemon. Gotta choose your god and battle the rest. But don't get too comfortable here, because the next god on Yahweh's hit list is Moloch. And this one eats children. And what Yahweh does next might make you question everything. Okay, Moloch is arguably the most demonized deity in the Bible. Moloch is associated with the Ammonites and is infamous as the god who supposedly demanded child sacrifices. The Bible repeatedly thunders against Molech. Do not give any of your children to be sacrificed to Molech. Whoever gives any of his offspring to Moloch shall be put to death. Okay, now some scholars have raised the question, did this really happen or was it propaganda. Think of the satanic panic when the church said your kids are going to start worshiping Satan if they play Dungeons and Dragons. See, accusing your enemies of baby killing is a time-honored propaganda move. Even today, conspiracy theorists accuse opponents of sacrificing children to Moloch. But did that actually happen? Some researchers in the last decades argued that biblical writers exaggerated or fabricated the sacrifice claims to make the Ammonites look extra evil, thereby justifying Israel wiping them out. But the truth is, we don't really know. But whether it's propaganda or not, Moloch was acknowledged as a real deity of the Ammonites. King Solomon, Mr. Wisdom himself, went off the rails in his later years and actually worshipped Moloch. 1 Kings 11:7 says, Then Solomon built a high place for Chemosh, the god of Moab, and for Molech, the god of the Ammonites, on the mountain east of Jerusalem. So think about that. That's the king of Israel building a shrine to Moloch in the site of the temple. Talk about sacrilege. The text treats Moloch as a foreign god that seduced even Solomon, the king of Israel, Yahweh's golden boy. And the prophets, they lost it. Jeremiah, Zephaniah, the whole angry prophet crew is screaming about Moloch like it's the divine apocalypse. So Yahweh basically says, child sacrifice? Hell no, that's barbaric. That's how those other gods roll, not me. And that would be great if it were true. Because the irony here is that while Yahweh condemns Moloch for demanding child sacrifice, Yahweh does almost the exact same thing. Let's talk about Abraham. Yahweh literally tells Abraham to take his son and sacrifice him. Now, people point out that God stopped him at the last minute, as if that makes everything okay, which it absolutely does not. But he tested Abraham's loyalty with the same brutal logic. Prove your devotion, give me your child.
Brace yourself, lad. No, wait. Look, wait. Yes, Lord? It was a test.
But it gets way worse. Let me explain. The Bible describes how Jephthah, Israel's judge, Yahweh's champion, was fighting the Ammonites, the very people associated with Moloch, the child-eating god of fire. And Jephthah makes a deal with Yahweh in Judges 11. He says, if you give the Ammonites into my hands, whatever comes out of the door of my house to meet me when I return in triumph from the Ammonites will be the Lord's, and I will sacrifice it as a burnt offering. All right, well then who walks out? His daughter. And what does Yahweh do? Nothing. So Jephthah kills her. A literal burnt virgin sacrifice to Yahweh. How sick is that? When Moloch does it, it's evil. When Yahweh does it, it's a test of faith or some shit. Same fire, different branding. All right. Now, if you thought Moloch was bad, buckle up, because next on Yahweh's hit list is Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, and if you thought we were done with sacrifice, no, not even close. So Chemosh is the god of the Moabites. Remember I just mentioned Solomon building an altar? Well, he built one for Chemosh too, right alongside Molech's. The Bible calls Chemosh the abomination of Moab, and it only gets worse. Okay, let's talk about King Meshach of Moab. Israel is fighting him. It's not going well for Meshach. He's cornered and desperate, and he's losing, so what does he do? He climbs the city wall, grabs his firstborn son, the heir to the throne, and burns him alive as a sacrifice to Chemosh. Yeah, that happened. The Bible says this, then he took his eldest son, that should have reigned in his stead, and offered him for a burnt offering upon the wall. And there was great wrath against Israel, and they departed from him and returned to their own land. Okay, wait. Did you catch that? Whose wrath exactly? Many interpreters think it implies that Chemosh answered with wrath and Israel had to retreat. It doesn't explicitly say Chemosh's wrath, but something made Israel back off once that sacrifice happened. The Moabite king essentially performed a Molech-style offering to Chemosh, and the Bible implies that it worked in the sense that Moab avoided total defeat. If that's the case, well then holy shit, the Bible just may have quietly indicated a foreign god's power turned the tide of battle. Yeah, it's a bit ambiguous, but either way, it shows the Moabites truly believed in Chemosh's power, and the Israelites were spooked by it.
Okay, I want a good clean fight, guys. No punches below the belt, holding, or miracles.
Did you know Ashley is having a massive sale on mattresses right now? I stopped by the showroom and found this Align mattress by Ashley Sleep, and it came with a free adjustable base. You have to check out Ashley's Black Friday sale.
But hold on, because it gets even worse. Think about how similar this is to the story of Jephthah for a minute. You know, the guy who sacrificed his virgin daughter to Yahweh. Mesha sacrifices his firstborn son to Chemosh to turn the tide against Israel. And Jephthah sacrifices his only daughter to Yahweh, not before the battle, but after, as a thank you gift for victory. Now, to be clear, these are different battles, but the hypocrisy is unreal here. And here's the wildest part. Jephthah literally references Chemosh earlier in the same chapter. Will you not take what Chemosh your God gives you? So we will take what Yahweh our God has given us. So Jephthah's worldview is that gods are territorial. Chemosh has his people, Yahweh has his, and humans should respect that. Now, the irony is that the Ammonite king doesn't go for the deal, war breaks out, Jephthah wins and murders his daughter for Yahweh. So let's make this crystal clear. Jephthah condemns Chemosh's people, then does the exact same thing Chemosh and Molech are known for. I mean, what the fuck? Okay, all right, I think we need some comic relief here because that shit's crazy. It's time to talk about Dagon, and this one's honestly pretty hilarious. All right, so let's set the scene here. The Philistines are Israel's enemy. Remember Goliath? He rolls with the Philistines. Anyway, they finally land a win, and the Philistines capture the Ark of the Covenant in battle, which is a really big deal. They take this Ark because this is essentially a portable throne for Yahweh, a point of his presence on earth, and they place it in Dagon's temple as a trophy. Essentially, our god Dagon beat Yahweh. Here's Yahweh's box at Dagon's feet. Well, Yahweh wasn't having any of that. Next morning, the Philistines entered the temple, and Dagon's statue had fallen flat on its face like it's bowing to the ark. Huh, that's weird, they think, and so they prop Dagon back up. Next morning, boom, Dagon's statue falls again. This time, though, his head and hands are snapped off, leaving just the stump of his body. So the Philistines freak out. Then God afflicts the Philistines with tumors. So after some painful months, the Philistines basically go, yeah, can you guys come get your magic murder box back, please? We're good now, thanks. So the Philistines send the ark back to Israel with offerings. And what did they send it back with exactly? 5 golden tumors and 5 golden rats. I don't know. The Bible's weird, man. Okay, but we're not done, because next we're bringing in a divine goddess. And not just any goddess. I'm talking full-blown sex and war, kick your teeth in badass. You've probably heard of her, but I bet you didn't know she's in the Bible. We're talking about Ashtoreth, also known as Astarte, also known as Ishtar, a goddess of sex and war. And yeah, she's right there in the Bible. And the Bible hates her, which, to be fair, is a pretty good sign that she was powerful as hell. It says the Israelites served Baal and the Ashtaroth. That's right. They weren't just messing around with Baal, they were full-on worshiping a goddess, and they pluralized her as Ashtaroth because apparently there were so many idols, they had to pluralize her name. She was the goddess of the Sidonians. And do you remember King Solomon? Well, he went after her too. The Bible says he followed Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and Molech, the detestable god of the Ammonites.
I moved to high ground to eliminate the escorts.
It's not a phase, God. I love Ashtoreth.
So again, Solomon, Mr. Wisdom, not only built shrines for Chemosh and Molech, he personally participated in the worship of Ashtoreth, the sex war goddess. And many modern Bibles don't even try to sugarcoat it, they just straight up say Solomon worshipped Astarte, the goddess of the Sidonians. So yeah, Ashtoreth is Astarte, the same being as Ishtar, and Solomon built shrines to her until generations later King Josiah came around to burn them down. Remember him? He's the same guy who ground Asherah's pole to powder and nuked the temple of all divine rivals. Josiah desecrated the altars that King Solomon had built for the worship of disgusting idols. Astarte, the goddess of Sidon, Chemosh, the god of Moab, and Molech, the god of Ammon. All right, think about that. Those pagan altars stood for years until Josiah. That means generations of Israelites quietly revealed Astarte in the background. Okay, but here's the huge plot twist here, because not all divine goddesses in the Bible came with altars, poles, and sacred sex rituals. Some were hidden in plain sight.
I am no
Marketing managers, your design bottleneck just killed another campaign launch. I used to beg our design team for lead magnets, then wait weeks. Now, I just drop my content into Designer and get a conversion-ready ebook in minutes. Professional layouts, perfect branding, 0 design skills needed. Our email signups jumped 40% because our lead magnets finally look legit. Start your free trial today.
Welcome
What would you say to a double adventure? One that blends exploring strange lands with running your own business? In Moonlighter,
let me introduce you to Chokhmah, or, as the Gnostics would later call her, Sophia. Chokhmah is the Hebrew word for wisdom. Now, before you roll your eyes and say wisdom isn't a goddess, let me stop you right there, because in the book of Proverbs, Chokhmah, wisdom, is a being. And not just any being, a she, and she speaks. The Lord brought me forth as the first of his works. I was formed long ages ago. I was given birth before he made the world. I was beside him as a master craftsman. I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him always. Let that sink in. There was a feminine being who was with God at creation. It says she was beside him, co-creating with him. Some try to just play it off like, oh, well, that's just poetic language. Don't worry about it. But many early Christians would say otherwise. The Gnostic Christians called her Sophia, which is the Greek word for wisdom. And according to their secret text, Sophia was an emanation from the realm of light, a divine being who was ultimately responsible for the creation of the world. Okay, so let's tally this up here. We've got Asherah, literally the wife of God. We've got Astarte, worshipped for centuries. And now we've got Sophia co-creating reality like it's her day job. And yet we're still calling this book monotheistic? Really? Well, what else are they hiding? All right, now look, if we gave every god mentioned in the Bible their own segment, this video would be longer than the Lord of the Rings extended edition. So, let's go into a rapid fire round. Ready? We have Marduk, the chief god of Babylon. This was kind of like the Jeff Bezos of Mesopotamia. We had Nergal, god of the underworld, and plague, worshipped by the Babylonians again. Then there's Nisroch, and this one's wild. In 2 Kings, the Assyrian king goes to worship in Nisroch's temple. Yahweh's angel of death had just totally wrecked his army, so the king goes home to pray. And then when he does, his own sons assassinate him right there while he's praying. Then there's Tammuz, the fertility god of seasonal death and rebirth, Sakut and Kaiwan, and these are star gods, planetary deities. The book of Amos says, you carried Sakut, your king, and Kaiwan, your star god. Then there's Baal Tzevuv, the basically like spin-off villain version of Baal. Remember that Baal means Lord? Well, Tzevuv means flies, so the name Baal Tzevuv literally means Lord of Flies. In 2 Kings, King Ahaziah of Israel has an accident and he's injured. He wants to know if he's going to recover, so what does he do? He sends messengers to inquire of Baal Tzevuv, the god of Ekron, to see whether he'll get better. So, can you imagine that? This is the king of Israel. Instead of asking Yahweh's prophet, decides to ask Baal Tzevuv. This would be like the Pope secretly getting his horoscope. Anyway, Yahweh didn't like that, so he made sure the king died. Now, if his name sounds familiar, that's because most people today call him Beelzebub and associate him with the devil. But he was originally a god, a spin-off of Baal. Okay, so we have thoroughly established the Bible's world is crawling with gods. It's right there in the damn text. Gods, 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 and more gods. So what the heaven is going on here? How do we reconcile this with the idea that Judaism and Christianity are monotheistic? You know, there is no other god, etc., etc. Well, to answer that, we gotta talk about how Israel's religion evolved. Yeah, evolved like a Pokemon, because it didn't start in its final form. See, over time, the Israelites shifted from Yahweh is one of many gods to Yahweh is the best god to ultimately Yahweh is the only god, period. And this did not happen overnight. It was a slow, messy, centuries-long rebrand. And guess what? The Bible documents this evolution. You can literally see the fossil record in the text. That's why we see so many gods mentioned, but then see increasing rhetoric that Yahweh alone is God, and there is no other. By the time of Isaiah, you get verses like, I am the Lord, and there is no other. Besides me, there is no God. Okay, so now that's full-blown monotheism, but it's a late-game update, DLC content. Before that, the Divine Council was packed, and we've seen traces of the earlier mindset in the text itself, especially with verses like, let us make man in our image. Again, who is us? Later theologians say, oh, it's the Trinity, or the royal we, or God and the angels. But the simplest context is that God was speaking to his council of divine beings. It's the same plural language found in other ancient creation stories where gods consult each other. Now look, I'm not telling you to go out and light candles to Asherah or start praying to Nergal under a blood moon, okay? I'm not recruiting you to Team Baal. What I am doing is reading the damn text. This is scripture, there in black and white. If anything, it should make you feel freer, because here's the truth. The people who wrote the Bible, they were human just like you. They lived in a world full of gods. They were surrounded by polytheistic cultures, and they were trying to make sense of their own God in a crowded divine marketplace. That's where the whole jealous thing comes in. God repeatedly calls himself jealous. Do not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Hold on, his name is jealous? Bro, therapy, please.
I don't want them to worship anyone else. Why do you feel like you're not enough? They burned incense to Baal.
And he says it again, do not make for yourselves an idol, for the Lord your God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. But here's a question, if there are no other gods, who is he jealous of? Growing up, I remember reading verses about God being jealous and thinking, wait, hold on, an all-powerful being is jealous? And that was just one of the first cracks in the wall. And I wasn't alone. In fact, early Christians, the Gnostics again, believed that Yahweh calling himself jealous all the time indicated he was a liar. They were like, hold on a minute, what if this jealous God is actually not the highest God at all? What if he's a fraud? In fact, they believed that Yahweh was secretly a demonic being tricking others into believing he was God. One of their books, The Secret Book of John, says, he said to his host of demons, I am a jealous God, and there is no God but me. But by doing this, he admitted to his demons that there is indeed another God, for if there were no other God, whom would he possibly be jealous of? Yeah, the Gnostics believed that Yahweh was a pretender, that the true God was above him, a being of pure light. And Yahweh was just one of the lower powers who thought he ran the show. I did a whole video on The Secret Book of John, you should definitely watch it. But for our purposes here, I won't go down the Gnostic rabbit hole that far. But the point is, even early Christians knew they had a problem here. So what did the proto-Orthodox church do? They picked a lane. They said Yahweh is the one and only. All the other gods, well, they're demons, delusions, metaphors. Boom, problem solved. Wrap it all up in dogma and call it a day. But the truth is, they retconned their own religion. They edited the story, and they hoped that you would never notice. Well, now you've noticed. So what do we do with all this? We get honest. It shows that religious ideas, guess what? Evolve. Beliefs shift. This isn't some static stone tablet. It's a living process of trying to understand the divine. So if ancient Israel could move from polytheism all the way to monotheism, maybe it's time we evolve too. Don't accept beliefs just because they were handed to you in some book or a sermon. Dig, question, read, think, because that's how we grow. That's how we find the truth. Because the divine is not some old man on a throne with anger management issues yelling about idols. It's bigger, stranger, deeper, and ultimately, it's about you, me, and all of us. But there's so much more to this. Wait until you see what the Gnostics had to say. In one of their banned books, The Secret Book of John, they claim that Yahweh was never the true God at all, but a blind, arrogant imposter who trapped us in the material world. And remember Sophia? Well, she actually created Yahweh. Yeah, I did a whole deep dive on this, and you need to go watch it now. It'll change the way you see everything.
Growing up as a kid, I played a wide variety of video games. Platformers, RPGs, whatever the hell Seaman's supposed to be. But the type of game I played the most with my friends would have to be the fighting variety. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Dead or Alive, Soul Calibur. Just me and my buddies going one-on-one to beat the living piss out of each other. And as much as I'd love to say that I'm a fighting game god, that couldn't be further from the truth. I am terrible at these games. Like, I understand what I'm supposed to do. Blocking, zoning, super meters, write down rights for your Shoryukens, you know. But I just can't react to any of it fast enough. I never use my assists effectively, I can't counter anything in DOA, I couldn't pull off a 10-string to save my life. You'd more than likely kick my ass, but I'm still gonna have fun regardless. Whether I'm button mashing or using muscle memory that I can't possibly articulate, it's still satisfying to knock some virtual heads. There is an energy with this genre that is rarely matched. The speed, the music, the animations in VO. The character goes a long way. If your game has lots of personality and feels... well, it's
I will set aside my differences with the Centaurs.
Goro, this is a great victory for all of us.
And then Kung Lao appears.
We are at a moment of peace. How could you attack now?
That was a ceremonial strike of revenge for my ancestor that you killed in Mortal Kombat so many years ago.
And do you wish to continue this battle?
No. I wish only to settle the differences between us.
Well, good thing you didn't screw up this treaty, asshole! But yes, Kung Lao is willing to let bygones be bygones, and so does Goro, it seems. Yeah, he's a good guy now, one willing to help Kitana take out Shao Kahn. But before the Edenian princess can commit to another war, she opens a portal to Earthrealm to see a special someone.
With Shinnok's destruction, you have not only saved the Earth, but you've also saved my own realm. As heir to the throne of my realm, I offer you the chance to rule at my side, as King of Edenia, forever.
I cannot accept your offer. I belong here on Earth as champion of Mortal Kombat.
Damn, really, Liu Kang? This girl practically proposed to you and you rejected her. Bro! This is going to be a haunting last moment between the two, because everything's going to change forever. Okay, so Deadly Alliance begins with Quan Chi running for his life all day, every day, because he pissed off one angry scorpion. Hanzo is beating and tormenting the sorcerer day and night, keeping the guy so busy he can't just escape the Netherrealm like he used to. While evading Scorpion, Quan Chi runs into two Oni demons known as Moloch and Draman. The former, a big blue beast man who beats people up with a chain ball, the latter, a dirty rotting meatbag who's covered in flies. They've been stuck in the Netherrealm for centuries, so Quan Chi makes them a deal. Hey, if you keep Scorpion off of me and kick his ass, I'll get you guys out of here! The two agree, becoming Quan Chi's bodyguards. They also notice the shape of his amulet and tell him about a special dungeon that's existed since the creation of the realms. Sure enough, Quan Chi's amulet affects the place, creating an interdimensional portal into Outworld. The sorcerer immediately makes a break for it, leaving the two Oni behind. Which was not cool. They were really pissed off he broke his promise. But Quan Chi finds himself in a forgotten tomb, one belonging to Onaga, the former ruler of Outworld. See, when the Dragon King died, his army was entombed into many a sarcophagus. The idea being that one day Onaga would return, and when he does, his army would come back with him. Reading the ancient hieroglyphics, Quan Chi realizes that if this army was to come back to life, it would be invincible. He could easily use these warriors to conquer not just Earthrealm, but Outworld, the Netherrealm, you name it. Ultimate power would be his. The only problem is that the army is lacking souls, their spirits long departed to the afterlife. And despite being a sorcerer, Quan Chi's not exactly skilled at manipulating spirits. But he does know somebody who is, Shang Tsung. Ever since MK3, the shapeshifter has just been chilling in Outworld waiting for Shao Kahn to recover. And then Quan Chi shows up on his doorstep. He tells him about the army and how he needs his help to transplant souls into the mummified soldiers. But this is a true offer of partnership. In exchange for his help, not only will Shang Tsung have co-leadership, but he'll also have access to an unlimited supply of souls. With Shinnok's amulet, Quan Chi can open a gateway to the heavens where the spirits are infinite. Shang Tsung would never go hungry again, the afterlife his greatest buffet. Ever the schemer and always looking for ultimate power, Shang Tsung agrees to this team-up. And so the two go forward, becoming one hell of a deadly alliance. Now, if this plan is going to succeed, they'll need henchmen. And so Shang Tsung takes Quan Chi to meet up with Shao Kahn. They pay their respects, and then...
in a false show of allegiance, they sprung their attack.
Yeah, they kill Shao Kahn. The Emperor is finally dead, and now all of his troops answer to the Deadly Alliance. Kano happened to see the whole thing, and well, he he's not exactly keen on saying no to them. They got some muscle to enforce their will, but there's still another important thing that needs to be done. They have to eliminate the one guy who's been single-handedly saving Earthrealm time and time again. Liu Kang is meditating in the Wuxi Academy when Shang Tsung makes his presence known. At first, the sorcerer is once again getting his ass kicked. But hey, he didn't come alone.
With Quan Chi's assistance, he achieved this goal. Liu Kang is dead.
Goddamn, how's that for a shakeup? Yes, the Deadly Alliance managed to kill the Mortal Kombat champion, Shang Tsung even stealing his soul to enhance his power. As an Elder God, Raiden sees the whole thing and is definitely not happy. The sorcerers return to Outworld and then get to work by attacking the village of Sun Do. The innocent townsfolk are unable to fight off Kano, Baraka, and the Tarkatans, and so they are enslaved and put to work building the Deadly Alliance's new palace. This place is built upon the very portal to the heavens Quan Chi brought up before. But one villager can't stand what these monsters have done, and so she rebels and actually attacks Kano. This woman's name is Li Mei. She gets surrounded and can't finish the job, but Quan Chi is so amused by her fighting prowess that he decides to make her an offer. Tell you what, we're holding a fighting tournament. If you win, we'll let the entire village of Sun Do go. No strings attached. But if you lose, your soul is ours. I mean, any chance is better than no chance, so Li Mei reluctantly agrees. One more step that needs to be taken is to limit the Forces of Light's method of transportation. For this, they approach a secretive criminal organization that has existed for centuries, the Red Dragon. And if that sounds awfully similar to the Black Dragon, that is no coincidence. It turns out that many years ago, a whole bunch of members got sick of the Red Dragon's rules and restraints and said, fuck this noise, we're gonna start our own clan. One with blackjack and hookers. This is how the Black Dragon came to be. It's like in wrestling how there was the original NWO and then there was the Wolf Pack. Anywho, the Deadly Alliance approach Mavado, a member of the Red Dragon, and ask him to sabotage the Special Forces Outer World Investigation Agency. See, like Hydra, they infiltrated the military a long time ago and can destroy all of their portal technology. If they do this, they will be spared from the coming invasion. Mavado agrees, and he orders his inside mole, Su Hao, to plant a bomb in the Special Forces facility. Su Hao is a Mongolian wrestler whose pierced heart has been repaired through cybernetics. He plants the explosive but could not do so without earning the attention of Jax. He escapes, the bomb goes off, and Major Briggs vows revenge on the Mongolian traitor. This is bad timing to lose access to the portals, as two of their members are now stranded in Outworld. First up was Cyrax. Now a member of the Special Forces, he became a scout who reports what the other realms are up to. In Outworld, he gets ambushed by Reptile, who damages his teleportation module with acid, meaning he can't get home. So Sonya decides to send their newest agent to rescue him, a blind swordsman named Kenshi Takahashi. Years ago, this Japanese warrior was challenging others to sword fights when he happened to catch the attention of Shang Tsung. See, Kenshi descends from a long line of warrior kings whose souls reside inside a tomb known as the House of Pikara. Since he shares their blood, he's the only one who can open the well inside. The sorcerer convinces him to do so, only for the guy to get horribly blinded. Shang Tsung sucks up all of the warrior souls for himself, leaving Kenshi to his miserable fate. But as it turns out, this tomb didn't just have spirits inside, it also contained a special sword known as Sento. By grabbing this weapon, all of Kenshi's senses are extremely heightened, giving him the ability to see every sound and spirit around him. He finds he can also reach out and move things with telekinesis. He goes on a revenge quest to search for Shang Tsung, but ultimately finds nothing because the guy lives in Outworld. When the Special Forces develop portal technology, Kenshi offers his services and joins their crew. While in Outworld, he manages to run into Ermac.
Fellow telekinetic.
It is spirit energy.
Show me.
And because he can sense all of the individual spirits residing inside, he uses his power to remove Shao Kahn's hold. Ermac is their own person again, able to live however they want. Kenshi even trains with the Red Ninja, further developing his own skills. Eventually, he gets a mission to search for the missing Cyrax, but wouldn't you know it, Suhao destroys the base, leaving Kenshi completely stranded in Outworld. And Shang Tsung is all too aware of Kenshi's presence, so he instructs Mavado to eliminate the blind swordsman. In return, the sorcerer promises to hand over Kano, the only black dragon left. See, Mavado's been hunting their entire crew. In fact, the reason he fights with hook swords is because he actually fatally wounded Cabal and took his weapons. Getting Kano would mean finally ending this group of traitors once and for all. This storyline is very interconnected because now I have to explain why Reptile attacked Cyrax. There is this new character, a vampire named Nitara. Now, she's jealous that Edenia managed to separate from Outworld and wants the same thing for her home realm of Veternus. Unfortunately, it is bound to this place by a special orb that resides inside of a volcano inhabited by the cult of the Dragon King. These guys spend all day worshipping a giant dragon egg, which they believe Onaga will one day return from. In order to protect this baby, they stumbled upon a fire elemental known as Blaze, confronted him on a bridge, and then defeated and captured the guy. Using magic, they completely brainwashed the fire elemental to be the egg's bodyguard. Where did Blaze come from? Don't worry, we'll get to that later. For now, the orb keeping Veternus stuck in Outworld is inside the boiling hot magma of this volcano, and only one person could possibly retrieve it. The man made of metal. Nitara needs Cyrax's help, but has to do a little manipulation in order to get it. So she noticed Reptile, the despondent lizard who now finds himself without a master. Shinnok's gone, Shao Kahn's dead, the guy has no one to answer to anymore. And since mindless obedience is the only thing this guy ever knew, he's more than willing to listen to Nitara when she asks him to help her. She tells him to damage Cyrax's portal device, and Reptile does so. Afterwards, Nitara corners Cyrax and tells him that she can get him into Earthrealm through her special necklace, one that has the ability to travel between worlds. But only if he retrieves the orb for her. With no other options, the two head towards the volcano, with Reptile secretly following behind. Anywho, the Deadly Alliance complete their palace, they start killing people and sending their souls into the Dragon King's army, and Raiden gets really fed up. These fuckers have opened a portal to heaven and are stealing spirits to feed on them, and the Elder Gods are just like, we don't need to interfere, someone will figure it out. Good lord, these people are useless. So Raiden goes, screw you guys, I relinquish my post, I'm gonna be protector of Earthrealm again. And Fujin, I don't know what happens to him, he just disappears after this. I mean, the dude got Jay Leno'd, I don't really blame him.
I have relinquished my status as Elder God to return to Earth and lead you all to battle against our old adversaries. We must act now. We must stop this deadly alliance.
Kung Lao lost his best friend and now wants revenge. In order to prepare for the battle ahead, he once again trains with Bo Rai Cho to learn some of the flying kicks Liu Kang used to win the tournament. And the master? He decides that training isn't enough this time. They killed his best student, and now they need to face the consequences. Bo Rai Cho enters the fray for the first time. Sub-Zero doesn't normally pal around with the good guys, but ever since he reformed the Lin Kuei, Raiden saw the clan for the useful protectors that they are. He not only brings his own strength, but that of his new apprentice. Enter Frost, a female warrior who single-handedly defeated every other student, earning the attention of the Grand Master. Like Sub-Zero, she is a cryomancer, one with a rather inflated ego. She's arrogant, she doesn't give respect, Kuai Liang doesn't approve of her attitude, but thinks she can grow out of it. That's why he brings her along, to put her in real battles that will help gain perspective and enlightenment. It should also be mentioned that Deadly Alliance was also on the Game Boy Advance in the form of Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition. This basically followed the same plot, but included 3 new characters. One of which is Serena, the girl from Mortal Kombat Mythologies. After being blasted by Shinnok, the girl reverted back to her demon form and just hung around doing nothing of note. But then one day, she discovered a secret portal to Outworld. She enters it and finds that simply being in the aura of the living world restores her human appearance. Well, that's something. She also manages to stumble upon Sub-Zero of all people, who has heard about this girl from his brother Bi-Han. Since he knows that she helped him out against Quan Chi, he gladly recruits her into the Lin Kuei. Well, ain't that nice? Another character in Tournament Edition is Sector. Ever since losing his clan to Sub-Zero, the cyborg has decided to form the Takunin, a Japanese clan made up entirely of remorseless robots. Their plan is to, you guessed it, take over the world. And finally, the last thing I want to talk about regarding the lore is Kitana and her war with Shao Kahn. Even though she managed to unite the Centaurs and Shokan, Kano still proved to be a rather formidable enemy. Goro led the charge in the battle against him, but the numbers game was too high. And worst of all, Quan Chi instructed Noob Saibot to enter the fray and take out the four-armed warrior. The Shadow Ninja accomplishes his goal. Noob kills Goro. This is already a devastating loss when Kitana hears the news about Liu Kang as well. If the Shaolin had accepted her offer earlier, he might still be alive. Anyway, she joins the Forces of Light to take out the Deadly Alliance. But that's all the backstory. Now it's time to find out what exactly happened in this game. Well, a lot of bad things, as it turns out. Frost gets tired of Sub-Zero's sanctimonious attitude and attacks him before he can meet up with the other heroes. She manages to wrestle the Dragon Medallion from his grasp, but finds out that its power is far too much for her. Frost is frozen solid. The Grandmaster has no choice but to turn back, taking his apprentice back to the Lin Kuei Temple. Movado manages to find his target Kenshi, and he is successful in defeating the guy. He mortally wounds Mr. Takahashi, leaving him to bleed out. It's only thanks to Sub-Zero stumbling upon his body that the guy manages to survive. As reward for eliminating their enemy, the Deadly Alliance lure Kano into Movado's trap. The two dragons battle it out with Movado coming out on top. He beats the Australian thug and takes him to see his master. Meanwhile, Scorpion is still super pissed at Quan Chi and eventually learns of the Deadly Alliance's plan in Outworld. He proceeds to enter their palace from the basement, not realizing that Shang Tsung has placed some dangerous enemies there. You see, the shapeshifter never planned on sharing his power with Quan Chi. He always planned on backstabbing the guy when their plan succeeded. So, when two dangerous Oni with chips on their shoulders manage to pop up in the Dragon King's tomb, Shang decides to place them in the dungeons for safekeeping. That's right, Scorpion runs into Moloch and Draman. And as badass as Hanzo is, it's still a 2-on-1 encounter. He gets overwhelmed and falls in battle. Since they can't feed on an undead specter, Moloch and Draman decide to get rid of the guy the best way they know how. By chucking his ass into the palace's Solnado. The overwhelming purity is too much for the Hellspawn, and his body is ripped to pieces. Jesus Christ! Another warrior in yellow, however, is protected from such a horrible fate, because Cyrax does manage to enter the hot magma of the Outworld volcano and does manage to find Nitara's orb. She is a vampire of her word, and she does bring the cyborg back to Earthrealm as promised. Shattering the orb, Nitara gets everything she wanted. Viternus is no longer bound to Outworld and has independence once again. The vampire warps back home at long last. In this whole entire time, Reptile has been following the two, wondering where the hell they disappeared to. But as these thoughts enter his mind, the egg inside of the chamber starts to crack.
A beam of energy ripped out from inside and lanced into Reptile. The ancient prophecy had been fulfilled. The Dragon King had returned.
What the hell does that mean?
Having been enslaved through sorcery to guard the molten incubation chamber, Blaze was finally freed once the dragon egg had hatched. He then resumed the quest he had undertaken before being subdued by his captors.
But now we come to the climactic battle at the Palace of the Deadly Alliance. The Forces of Light all arrive at the connecting bridge entranceway, letting Bo' Rai Cho go on ahead and scout the area. Inside, he finds a tournament, because Li Mei is currently in the finals of the martial arts competition that will earn her village's freedom. And amazingly, the young girl is successful. She manages to become the champion and defeats everybody that the sorcerers throw at her. Too bad it was all for nothing.
Now that she had emerged victorious, the true purpose behind the tournament was finally revealed to her. Her soul would be the last one Shang Tsung needed to completely revive the Dragon King's lost army.
Yep, this is canon. She does occupy one of the mummified corpses until Bo' Rai Cho storms in, shatters the body she's contained in, thus returning her back to normal. He decides to run off with the poor girl, leaving the other good guys to fight in his stead. But yeah, Raiden, Johnny Cage, Sonya, Jax, Kitana, Kung Lao, they all storm the building, only to get ambushed by a Tarkatan horde, and well, they get fucking massacred. I am not kidding. Johnny Cage, dead. Sonya, dead. Jax, dead. The only two who even got close to the sorcerers were Kung Lao and Kitana. And of course, they both die too. Good lord, he turned her into a pencil neck! Oh, the humanity! Man, Liu Kang was really carrying this group, huh? The game ends with the Thunder God taking on the sorcerers in a 2-on-1 battle.
But the combined might of Quan Chi and Shang Tsung proved to be overwhelming, even for a Thunder God. Raiden was defeated. The Deadly Alliance had won.
The writers really wanted to change it up this time because everybody has a bad ending. The bad guys win completely, and with no one to get in their way, they immediately turn on each other. But in the end, only one sorcerer can stand tall above all others, and Quan Chi is the champion of the Deadly Alliance. Now, before I get into what happens next, I need to talk about the next game's Conquest Mode. As mentioned previously, Deception contains a gigantic adventure where you travel the realms and learn every character's fighting style. Set before the original game, it follows the exploits of a young Shaolin named Shujinko. See, he's just a little kid of the White Lotus Society who one day aspires to enter the Mortal Kombat tournament so that he can defeat Goro and Shang Tsung. However, Bo' Rai Cho says that he's too inexperienced to be trained seriously. That's when a mysterious figure appears.
Greetings, Shujinko.
Who? What are you?
Do not be afraid. I am Damashi. The Elder Gods are in need of a champion. One who could complete a quest to save the realms.
So little Shujinko here finds himself being called up to save the world, granted a special power that allows him to absorb the fighting style of anybody that he battles. Using this new trick, he impresses Bo' Rai Cho so much that the Drunken Master agrees to train him. Doing so takes 5 years. But the young Shaolin is finally as capable as Liu Kang was, able to complete Damashi's quest of searching for the Kami-Dogu. What the hell are Kami-Dogu? Well, once upon a time, the universe as it existed was just one big ethereal plane, filled with elder gods and a dangerous force of nature known as the One Being.
The One Being fed off the Elder Gods. It consumed them. A war raged in the timeless void until 6 Elder Gods forged the Kami-Dogu and used them to splinter the One Being into the many realms.
So yeah, Earthrealm, Outworld, these locations all used to be part of this One Being. The Kami-Dogu had the power to create reality, and so them falling into the wrong hands would definitely be bad. Knowing this, Shujinko is encouraged to do whatever it takes to find them all, including stealing Bo' Rai Cho's warrior medallion to prove that he's the real deal. This earns him the respect of the Lin Kuei, leading Shujinko to the very first Kami-Dogu. His next stop would be the Netherrealm, where he encounters a demon known as Ashra. This lady used to belong to the Brotherhood of Shadow just like Serena. However, she was a little more rebellious and questioned Quan Chi's orders on multiple occasions. The sorcerer decided that she was no good as a servant and tried to assassinate her. While running away, Ashra discovers a special kris, a sword with a rather purifying power. For every demon that she slays with this weapon, her soul is cleansed of evil more and more.
By slaying demons with an enchanted sword, I will gradually transform into a being whom this realm cannot contain. Eventually, I will be free.
So Shujinko trains with Ashra and even helps her find the Legion of Souls known as Ermac, because she believes slaying him as well as Noob Saibot will be just the thing to get her into heaven. Regardless, this journey helps Shujinko find the second Kamidogu. His next destination would be one of two new realms introduced in this game, Chaos Realm and Order Realm. These names are pretty self-explanatory, as Order Realm, aka Sado, values law above everything else. They do not tolerate dissension or free-thinking individuals who would upset the balance of their society. Even a crime as small as jaywalking can lead to gigantic prison sentences. Naturally, this makes the world quite oppressive, and so there are a few people who broke free from these chains. One man is Darius, a guy who started up his own militant rebellion to commit terrorist attacks and overthrow the government. He regularly employs the help of Dairu, a mercenary who used to be a respectable guard until he was imprisoned for a crime of passion. See, an assassin killed his family, and Dairu just couldn't let that go. He murdered his family's killer, only to be imprisoned for doing so. Feeling that his loyalty meant nothing and that the assassin was just going to be killed anyway, he breaks out and vows to never enforce the law ever again. What's messed up is that his family was assassinated by Darius. Yeah, he didn't do it out of spite or revenge, he just wanted Dairu to break so that he could manipulate him. The mercenary never finds this out, by the way, as his character would never make a return past Armageddon. Damn. No, his focus and deception is to do a contract killing on the guardsman's greatest warrior, a man named Hotaru. And Hotaru is as extreme as any cop can get. He values law and order above everything else, even his friends and family. Order Realm is constantly at odds with the neighboring world of Chaos Realm, and this place is really nutty. Objects float in the sky for no reason, there's no government, everyone does whatever they want. And one man in particular wants the entire universe to be this way. A cleric of chaos known as Havoc. Half of his face has rotted off and you can see his skull, which apparently means nothing in this realm. Hell, Havoc can snap his bones and bring them back together like it ain't no thing. The dude hates order, and he hates rules, and he doesn't honor promises or contracts. Randomness and anarchy is the defining philosophy for this guy.
Can you point me to that chap, Havoc?
So it makes sense that the Joker becomes his best friend when he guest appears in Mortal Kombat 11. Anywho, Shujinko finds his third Kamidogu inside of a body of water here, but again, because Chaos Realm doesn't follow conventional rules, the world accelerates around him and he gets even older. Oops. Shujinko's next stop is Outworld, but upon arriving, he gets accosted by Melina, who informs him that Shao Kahn plans to brutally conquer the city of Lei Chen. Not wanting innocent people to suffer, he decides to liberate this village by searching for help to fight off the Emperor's armies.
If word of our struggle were to reach Sado, the realm of order, their elite guardsmen may give us aid.
In order to convince them, the village's leader, King Zafiro, tells Shujinko to find a valuable artifact to barter for their freedom. And wouldn't you know it, it's the Kamidogu. Well, he can't very well give that up, so Shujinko tells Hotaru that if he were to help, the city of Lei Chen would gladly let them occupy the place.
King Zafiro seemed not to recall that arrangement.
Men often do not recall the details of bargains they make out of desperation.
Wow, Shujinko, that was just a straight-up lie.
You have sacrificed much in your service to the Elder Gods these long years. Therefore, they are granting you that which you have desired since your childhood, a chance to compete in the Mortal Kombat tournament in Earthrealm and defeat the sorcerer Shang Tsung.
So Shujinko catches up to the first game. He returns to Earthrealm and encounters both Kenshi as well as Nightwolf. The shaman feels his spiritual aura and realizes that his time spent in the Netherrealm has corrupted his soul. Nightwolf offers to purify him, albeit through an extremely lengthy process. Shujinko, who has nothing better to do before the tournament, figures, sure, why not? He trains with the Matoka tribe for many years, aging him up even more.
I have undergone a spiritual cleansing.
This is an unfortunate turn of events.
Unfortunate? An evil stain has been cleansed from my soul.
The taint you refer to allows you to enter realms otherwise inaccessible to other beings.
So yeah, all those years are wasted as Damashi tells the guy to go back to the Nether Realm so he can be more evil again. And him competing in the tournament? That's off. Not sure why he wanted him to do this. It doesn't help him find the Kamidogu in any way. But whatever. Shujinko also runs into Raiden for the first time, who seems perplexed to hear that he's the Elder God's champion. Anyway, our hero spends a long time in hell. In fact, he doesn't get out until Deadly Alliance happens, at which point he runs into Raiden again, who asks him for help in taking out the two sorcerers. So Shujinko goes back to Outworld, immediately gets captured by Kano, and is sent to Sundo to build the Deadly Alliance's giant palace. It's here that he meets a frustrated Li Mei, who he teaches martial arts. I repeat, Shujinko is the one who taught Li Mei how to fight. Anyway, after doing so, the warrior makes a break for it, and he decides to get help from the neighboring city of Lei Chen. After all, Hotaro's beaten back Shao Kahn's armies before, surely he can do the same again.
Hotaru, it is good to see. You have violated my ordinance. You were to go indoors when the toll sounded.
I just recently arrived. I had no knowledge of any ordinance.
Ignorance is not an excuse. I am placing you under arrest for disregarding the laws of this city.
Yeah, Shujinko gets arrested for violating curfew, and it takes many years for his trial to begin. He spends the remainder of his life in a jail cell for breaking curfew. What in the fuck, Hotaru? Darius is right. Fuck the Order Realm. Burn it to the ground. Wash it away in a wave of death. Also, time might flow differently in Order Realm because there is no way that the Deadly Alliance conflict has been going on for years. Raiden was just gathering people to storm the place. I mean, if time is flowing correctly, what the fuck was he waiting for? Johnny Cage to finish filming his movie? Either way, eventually Dairu shows up to break Shujinko out of jail at the request of his client, Damashi. Our hero can't believe that the Elder Gods would allow innocent guardsmen to die and finds all of this quite sketchy. Nevertheless, while breaking out, he happens to find the 5th Kamidogu, go figure. It allows him to enter Edenia, where Shao Kahn's armies have taken over the palace. Kitana asks Shujinko to help rescue her mother from Tanya, and he does just that. As reward for saving the queen, Shujinko is given the final Kamidogu! Holy shit, the quest is over!
My quest is almost at an end.
What is ending is your meddling in the affairs of the Elder Gods, mortal.
Scorpion!
Okay, so after being cast into the Soulnado by Moloch and Draman, Scorpion finds himself in the heavens alongside the Elder Gods. And they make him a deal. Someone bad is trying to destroy the universe, trying to resurrect the one being. And if he agrees to be their champion, they will bring back his family and clan from the dead. This is by far the most important thing to Hanzo Hasashi, so Scorpion gladly agrees to be the Elder God's champion. He goes to stop the one assembling the Kamidogu. He goes to stop Shujinko, who is not the Elder God's champion. It's a valiant effort, but the Shaolin is far too powerful thanks to the dozens of fighting styles he's picked up.
The Kamidogu should have been transported to the Elder Gods. Why is it not happening?
Shujinko, please save me!
Oh, fool! Damashi does not exist. I manipulated this astral puppet from beyond the boundaries of death, and in turn, manipulated you. I am Onaga, the Dragon King of Outworld and soon-to-be ruler of all that exists. I will take these artifacts you have so dutifully collected for me. I am afraid they will not make it into the hands of the Elder Gods after all. And so, Shujinko, your quest is done. Prepare for death.
The old Shaolin makes a break for it, escaping into Earthrealm's portal. But Onaga does not give chase. Now that he has a body again, thanks to Reptile, he proceeds to the Deadly Alliance's palace to take Shinnok's amulet as well as his army. Quan Chi tries to fight him off, it doesn't work. Shang Tsung gets up and helps him out, that doesn't work. Even Raiden, knowing full well how dangerous Onaga is, decides to help the two sorcerers take him down.
Raiden began to realize that even their combined might was not enough to defeat the Dragon King. Jaden's sacrifice was in vain, for the blast had little effect on the Dragon King. Now Onaga has what he needs to shape the realms as he sees fit. I was the fool who brought him this power. Only I can destroy this threat, born of deception.
So yeah, Onaga is pretty powerful thanks to the Kamidogu. His plan is to merge the items together to gain ultimate power, but doing so will unwittingly resurrect the One Being, which will result in the end of the universe as we know it. Onaga wastes no time in taking over the Deadly Alliance's army, recruiting both Baraka and Tanya to his cause. He even goes over to the dead forces of light and resurrects them to be his mindless servants, because apparently that's a power he has. Regardless, Kitana, Johnny Cage, Kung Lao, and all the others are all brainwashed, working for the Dragon King. You wouldn't know this outside of Ermac's ending, because none of these characters were playable or fightable in the base version of Deception. Onaga leads his troops to the realm of Edenia because the secrets to merging the Kamidogu lie there. Using Kitana as a hostage, he easily submits Queen Sindel into surrendering because she dare not lay a finger on her daughter. Jade, on the other hand, is not so soft, and she battles and defeats Kitana in order to free the queen. The brainwashing doesn't go away, so the two women have to flee to Outworld to escape Onaga's wrath. Jade and Sindel will not stop until they discover a way to save Kitana. Baraka goes into the Edenian prison and finds his old concubine, Melina. Onaga figures that a duplicate of Kitana can be mighty useful, so he orders her to take her sister's place, leading the Outworld armies to their doom. I'm not sure why she can't use the actual Kitana for this. Maybe she's just super brain dead as a brainwashed slave. Either way, Melina gains control of Kitana's army. With Quan Chi dead, Noob Saibot finds himself without a master for the very first time. And with no one to answer to, he figures now is the time for his ascension. He is going to build an army that will allow him to conquer the Netherrealm and become its ruler. Entering the dungeons of Shao Kahn's fortress, he finds Smoke, a long-forgotten war trophy of the Earthrealm invasion. Resurrecting him with his own nanotechnology, the Revenant reprograms the cyborg to obey him, becoming his first minion. They go forward to build Noob's army when they come across a certain warrior. After being betrayed by Frost, Sub-Zero discovers some ice caves in Outworld, which turn out to be the ruins of a long-forgotten sect of cryomancers. Kuai Liang comes to the conclusion that he and Bi-Han must have descended from this group, and so he adorns himself in their armor. And that's why in Deception, the dude looks like Shredder from the Ninja Turtles. While in Outworld, he discovers the Wraith with his best friend, Smoke. He trails them all the way into the Netherrealm, but eventually they become aware and subdue him. And that's when the series finally gets to the big twist reveal about Noob Saibot.
He was unaware that they were followed by someone Noob had not seen since before he became a Wraith. Smoke instantly recognized their visitor. He was an echo of their past. He was Sub-Zero, Noob Saibot's brother.
Yeah, this was never established until Deception, but Noob is Bi-Han, the very same man killed in the first Mortal Kombat tournament of being turned into pure evil by Quan Chi's sorcery. And while Sub-Zero would have treated Kuai Liang with love and respect, Noob Saibot only sees an enemy to kill. He goes to murder his brother when Serena, of all people, shows up to save the day. See, while she was told to hang back at the Lin Kuei headquarters, she couldn't help but feel honor-bound to protect Kuai Liang as thanks for Bi-Han's mercy. She followed him into the Netherrealm and saved the Grandmaster, turning this handicap match into a tag team. They defeat Noob and Smoke, causing them to run away and lick their wounds. However, being back in the Netherrealm, Serena's body reverts back to its demonic form, which Sub-Zero does not recognize. He attacks her, causing her to run away as well. Kuai Liang lives to fight another day, and now he's obsessed with saving his brother. Meanwhile, you remember how Movado mortally wounded Cabal and stole his hook swords? Well, Havoc, the cleric of chaos, managed to find the guy. He nursed him back to health and then made a suggestion that he should return the Black Dragon to its former glory.
And I guess Cabal didn't hate the group as much as he said he did, because he totally agrees to not only resurrect the gang, but to make it much more brutal and vicious than ever before. He finds 2 new recruits in the form of Kira and Cobra. Kira is a ruthless weapons dealer from Afghanistan, and Cobra is a street fighter from America. In fact, you may look at Cobra and think to yourself, wait a heavens, but our noble hero decides undoing. Shujinko defeats under his control. He also connection they never was supposed to retrieve is now gone. Plus, he gets ambushed by the Black Dragon, by Sector Takunin, by Sonya Blade and the Special. Even the Purple Ninja Rain is still canon. Whip things and telekinesis, and he goes to kill him, cure the instances of Tarkat and go back to normal every now and then, but she is infected with Tarkat. Who's to say?
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record, just hit rec to capture high-quality audio and video, all from the comfort of well.
Their arrows sing. I bleed. I bleed.
Anywhere, even if the only camera you have is on your phone. With Riverside, you'll still look like a pro. The equipment doesn't matter. You'll get a professional-looking podcast using anything you already have at home. When it comes to editing, it's truly idiot-proof. Even with zero experience, you can create content like an experienced editor using Riverside's AI tools and intuitive editing features. Get transcriptions automatically and use them to edit just like a doc. Or use the chapter timeline, which makes it easier to skim and scan. Ready to share. It's okay if you don't have an audience yet. Everyone needs to start somewhere.
I don't know how to introduce my next guest here today. We're talking about ancient civilization,
Not pop, he has an equivalent of pop glass. Matt, do you?
Aliens, you think Jesus was an alien?
I think Jesus was half human, half alien, and I'll tell you why. Biblical text, also with
Shinnok explaining everything about the pyramid and Blaze, telling his big evil plan to a resurrected Quan Chi.
Shinnok off guard, successfully defeats the guy, forcing the Elder God to retreat. Perhaps this was all a ruse, and Shinnok is the one responsible for Johnny's visions. Who's to say? The point is, Johnny tells all of his friends what's going on, and they all agree to team up and beat the bad guy in the canyons of Edenia. Now, Shinnok planned on trapping Taven and Berthel by ordering Quan Chi to murder the Protector Orin, thereby eliminating the demigod's method of transportation. But, because Taven cleared out the tower too quickly, he's just in time to see the Sorcerer do the deed. His portal is still active, so our hero proceeds through and may not see Shao Kahn's fortress.
The forces of the Light also may not defeat them alone. Only if you join forces with one have a chance to make them right. But it's my plan. Not if the victors bring their power to the battle. I will take that chance.
Destroys the Masterword! Flee, their bolts and barbs! Flee!
And as the forces of darkness march to the final battle, Taven gets interrupted by an unexpected enemy.
Do not go through that portal. Raiden, you look different.
You must not stand up.
Die, man, Phil! Their arrows sing!
The egg inside of the chamber starts to crack.
reality ripped out from inside and blasted into reptile. Ancient prophecy had been fulfilled. Dragon King had the gem.
What the hell does that mean?
And to be enslaved through sorcery to guard the
Flee there, folks and birds!
Blaze was finally freed once the dragon had hatched. Those who requested it undertaken before being subdued by his captain.
But now we come to the climax of battle at the Palace of the Deadly Alliance. The forces of light all arrive at the connecting bridge entranceway, letting Bo Raicho go on ahead and scout the area. Inside, he finds a tournament, because Li Mei is currently in the finals of the martial arts competition that will earn her village's freedom. And amazingly, the young girl is successful. She manages to become the champion and defeats everybody that the sorcerers throw at her.
I gave you truth.
Too bad it was all for nothing.
Now that she had emerged victorious, the true purpose behind the tournament was finally revealed to her. Her soul would be the last one chosen to compete by the Dragon King's lost time.
Yep, this is canon. She does occupy one of the mummified corpses until Bo Raicho storms in, shatters the body she's contained in, thus returning her back to normal. He decides to run off with the poor girl, leaving the other two guys to fight instead. But yeah, Ray, Justin, Sonya, Jax, Katana, Cloud, they all storm the building, only to be ambushed by a Tarkani horde, and well, they get fucking massacred. I am not kidding. John King's dead. Sonya's dead. Jax dead. The only two who even got close to the sorcerers were Kung-Lao and Katana. And of course, they both died too. Lord, triggering with pencil death. That escape. Man, Liu Kang was really carrying this week, huh? The game ends with the Thunder God taking on the sorcerers in a 2-on-1 battle. And with no one to get in the way, he then turn on each other. Only one sorcerer can stand tall above all others, and Quan Chi is the champion of the Deadly Alliance. Before I get into what happens next, I need to talk about the next twist. As mentioned previously, Deception contains a specific adventure in travel the realms of every character's fighting style. As the two units will lead and follow the experts, Shaolin Chico. He's just a little kid of the White Lotus Society who one day aspires to enter the world.
This time, James is going to put these beautiful frames like that. It's going to be room frames.
Experience. And that just brings big years. What are you? Ridiculous unifying himself being the world granted a special power that allows him to hold his fighting style of any battle. This will trick Bo Raicho so much that the Drunken Master agrees to train him. Doing so takes 5 years. But the young Shaolin is finally as capable as Liu Kang was, able to complete Damashi's quest of searching for the Kami-Gogu. What the hell are Kami-Gogu? Well, once upon a time, the universe as it existed was one ancient serious plane, filled with elder gods and a dangerous force of nature known as the One Being.
Flee there, bolts and birds! Flee!
So yeah, for us, our world, these locations all used to be part of this One Being. The Kamidogu has the power to create reality, and so them falling into the wrong hands would definitely be bad. Knowing this, Shujinko was encouraged to do whatever it takes to find them all, including stealing Moonraicho's warrior medallion to prove that he's the real deal. This earned him the respect of the Lin Kuei, leading Shujinko to the very first Kamidogu. His next stop would be the Nether Realm, where he encountered a demon known as Ashra. This lady used to belong to the Brotherhood of Shadow, just like Serena. However, she was a little more rebellious and questioned Quan Chi's orders on multiple occasions. The sorcerer decided that she was no good as a servant and tried to assassinate her. While running away, Ashra discovers a special grip, a sword with a rather purifying power. For every demon that she slays with this weapon, her soul is cleansed of evil more and more.
By slaying demons with an enchanted sword, I will gradually transform into a being whom this realm cannot contain. Eventually, I will be free.
Shujinko trains with Ashra and even helps her find the Legion of Souls, known as Ermac, because she believes slaying him as well as Noob Saibot will be just the thing to get her into heaven. Regardless, this journey helps Shujinko find the second Kamidogu. His next destination will be one of two new realms introduced in this game, Chaos Realm and Order Realm. These names are pretty self-explanatory, as Order Realm, aka Sado, values the law, love, and everything else. They do not tolerate dissension or free-thinking individuals who would upset the balance of their society. Even a crime as small as jaywalking can lead to gigantic prison sentences. Naturally, this makes the world quite oppressive, and so there are a few people who broke free from these chains. One man is Taoist, who starts the militant rebellion to commit terrorist attacks and overthrow the government. He regularly employs the help of Dairu, a mercenary who used to be a respectable guard until he was imprisoned for a crime of passion. See, an assassin killed his family, and Dairu just couldn't let that go. He murdered his family's killer, only to be imprisoned for doing so. Feeling that his loyalty meant nothing and that the assassin was just going to be killed anyway, he breaks out and vows to never enforce the law ever again. What's messed up is that his family was assassinated by Darius. Yeah, he didn't do it out of spite or revenge, he just wanted Dairu to break so that he could manipulate him. The mercenary never finds this out, by the way, as his character would never make a return past Armageddon. Damn. No, his focus and deception is to do a contract killing on the guardsman's greatest warrior, a man named Hotaru. And Hotaru is as extreme as any cop can get. He values law and order above everything else, even his friends and family. Order Realm is constantly at odds with the neighboring world of Chaos Realm, and this place is really nutty. Objects float in the sky for no reason, there's no government, everyone does whatever they want. And one man in particular wants the entire universe to be this way. A cleric of chaos known as Havoc. Half of his face has rotted off and you can see his skull, which apparently means nothing in this realm. Hell, Havoc can snap his bones and bring them back together like it ain't no thing. The dude hates order and he hates rules and he doesn't honor promises or contracts. Randomness and anarchy is the defining philosophy for this guy. Can you point me to that chap, Havoc? So it makes sense that the Joker becomes his best friend when he guest appears in Mortal Kombat 11. Anyway, Shujinko finds his third Kamidogu inside of a body of water here, but again, because Chaos Realm doesn't follow conventional rules, the world accelerates around him and he gets even older. Oops. Shujinko's next stop is Outworld, but upon arriving, he gets accosted by Melina, who informs him that Shao Kahn plans to brutally conquer the city of Lei Chen. Not wanting innocent people to suffer, he decides to liberate this village by searching for help to fight off the Emperor's armies.
If word of our struggle were to reach Sado, the realm of order, their elite guardsmen may give us aid.
In order to convince them, the village's leader, King Saphiro, tells Shujinko to find a valuable artifact to barter for their freedom. And wouldn't you know it, it's the Kamidogu. Well, they can't very well give that up, so Shujinko tells Hotaru that if he were to help, the city of Lei Chen would gladly let them occupy the place.
King Zafiro seemed not to recall that arrangement.
Men often do not recall the details of bargains they make out of desperation.
Wow, Shujinko, that was just a straight-up lie.
You have sacrificed much in your service to the Elder Gods these long years. Therefore, we're granting you that which you have desired since your childhood. A chance to repeat the Mortal Kombat tournament in Earthrealm and defeat the sorcerer Shang Tsung.
So Shujinko catches up to the first game. He returns to Earthrealm and encounters both Kenshi as well as Nightwolf. The shaman feels his spiritual aura and realizes that his time spent in the Netherrealm has corrupted his soul. Nightwolf offers to purify him, albeit through an extremely lengthy process. Shujinko, who has nothing better to do before the tournament, figures, sure, why not? He trains with the Matoka tribe for many years, aging him up even more.
I have undergone a spiritual cleansing.
This is an unfortunate turn of events.
Unfortunate? An evil stain has been present in my soul.
Allow me to enter your realms.
So yeah, all those years are wasted as Damashi tells the guy to go back to the Netherrealm so he can be more evil again. And him competing in the tournament? That's off. Not sure why he wanted him to do this. It doesn't help him find the Kamidogu in any way. But whatever. Shujinko also runs into Raiden for the first time, who seems perplexed to hear that he's the Elder Gods champion. Anyway, our hero spends a long time in hell. In fact, he doesn't get out until Deadly Alliance happens, at which point he runs into Raiden again, who asks him for help in taking out the two sorcerers. So Shujinko goes back to Outworld, immediately gets captured by Kano, and is sent to Sando, the Deadly Alliance's giant palace. It's here that he meets a frustrated May who teaches martial arts.
I think you're missing
Shujinko is the one who taught Li Mei. Anyway, after doing so, the warrior makes a break for it, and he decides to get help from the neighboring city of Lei Chen. After all, Hotaro's beaten back Shao Kahn's armies before, surely he can do the same again.
Hotaru! It is good to see! The violated ordinance. We were to go indoor when the toll sounded. I just recently arrived. I had no knowledge of any ordinance. Ignorance is not an excuse. I am placing you under arrest for disregarding the laws of the state.
Yeah. Shujinko gets arrested for violating curfew, and it takes many years for his trial to begin. He spends the remainder of his life in a jail cell for breaking curfew. What in the... Hotaru? Darius is right. Put the Order Realm right into the ground. Wash it away in a wave of death. Also, time might flow differently in Order Realm because there is no way that the Deadly Alliance conflict has been going on for years. Raiden was just gathering people to storm the place. I mean, the time is flowing quickly. What the fuck was he waiting for? Johnny Cage to finish filming his movie? Either way, eventually Dairu shows up to break Shujinko out of jail at the request of his client, Damashi. Our hero can't believe that the Elder Gods would allow innocent guardsmen to die, and finds all of this quite sketchy. Nevertheless, while breaking out, he happens to find the fifth Kamidogu, go figure. It allows him to enter Edenia, where Shao Kahn's armies have taken over the palace. Kitana asks Shujinko to help rescue her mother from Tanya, and he does just that. As the Lord perceiving the Queen, Shujinko is given the final Kamidogu! Holy shit, the quest is over!
The quest? What is it? It's your memory of the affairs of the Elder Gods,
Scorpion. Okay, so after being cast into the Soulnado by Moloch and Draman, Scorpion finds himself in the heavens alongside the Elder Gods. Then they make him a deal. Someone bad is trying to destroy the universe, trying to resurrect the one being. And if he agrees to be their champion, they will bring back his family and clan from the dead. This is by far the most important thing to Masato Musashi, so Scorpion gladly agrees to be the Elder Gods champion. He goes to stop the one assembling the Kamidogu. He goes to stop Shujinko, who is not the Elder Gods champion. It's a valiant effort, but the Shaolin is far too powerful thanks to the dozens of fighting styles he's picked up.
The Kamidogu should have been transported to the Elder Gods. Why has it not happened? Shujinko, son, she does not exist. I am an
and in turn, manipulated you. I am Onaga, the Dragon King of Outworld and soon to be ruler of all that exists. I will take these artifacts and have to briefly collected for you. And
Old Shaolin makes break for it, escaping into Earthrealm's portal. But Onaga does not give chase. Now that he has a body again, thanks to Reptile, he proceeds to the Deadly Alliance's palace to take Shinnok's amulet as well as his army. Quan Chi tries to fight him off, it doesn't work. Shang Tsung gets up and knocks him out, that doesn't work. He even Raiden, knowing too well how dangerous Onaga is, decides to help the two sorcerers take him down.
To defeat the Dragon King. Sacrifice was in vain.
He's working with the witch.
Last had little effect on the Dragon King. Now, Onaga has what he needs to shape the rebels as he sees fit. I was the one who brought him this power. Only I can destroy this threat. Born of deception.
So yeah, Onaga is pretty powerful thanks to the Kamidogu. His plan is to merge the items together to gain ultimate power, but doing so will unwittingly resurrect the One Being, which will result in the end of the universe as we know it. Onaga wastes no time in taking over the Deadly Alliance's army, recruiting both Baraka and Tanya to his cause. He even goes over to the dead Bursts of Light and resurrects them to be his mindless servants. Because apparently, that's the power he has. Regardless, Kitana, Johnny Cage, Kung Lao, and all the others are all brainwashed, working for the Dragon King. You wouldn't know this outside of Ermac's ending, because none of these characters were playable or fightable in the base version of Deception. Onaga leads his troops to the realm of Edenia because the secrets to merging the Kamidogu lie there. Using Kitana as a hostage, he easily submits Queen Sindel into surrendering because she dare not lay a finger on her daughter. Jane, on the other hand, is not so soft, and she battles and defeats Kitana in order to free the Queen. The brainwashing doesn't go away, so the two women have to flee to Outworld to escape Onaga's wrath. Jade and Sindel will not stop until they discover a way to save Kitana. Baraka goes into the Edenian prison and finds his old concubine, Melina. Onaga figures that a duplicate of Kitana could be mighty useful, so he orders her to take her sister's place, leading the Outworld armies to their doom. I'm not sure why she can't use the actual Kitana for this. Maybe she's just super brain dead as a brainwashed slave. Either way, Melina gains control of Kitana's army. With Quan Chi dead, Noob Saibot finds himself without a master for the very first time. And with no one to answer to, he figures now is the time for his ascension. He is going to build an army that will allow him to conquer the Netherrealm and become its ruler. Entering the dungeons of Shao Kahn's fortress, he finds Smoke, the long-forgotten war trophy of the Earthrealm invasion. Resurrecting him with his own nanotechnology, the Revenant reprograms the cyborg to obey him, becoming his first minion. They go forward to build Noob's army when they come across a certain warrior. After being betrayed by Frost, Sub-Zero discovers some ice caves in Outworld, which turn out to be the ruins of a long-forgotten sect of Cryomancers. Finally, Aang comes to the conclusion that he and Bi-Han must have descended from this group, and so he adorns himself in their armor. And that's why, in Deception, the dude looks like Shredder from the Ninja Turtles. While in Outworld, he discovers the Wraith with his best friend, Smoke. He trails them all the way into the Netherrealm, but eventually they become aware and subdue him. And that's when the series finally gets to the big twist reveal about Saibot.
He was unaware that they were followed by someone who had not seen since before he became a Wraith. Smoke instantly recognized their visitor. He was an echo of their past. He was Sub-Zero, Saibot's brother.
Yeah, this was never established until Deception, but Noob is Bi-Han, the very same man killed in the first Mortal Kombat tournament of being turned into pure evil by Quan Chi's sorcery. And And while Sub-Zero would have treated Kuai Liang with love and respect, Noob Saibot only sees an enemy to kill. He goes to murder his brother when Serena, of all people, shows up to save the day. See, while she was told to hang back at the Lin headquarters, she couldn't help but feel honor-bound to protect Kuai Liang as thanks for Bi-Han's mercy. She followed him into the Netherrealm and saved the Grandmaster, turning this handicap match into a tag team. They defeat Noob and Smoke, causing them to run away and lick their wounds. However, being back in the Netherrealm, Serena's body reverts back to its demonic form, which Sub-Zero does not recognize. He attacks her, causing her to run away as well. Kuai Liang lives to fight another day, and now he's obsessed with saving his brother. Meanwhile, in another how Lovato mortally wounded Cabal and stole its switch swords, well, Havoc, the cleric of chaos, managed to find the guy. He nursed him back to health and then made a suggestion that he should return the Black Dragon to its former glory. And I guess Cabal didn't hate the group as much as he said he did, because he totally agrees to not only resurrect the gang, but to make it much more brutal and vicious than ever before. He finds two new recruits in the form of Hero and Cobra. Hero is a ruthless weapons dealer from Afghanistan, and Cobra is a street fighter from America. In fact, you may look at Cobra and think to yourself, wait a minute, it's just Ken Masters. Yeah, the developers basically decided to make Violent Ken a character in their game. What if Ken got off on murdering people in street fights? Well, then you get Cobra. Cabal manages to find Lovato and wins in a rematch with the guy, taking back his hook swords. His bio says that he kills him, but of course, the character returns for Armageddon, so I don't know.
Cornern be still, holy ash. The circle cannot be broken. Go now.
And now we come to the big twist returns. So the Thunder God Raiden blew himself up in order to destroy Onaga. And while this blast did kill the Deadly Alliance, being a god, his energies eventually reform and return him back to life. However, Raiden comes back a completely different man. Not only is he wearing dark...
This is weird. They don't take it.
Well, let's go to the show. Not yet. It's getting.
I'm going! You won't escape! That'll leave a mark! This elf assassin's fucking Nazgûl! By your craft, I am reborn, brothers. Look around you. The orcs who took this city. This is our army. Not Sauron's. Not the Witch King's. The dominion of those slave masters is at an end.
He's become sick of these endless wars, sick of people like Shujinko on her vows to protect Kuai Liang as thanks for being on his mercy. She followed him into the Netherrealm and saved the Grandmaster, turning this handicap match into a tag team. They defeat Noob and Smoke, causing them to run away and lick their wounds. However, being back in the Netherrealm, Serena's body reverts back to its demonic form, which the hero does not recognize. He attacks her, causing her to run away as well. Kuai Liang lives to fight another day, and now he's obsessed with saving his brother. Meanwhile, you remember how Lovato mortally wounded Cabral and stole his sword? Well, Havoc, the cleric of chaos, managed to find the guy. He nursed him back to health and then made a suggestion that he should return the Black Dragon to the glory. And I guess Cabal didn't give him as much as he said he did, because he totally agrees to not only resurrect the gang, but to make it much more brutal and vicious than ever before. He finds two new recruits in the form of Kira and Cobra. Kira recruits with weapons dealing from Afghanistan, and Cobra is a street fighter from America. In fact, you may look at Cobra and think to yourself, yeah, the developers basically decided to make violent Ken a character in their game. What if Ken got off on murdering people in street fights? Well, then you get Cobra. Cabal manages to find Lovato and wins in a rematch with the guy, taking back his two swords. His simply kills him, but of course, the character returns for Armageddon, so I don't know what happened there. And now we come to the big twist returns. So the Thunder God Raiden blew himself up in order to destroy Onaga. And while this blast did kill the Deadly Lion, being a god, his energy eventually reformed and returned him back to life. However, Raiden comes back a completely different man. Not only is he wearing dark clothing, his eyes are bright red. The guy has turned edgy. He's become sick of these endless wars, sick of people like Shujinko completely fucking everything up for Earthrealm. And he now has a strict no-tolerance policy. If you threaten Earthrealm in any way, you will die. If you do not help him protect Earthrealm, you are an enemy. Dark Raiden is here, and he's here to stay. His first act with his new mindset is to resurrect Liu Kang. He brings the champion's corpse to a ceremonial site for necromancers, shackles it to the table, and proceeds to breathe life into the being once more. This does not mean that Liu Kang in person is alive, merely that his body is an undead warrior who doesn't do Raiden forbidden. The Thunder God sends the Shaolin Zombie to destroy and eliminate all of Earthrealm's enemies, people who threaten its very safety. But yeah, in Deception, Zombie Liu Kang is a playable character, and it's not exactly the hero we all remember. However, the actual Liu Kang is still around. Since Shang Tsung was destroyed, all of the souls contained within him are free to at last extend to him. But our famous hero decided to came back and help his friends defeat Onaga. Oraicho finds the situation in the Outworld to be quite hopeless. He joins Kitana's army with Rimei, but finds that Onaga is invincible, and that there is no chance of winning. But then, Liu Kang appears before him, giving him an incredible pep. And with this newfound determination, he rallies the army against Baraka and his Turkotans, and they actually manage to defeat them and push them back. And keep in mind, this was a trap. Kitana is actually Melina, remember? And she purposefully sent the armies exactly where Baraka's troops expected them to go, and they still lost the fight. Melina is shocked at the result, but at the same time, she has sympathy. Because now, she's in control of the greatest army in Outworld. Why does she need to listen to Onaga when she is currently the most powerful person in the realm? Melina's always wanted to be a leader, and since everyone thinks she's Kitana, she's exactly that. She turns on Baraka and decides to actually lead the troops against the Dragon King. But Liu Kang isn't done inspiring people, because eventually he finds a Legion of Souls known as Ermac. Appealing to their nature of being mindless slaves to Shao Kahn, he convinces them to save his friends from Onaga's control.
They're just
and again,
waiting for
amazingly,
someone
this
who will
works.
listen,
Ermac manages to
who will
confront all of the
answer
heroes
their
that were
call.
killed in Deadly Alliance, fending them off one by one as Liu Kang restores them
we
back
will
to normal.
all rise
So, Jax, Johnny Cage, Kung Lao, and Kitana are all brought back to their senses. And this takes us to the finale of Deception. With the Kamidogu, Onaga is invincible, but one man has the power to shatter these objects and weaken the Dragon King. Shujinko has spent the entire adventure learning every single person's combat style, and thus has become quite proficient. He challenges Onaga and manages to destroy the Kamidogu in the throne room, bringing the Emperor back to normal. Well, it's a good thing destroying these objects will completely unmake the universe, huh? Either way, Onaga's deception would be his undoing. Shujinko defeats the Dragon King. Meanwhile, this whole time, Nightwolf has been on a journey to the Netherrealm so that he may strip Onaga's soul from his body and contain his power. He unleashes the sins of his Matoka tribe to do so, keeping the villain bonded to the Possession Room. No longer possessed, Retsuko's body will return back to normal as all of our heroes celebrate. So yeah, if you ever wonder how both Reptile and Onaga can coexist in Armageddon, there you go. But yeah, Shujinko saves the day. All's well that ends well, right? Well, kinda. See, eventually this game comes to the Nintendo GameCube, and with it, two characters. And, well, it's Goro and Shao Kahn. Now, wait a minute, did they both die? Well, of course they did, but it turns out that when Shao Kahn was recuperating after his loss in MK3, he created a clone of himself to take his place on the throne. And yeah, I guess because of Lena, we know that cloning exists. It's just kind of goofy that the Deadly Alliance didn't kill the real deal. Now the real Shao Kahn heard about his clone getting murdered and went into hiding. Now, Lord Cybot did defeat Goro, yes, but as he lay dying, he eventually was found by Shao Kahn. The Emperor makes an offer saying, look, I'm going to make a world great again. You should come back to my side because I will be unstoppable and will continue to hold the ground. What do you say? And Goro, even though he's tied to the war, even though he made a promise to Kitana that he was going to be on her side, Goro just decides, yeah, okay, I'm going to join up with you, Shao Kahn. No, Goro, you traitor! So, in order to disguise the fact that Goro was killed, he put his emblem, his clothing, his mark, on another disfigured Shokan, and that's why everyone thought Goro was dead, because, you know, he was wearing Goro's medallion, or Goro's special armor, or whatever. I don't know. That's why they thought he was dead, and why he's not actually dead. Oh, and he doesn't just have Goro back under his control, he also gets Shang Tsung back under his control. Because it turns out, when Shang Tsung chose to serve under the Emperor, he made like a magic blood pact underneath the guy, and so even though he in the palace, Raiden killed Shang Tsung, but his body is bound to Shao Kahn, and as long as Shao Kahn is alive, then Shang Tsung can just come back to life, or his soul will drift to Shao Kahn. I don't know. The thing you need to know about the next game in the series, Armageddon, is that every single character that's ever existed, and I mean all of them. And the game did not come with biographies for every single character. Supposedly, John Vogel and all the others wrote biographies for everybody, but they didn't have time to implement them in the game itself. And so, after the game came out on a website, they started rolling out biographies one after another, until eventually they just decided to stop doing it so that they could focus on the next Mortal Kombat game. And there are a few biographies for Armageddon that are out there in the wild, including Shang Tsung, which explains why he's back from the dead. But other characters, there's really no explanation given. For example, Wataru is playable in Armageddon, right? But now he is no longer a centaur, he is a minotaur. Why is he a minotaur? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. The only thing you get is that when you beat the game as Wataru, his ending says that he was cursed by the Shokan. How is he cursed by the Shokan? I don't know. Apparently this happens in the entire Centaur tribe. All I know is that Shao Kahn prefers the Shokan again because Goro lied to him after deception. There's just a lot of gaps here. There's a lot of holes that I can't exactly answer because they brought back every single character, including obscure ones like Mocap. Mocap was a character introduced in Deadly Alliance, and he's basically a big tribute to Carlos Pesina, the guy who played Raiden in the original Combat, who did the motion capture for Deadly Alliance and Deception, and he's literally a motion capture artist who is responsible for the motion capture of Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. I'm not making this up. This is the lore. They also brought back the two chameleons, Chameleon with a C and Chameleon with a K, who are basically the ninjas, the male and female ninjas, whose color palette keeps swapping depending on which ability they use. Like they can use Scorpion's Spear and Sakuro's Ice, and Kitana's Fans, and Jade's, bow staff, and all these different things. And Chameleon with a K is interesting because she's actually a Zaterran. She's a Zaterran just like Reptile. Even in her trilogy ending, she wants to get revenge on Shao Kahn for destroying Zaterra, which is kind of interesting, but also kind of confusing why Reptile and Chameleon have never had a connection. They never meet at any point in the war, even though if these two got together, maybe they could bring back the Zaterran race, I don't know, that's kind of interesting. Chameleon with a K is exclusive to the N64 version of the Mortal Kombat trilogy, and she's also exclusive to the Nintendo Wii version of Mortal Kombat Armageddon, so I always like to think of Chameleon as Nintendo. You understand now. Anyway, Shao Kahn decides to take back his fortress, which has been occupied by Kitana, but as it turns out, Kitana is actually Mileena, so the palace is handed over to him pretty easily, no problem. Meanwhile, in the Netherrealm, Onaga is bound to a rune and he can't get out, he's stuck there and everything sucks, and eventually he gets approached by the fallen Elder God Shinnok. Oh yeah, he's not dead, he's just been in hell ever since Mortal Kombat 4. And Shinnok is aware of something rather monumental. He's aware that something significant is about to happen. The fire elemental is making his move. The brothers have woken up. Armageddon is upon us. Okay, so even though Raiden is the protector of Earthrealm, well, Edenia has their own protector with a god named Argus. This man is married to a seeress named Delia, who has visions of the future. And she anticipates some pretty horrible things.
The powerful warriors to come, the corruption of a mortal tournament, the chain of events you will lead to a conflict that will destroy us all. These combatants must be dealt with.
Basically, the end of the world is coming. And so Argus decides to come up with a plan that will neutralize all of these warriors and save the realms. And it involves his children, as well as a fire elemental known as Blaze. Yes, we're finally getting to his backstory. Blaze was created by Delia to wander the realms and monitor how close Armageddon was approaching. He was also designed to be the catalyst that would stop all the fighters for good. But he cannot do all of this alone, as Marcus decides this would be a prime opportunity to test the worthiness of these children. This is where the whole thing gets kind of loopy, as Argus subdues his two sons, Taven and Dagon, imprisoning them in some Earthrealm caves to sleep forever until Blaze gives the signal to wake them up. And then, they have to go on a quest to retrieve special weapons and armor in order to prove themselves great warriors worthy of stopping the apocalypse. This way, Argus can figure out who is worthy of becoming the next protector in the game. What the hell is that? He makes the fate of the universe all about this competition, this game that's manufactured, when he can easily just, I don't know, use Blaze to stop everybody when the time comes? Jeez, I'm not surprised Shao Kahn conquered this realm. Regardless, the story mode of Armageddon is from the perspective of one of these children, a man named Taven. We see him get awoken by his dragon protector Aurith, and then he has to travel to all of these different temples his father has constructed in order to acquire his weapons. But because Argus didn't exactly tell his kids what was going on, Taven is completely in the dark.
I'm sleeping. This might be my brother. How long was I unconscious? What's this? It appears as if my brother and I are attacking some demon. I have no memory of that.
But of course, things go horribly wrong as an army in red proceed to attack him throughout the temple. He even discovers that the sword he was supposed to retrieve is now gone. Plus, he gets ambushed by the Black Dragon, by Sector and his Tikkunin, by Sonya Blade and the Special Forces. Even the Purple Ninja Rain has a bone to pick with him.
What? So it is true. Delia's son has returned to claim the prize and save the realms.
It's through Armageddon that we get new insight into Rain's character, as it's revealed that he is a bastard prince. You see, Argus had an affair with an Edenian woman named Amara, and then he abandoned the baby. That child grew up to be Rain, and the kids had a superiority complex ever since. He hates the father that abandoned him, and his half-brothers Taven and Dagon even more. So yeah, Rain is technically a prince. Wait, the Purple Ninja Rain is a prince. Purple Rain Prince. Oh, Netherrealm, you cheeky bastards. We also discover that Delia's temple was taken over by the Lin Kuei, as Taven has to go through all of them to acquire his armor. He even frees Frost from her chunk of ice, in case you were wondering how that happened. After finding his mother's armor, Sub-Zero questions him on why he's here. Taven explains his strange quest, as well as the fact that he's been hunted by men in red armor. It's then that Noob Saibot and an army of Wraiths attack the temple. Taven defeats both Smoke and Bihan, earning Kuai Liang's trust.
Your brother? Why did he try to kill you? He was corrupted long ago, so now I have the chance to save him. The Lin Kuei owe you much. I will help you find the men who have been hunting you. They are called the Red Dragon, a clan of mysterious warriors. I can't help you get inside their base, but they can't reveal its location.
So Taven goes to Charred Mountain, where their base resides, and he comes face to face with the organization's leader.
Dagon! You look older. I am older. Much older than you, big brother. I formed the Red Dragon clan many ages ago.
Why would you send your clan after me? Isn't it obvious? I intend to kill you. What? The prize will be mine, Taven. I will not risk losing it to you.
Hearing that the Red Dragon have found Blaze, Dagon runs away, leaving his henchman Mamato to kill Taven, which of course he fails at. Taven continues running amok through the base, even freeing Kano from his prison, since the guy's been here ever since Deadly Alliance. Apparently they wanted to turn him into this half-human, half-dragon hybrid monster, because when you have access to mad science, you use it, damn it. Anyway, at the end of the base, Taven finds Karo, Dagon's dragon protector, who he locked up in chains, forcing the creature to teleport his soldiers wherever he pleases. The Red Dragon, explains how everything got all messed up. See, when Blaze was captured by the Dragon King's volcano cult, Karo believed that something had gone wrong and prematurely woke Dagon.
Dagon's unbalanced. He's masquerade. I think been manipulated by your parents and demanded to know the true purpose of the quest. Whatever he learned was...
Well, damn. The portal Dagon used to escape is still open, so Taven follows after and finds himself in the Netherrealm. He meets up with Shinnok and is surprised to learn that the Elder Gods banished him here. Yeah, the guy was put in that cave millions of years ago. He had no idea. Of course, he doesn't find out the real reason Shinnok's been cast out, so Taven agrees to help him reclaim his tower from Shokan like Shiva and Kintaro. After doing so, Shinnok sends him back to Earthrealm, where he expects him to be trapped forever.
He passed all my tests, destroyed my apparition with ease. More quickly than you did. Perhaps I am eating the wrong brother. What? You swore you would help me.
Shinnok's been aware of Argus' plan for millennia. The Fallen Elder God has failed to conquer everything because both the forces of light and Shao Kahn's army are mighty thorns in his side. However, if either Taven or Dagon were to accomplish their task, all of his enemies would be eliminated in one fell swoop. So he aligns with Dagon to give him the advantage and manipulates everyone else to march to their doom. How do you unite Onaga the Dragon King to cooperate with Shao Kahn, who must also cooperate with the Deadly Alliance? You tell them about the prize. You mention the fact that it's not just Taven or Dagon who can win. Anybody who destroys the fire elemental will gain its power. So Shinnok tells this to Onaga, frees him from his room, and suggests that the Dragon King suck it up and team up with his enemies. He communicates to all of the evil bad guys about this team up, which somehow attracts the attention of Johnny Cage of all people. And in the Armageddon biomes, Johnny somehow receives visions of Shinnok's multiple communication attempts and finds out that he's going to Shang Tsung's island. He shows up and spies on Shinnok, explaining everything about the pyramid and Blaze, telling his big evil plan to have resurrected Quan Chi. Johnny catches Shinnok off guard, successfully defeats the guy, forcing the Elder God to retreat. Perhaps this was all a ruse, and Shinnok is the one responsible for Johnny's visions. Who's to say? The point is, Johnny tells all of his friends what's going on, and they all agree to team up and meet the bad guy in the canyons of Edenia. Now, Shinnok planned on trapping Taven in Earthrealm by ordering Quan Chi to murder his protector Orin, thereby eliminating the demigod's method of transportation. But, because Taven cleared out the tower too quickly, he's just in time to see the sorcerer do the deed. His portal is still active, so our hero proceeds through, ending up in Shao Kahn's fortress.
The forces of light also seek to acquire this power. You cannot defeat them alone. Only if we join forces does one of us have a chance of winning the prize. But which one of us? If Onaga is the victor, he could use that power to overthrow you. I'll take that chance. To war!
And as the forces of darkness march to the final battle, Taven gets interrupted by an unexpected enemy.
Do not go through that portal. Read it. You look different. We must not stand idly by. We must stop this no-tip. I have struck a deal with the Empire. Shao Kahn will honor Earthrealm's independence when his forces have won. What are you saying? Why would that lunatic spare Earthrealm? Because in return, I will prevent you from completing this quest.
By the way, this is the start of what I call the dumbass Raiden arc. Because boy oh boy does this guy make some bonehead decisions going forward. Taven defeats Raiden and enters the portal, finding himself in the presence of Scorpion. And well, let's just say he is once again super angry.
Revenge against me? Against the Elder Gods. They betray. There's been war between the bidding they promised to resurrect my clan. They are no longer dead. They are the undead.
Good lord, the Elder Gods suck ass. So yeah, Scorpion's been driven into pure fuck the universe mode because his family are mindless zombies. What a note for him to go out on in this timeline. Taven successfully defeats Scorpion, which prompts not only Dagon to appear, but Blade as well. The elemental transports them to the rim of the crater, where the final battle is about to begin.
This time, my victory is assured. The only thing that is assured is that you will pay for killing Mother and Father. I had to. Should have they decided to assist you. Over the prize? With the very weapons Father gave us to use against Blades. And now I will use them to destroy you. Fight!
It's an emotional battle between the two brothers, but Taven comes out on top. Now only he can defeat Blaze. Theoretically.
You must not let anyone else beat me. Then allow me to win and we'll put an end to this. Look, Taven. Start to move into my creature's discipline.
Wow, what a brilliant system you guys came up with. Because at this point, the forces of light and the forces of darkness meet up in the crater, and they just completely go to war. It's also the greatest opening to any Mortal Kombat ever. Also, some of you may be asking, wait, why is Shinnok there? Won't he get destroyed if Dagon won the prize? You're right, but as we find out in Shinnok's non-canon ending, he actually sent a doppelganger in his stead. That's some 4D chess right there, I gotta say. But anyway, eventually, as everyone is killing each other, a gigantic pyramid rises from out of the ground. At the top sits Blaze, who under Delia's advanced sorcery has transformed into a hulked-out super freak. Yeah, but Blaze, now Taven has to run a super long distance to reach the pyramid, and everybody else is already at the fucking thing! Again, there are so many combatants and the fight is so intense that people are struggling to even climb this damn thing without killing one another. Raicho's puking on everybody, they're climbing on each other's back, even the bad guys give up the pretense and just start going after each other. It's a battle royale. So, who won Armageddon? Well, before anything, it's a bloodbath. Shinnok's doppelganger killed Kung Lao, Sub-Zero killed Scorpion, Johnny Cage got his head ripped off by Goro, I assume. Nobody survives this battle. All of the good guys, all of the bad guys, they all kill each other. This battle only has 2 survivors. What I do know is that after Liu Kang killed Shang Tsung with his hooks, Raiden came up to the champion next and took him out. This is extra confirmed in Mortal Kombat 11. Taven, he certainly gave it everything he got. He made it right to where Blaze was, and then... oh no. Shao Kahn made it to the top. He reached the fire elemental before anyone else, and you know, as powerful as Blaze is, he's still dealing with Shao Kahn, the Conqueror. Blaze's power flows into the Emperor, making an already dangerous man that much worse. His strength is increased tenfold, essentially turning him into a god. Shao Kahn is now unstoppable. Raiden, the only other person left alive, can only look in horror as he realizes what a terrible mistake he's made. Shao Kahn eventually kills Raiden and then goes on to merge every single realm with Outworld. The universe enters an endless age of darkness, one where Shao Kahn eventually goes insane. Because apparently, when you have nothing left to conquer, that's just gonna happen. What an ending to the original timeline of Mortal Kombat. But wait, I left a detail out. As Shao Kahn was throwing Raiden around like a rag doll, the Thunder God's medallion ended up breaking into pieces. The Earthrealm Protector clutches its fragments, invoking a special incantation. One that will send a message to himself.
Oh boy, did I say. We must win.
So now, folks, we've arrived at the second timeline. We've arrived at Mortal Kombat, which was released in 2011. Most people just refer to it as Mortal Kombat 9. Now, if you've been counting along, you might be a bit confused. Wasn't Armageddon the seventh game in the series? Yes, it was. But in between, NetherRealm did develop a special crossover game in the form of Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe. This had our favorite combatants crossing fists with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and all the other super-powered individuals. It's supposed to take place between MK3 and MK4, but it's very non-canon. I mean, the game ends with Shao Kahn being stuck in the DC universe and then getting locked away into the Phantom Zone. Also, for some reason, the bios say that Shao Kahn and Raiden are brothers. What? Did someone do their homework with the movies?
Shao Kahn is my brother.
Well, either way, I'm skipping this entry. The video's way too long as it is. So Mortal Kombat 9 is what we like to call a soft reboot. Yes, it is resetting everything about the story, taking it back to basics and starting all over. However, it is still in continuity with everything that came before. When Armageddon Raiden talked into his broken medallion, this message was sent all the way back to the original game's tournament, received by the past version of himself. MK9 is essentially a retelling of the first three games, but now the Thunder God is aware of everything that's going to happen. For example, before Scorpion battles Sub-Zero, Raiden has a flash that informs him of the outcome and how Bi-Han will transform into new Cybot.
Defeat Sub-Zero, must but do not kill him. I fear his death will give rise to a more treacherous foe. I would kill him with revenge. Spare Sub-Zero's life, and I will request that the Elder Gods return the Shirai Ryu to the realm of forces.
Raiden, the Elder Gods made that promise last time, and they made them friggin' zombies. Regardless, Scorpion does try to resist killing Bi-Han, but Quan Chi only stokes his anger more with a false mirage showing Sub-Zero doing the deed. Scorpion still kills the guy.
An unfortunate end. Once the thing is removed, never the alarm shit.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite thing too. Mythology is still canon to 9, 10, and 11. The characters still reference that old adventure game from 1997. And even though Raiden's a little confused because the only direction his future self gave was the phrase, "He must win." Which, I mean, Raiden, you never thought to just say the name of who must win? God, you're dumb. But in the original game's case, Raiden just assumes that Liu Kang must defeat Shang Tsung and everything will be fine. The champion does just that, but no dice.
I do not understand why Atlas is further damaged. He must win. If not Liu Kang, then who? Not me.
At that point, Shang Tsung makes his appearance and the plot of Mortal Kombat 2 begins anew. This time, however, Raiden gets a vision of Sonya being locked in chains and assumes that she's going to be killed by the bad guys if they don't intervene. So, taking Johnny and Jax, they proceed to enter the dungeons and save her life.
That's weird. I've got 2 sets of readings. How do you take things?
We need to confront the source of each signal.
This leads to the group splitting up, with Raiden and Johnny finding Smoke in the process of being abducted by the Lin Kuei cyber soldiers. The Elder God saves Tomas, and in the process completely alters his destiny of becoming a robotic slave. Jax and Sonya, on the other hand, track their signal to find Kuai Liang, as well as the Red Ninja Ermac. Yeah, Ermac blows up Jax's arms, which definitely did not happen before. Yet, the original games, these metal arms were bionic implants. Later, Kuai Liang challenges Scorpion to a fight to avenge his brother. But because Smoke was taken, the Lin Kuei is still hanging around, and they decide to capture Sub-Zero and cyberize him.
I don't really remember which stage we were on our way.
Raiden, what are you doing? The Lin Kuei take off with Sub-Zero, and they successfully roboticize the guy. Good lord. Eventually, the finals of the tournament arrive, but since Liu Kang did prevent Armageddon, Raiden turns to another.
Perhaps all but assured that Nazgul cannot track us.
But they're still not defeated. As long as they are not safe.
But for as prideful as Kung Lao is, this is the moment he's been waiting for. Finally, he's going to prove why he's worthy of sharing his ancestor's name. The Shaolin defeats both Shang Tsung, Quan Chi, and Kintaro. You can't help but vote towards the disapproving crowd. Kung Lao is murdered by Shao Kahn, forcing a super pissed off Liu Kang to avenge his friend. Like before, the Shaolin defeats the Emperor, but at what cost?
Kung Lao's death is my fault. I encouraged him. Our triumph was not meant to be achieved in this way. It cannot be. Shao Kahn is dead.
But of course we know that he definitely isn't. And thus, Sindel is resurrected to kick off the plot of Mortal Kombat 3. And you remember how that began, right? Outworld forces invade the city, the extermination squads hunt for Liu Kang, and they end up finding Johnny Cage. The Hollywood actor was killed here. Well, this time, Raiden has a vision of it happening, so he makes his move.
Johnny Cage fighting a giant monster? Time Snatchers?
Raiden takes out Motaro and saves Johnny Cage's life. Finally, a good outcome. Oh no, you don't understand. This is the single biggest mistake Raiden makes throughout all of Mortal Kombat 9. Before we get to that though, at some point Cabal ends up crossing paths with the cyberized subs. Like a brush. All I said, That's when Raiden and Smoke appear, and they proceed to save and reprogram the Cryomancer. Since the bad guys don't realize that Sub-Zero is good again, he infiltrates them in order to find out what they're up to. And that's when he stumbled upon them sacrificing soldiers to create the giant death tornado that will kill everyone. It's also here that Kuai Liang learns the fate of his brother much earlier than before.
Yes, Kuai Liang. It is Quan Chi restored. And he will copy of our former self. I have
the tornado starts up, so Nightbolt tells Sub-Zero to make a run for it. Then he proceeds to battle Nuke Saibot, uppercutting the motherfucker into the whirlwind of death. Surprisingly, this magic doesn't like it when revenants get involved. The Soulnado actually dissipates.
Earth realm soldiers say, no. No, it is not. I will speak with the other gods. Shao Kahn's violation must be punished. Battle here in Earth realm. Night, you will lead until we return, as you wish.
Now we must return to the subject of Motaro's death, because Shao Kahn just lost the leader of his extermination squads, and now he needs to be replaced. I will go to Earth realm to finish Motaro's plan.
Shang Tsung.
Yes, Emperor.
The Empress requires something.
So the Conqueror proceeds to suck all of the souls out of his sorcerer, thereby killing Shang Tsung. And then he transferred all of them to Sindel, increasing her power far beyond what it was originally. Armed with Lin Kuei robots, the Queen busts into the church that the Forces of Light are hiding in and proceeds to just annihilate them. And I don't mean figuratively. Cabal, dead. Stryker, dead. Jax, dead. Smoke, dead. I'm not kidding. Sindel is playing like she's controlled by Sonic Fox, and she just kills everybody. Nightwolf, seeing how unbelievably strong she is, sacrifices himself with his own light power, killing both Sindel and himself at the same time. Only Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade survived this encounter. Katana!
I wish we had met under different circumstances.
They are dead. I climbed to heaven. Now I must plunge into the depths. I will go to Quan Chi, ally our realm with his against the forces of out. What? I have prayed it not true. But you have gone mad, Raiden.
And indeed, Raiden does ask for Quan Chi's help.
Have your powers, they I offer the souls of Earth Realm warriors who die in this conflict.
Ian, what is wrong with you? He's just an absolutely careless, dumb individual in this game, I swear. But Quan Chi has no intention of helping. He's already laid claim to numerous warriors who have died, including the Forces of Light. Just like Saibot, Kitana, Sub-Zero, Sindel, Nightwolf, Stryker, Kung Lao, everybody who died is now a revenant slave of Quan Chi's. The absolute worst-case scenario for everyone involved. God, Raiden, you really fucked up.
Brick by brick and orc by orc shall the war chief's little kingdom come down.
Yet they do not act. They must. Only through war and they shall converge the realms, lest he face the judgment of the Elder Gods. Lest he face the judgment of the Elder Gods. He must win. Thank you, Quan Chi. I now know what must be done.
So yeah, apparently the winning solution this whole entire time was to let Shao Kahn go through with it. But when Shao Kahn arrives, Liu Kang is still determined to defeat him.
Hey, stop! Wait! No! Enough! So be it! No!
Let the dwarves dig their tunnels. I'd rather spend my time forging weapons of war.
Yes, Raiden accidentally kills the Chosen One. He kills Liu Kang. Christ. And yes, Quan Chi takes advantage of this and turns the Mortal Kombat champion into a Revenant as well. Holy hell, Raiden, you fumbled the bag so badly. But finally, Shao Kahn stepped through the portal and Raiden surrenders. At least at the very end, he was correct. The Elder Gods finally step in and proceed to destroy the Outworld Conqueror at long last. And there are no clones or dark magic that can undo this. The Emperor is truly obliterated. But Jesus Christ, the body count. Everyone is dead. Well, almost everyone. It's time. That would be great. Round and out. I need to light the signal. And that takes us to my personal favorite game series, Mortal Kombat 10. And I'm gonna be honest, guys, when I chose to do the insane lore of Mortal Kombat, I was most interested in covering everything up to this point. You know, obviously the 3D era has been long forgotten by a lot of people, but even Mortal Kombat 9, you can no longer purchase digitally. The only way to play that game is with a copy or through piracy. So, you know, it just felt like that was appropriate to recap that game to explain how the second timeline began. But when it comes to Mortal Kombat 10, 11, and 1, all of these games are freely available on Steam, on PlayStation Network, even the Switch. Mortal Kombat finally came back to the Switch. Ugly graphics be damned. And I feel like when it comes to the last three games, you can just watch a story mode and you get the big gist of it, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, Mortal Kombat 10 introduces character interactions, and those add so much personality to every single character in the game. Even the jobbers like Reptile and Ermac, it just gives them so much more depth than they've ever had before. And there's so many cool twists and so many cool things that happen with Mortal Kombat 10 that the story mode alone just doesn't cover, you know? These games I'm going to talk about without a script. I'm just going to condense them and go through them really, really quickly because you can buy these games right now. They're probably the most fresh in people's heads, and I've taken a little too long to make this video, so... Mortal Kombat 10 is essentially the Mortal Kombat 4 of the second timeline, although the battle with Shinnok lasts about an hour because we just cut to the middle of the battle when Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade and Raiden and Fujin and Tenchi, who's joined them, is battling with Quan Chi and all of his big buddies. The Force of Light has been turned into Revenants. And then Johnny Cage, he goes to protect Sonya from one of Shinnok's powerful blasts, and it turns out his green energy, the green energy power that he's always had, can resist Shinnok's powers. It turns out that being part of the Mediterranean cult that was bred to battle with God, they were specifically talking about Shinnok. So Johnny Cage has a special advantage against Shinnok that we didn't know about before. We also discovered that the amulet, Shinnok's amulet, has the ability to suck people into it and keep them trapped there forever if the user so desires to. And Johnny Cage manages to give the amulet to Raiden. Raiden sucks up Shinnok and traps him in the amulet forever.
Johnny.
Yeah. We got him. The war is not over. Quan Chi has escaped. Why are you smiling?
Now things get decidedly...
Sonya and Johnny Cage kind of have this squirty meet-cute thing going on, which wasn't really a thing in the games. Not really. Johnny Cage and Sonya were just kind of left to their own devices. But Ted decides to take a cue from the movie and actually incorporate them into a relationship. They actually fall for each other. As the survivors of Mortal Kombat, they bond and get close. And then eventually, on a mission towards the Netherrealm, they find Quan Chi, as well as Jack, Scorpion, and Sub-Zero. Sub-Zero, in particular, is no longer a robot. I guess Quan Chi can just get him out of his robotic shell and put him back into human form. So, you know, in case you're wondering why he wasn't a robot for the rest of the series, Quan Chi, I don't know. Sonya kicks Quan Chi in the balls, and this undoes his Revenant spell, reverting both Jax, Scorpion, and Sub-Zero back into being alive, turning them back into being human. And this is the first time ever that Hanzo Hasashi is no longer an undead specter since, like, the first stage of mythology, so that's kind of interesting. And then, Mortal Kombat 10 jumps, like, 20 years ahead into the future. We jump ahead where Johnny Cage and Sonya and all the characters you know and love are much, much older, and they've all had kids. Combat kids, to be precise.
As Jerry pointed out, these older folks are going to retire someday. So it's time for the new generation to step up. Shaolin, Shirai Ryu, and SF together.
Johnny Cage and Sonya got married, and they had a daughter named Cassie Cage, who is both a very great special forces agent, as well as a snarky, sarcastic, you know, dude.
You feel that?
Hold for your knee! You serve me!
I will serve you!
Jax, having been turned human, got extreme PTSD. He got really fucked up being Quan Chi's slave, and he gets some rehabilitation, and he meets a woman there, and they get married, and then Jax has a daughter named Jacqueline Briggs. Both Cassie and Jacqueline join the Special Forces. And then you have Takeda, the son of Kenshi. Kenshi met a woman named Suchin, they fell in love, they had a kid, that was Takeda, but the Red Dragon have a beef with Kenshi for some reason, and they end up killing Kenshi's wife. And so, in order to protect his son, he left him with Hanzo Hasashi, who is starting up the Shirai Ryu all over again. So Takeda both has telekinesis like his father, and he was trained by Scorpion. He is trained as a Shirai Ryu, so he's cool with things and telekinesis, and he's probably the coolest of the combat kids. And then there's Kun Jin, a distant cousin of Kung Lao, who started out as a beggar and a thief. One day gets met by Raiden, who encourages him to join the White Lotus Society.
Join the Shaolin dominates like Kung Lao before. I can't. I won't accept. I care only about what is in your heart, not whom your heart desires.
He eventually becomes part of the Shaolin, and he becomes a dedicated archer, so he uses a bow and arrow, which makes him kind of unique as well. I always liked the combat kids. A lot of people don't like them, and I just like that Mortal Kombat was taking the story further down the timeline, you know? I feel like the series has been around since 1992. Let's age these characters up a bit, you know? Let's give them all kids. Let's have things completely change, like with Outworld. Because Shao Kahn has been destroyed by the Elder Gods, so what happened to that place? Well, at first, you know, the lineage passed on to his only daughter, which was Mileena. But everyone found that Mileena was a terrible ruler, and they didn't like serving under her, and so a person named Hu Tao, who I mentioned before, would have died in Shang Tsung's flesh pits if Shang Tsung himself was not killed by Shao Kahn. So, Hu Tao gets to survive. He is part of the Oshtek realm. He's got all of these Mayan creatures. I think he actually shows up in Earthrealm and is mistaken for Mayans or whatever. He decides to plan a coup along with his high-tit associate, Devora, who is this creepy bug lady who can puke bugs into your mouth and kill you that way. It's very disgusting, but she's fucking cool. She's one of the best new characters. Reptile, Ermac, they all turn on Mileena. The only person who doesn't turn on Mileena is Baraka, but his ass gets killed for it. Mileena makes a getaway so that she can create a rebellion later, but Kotal becomes the new Khan. He becomes Kotal Khan. He rules over Outworld. Mileena ends up attacking Kotal one day, and she ends up attacking him with Shinnok's amulet, which she should definitely not have. It turns out it was stolen by Kano and given to Mileena in order to take back Outworld. The Special Forces find out about this, they decide to get involved, and then they go in first, they eventually capture Mileena, and Mileena gets a kiss of death from D'Vorah, and Mileena is killed. It is very gross. But Kotal shows how vicious and how brutal of a ruler he can be, because he decides that you Earthrealmers, you let this medallion, this amulet, get swiped from under your noses. Well, I'm keeping it now, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Shoplifters will be decapitated. I don't give a fuck. Again, Outworld is a very barbaric place, so maybe that's just how things roll over here. But regardless, while they're captured, D'Vorah turns out to be a traitor. Uh-oh, she's actually working for Shinnok. She's actually working with Quan Chi. She gets the amulet and she tries to get it to Quan Chi, who has been captured by Jax when he decides to enter the Netherrealm and beat his ass. So Quan Chi is in the prison. And that's when Scorpion shows up, because Scorpion finds out from Sub-Zero that Quan Chi killed his family. And this is another development I really love. This is a game in which Scorpion and Sub-Zero have a tea party, and they just explain their differences. And Sub-Zero apologizes for the Lin Kuei's complicity. He apologizes that the Lin Kuei had a hand in eliminating his family and clan, and Hanzo and Quan Yang are actually bros. They're actually buddies in Mortal Kombat 10 and Mortal Kombat 11, and I love that. I love the Fire and Ice tag team. I love that they're the best of friends going forward. It's so cool after all this time. It's awesome. But anyway, nothing will stop Scorpion from getting his revenge. He goes to kill Quan Chi, but D'Vorah shows up just in time to throw the amulet to him so he can incant his spell to release Shinnok. Scorpion does kill Quan Chi. It's awesome because, you know, we've been wanting Scorpion to kill Quan Chi for a very, very long time in the series. He actually does it. But there's a bittersweetness to this, not just because Shinnok is out, but also Liu Kang, Kitana, Jinyu, Sindel, all of them. They're stuck in dreadnoughts now. They can't be saved. They can't be cured. They are forever being dead, which is like, oh no. Anyway, the game ends with Shinnok corrupting the Jinsei. The Jinsei is, I guess, the spiritual life force of Earthrealm, and he becomes a weird rock monster, but Cassie Cage, because she has the same ability that her father does, she is able to defeat Shinnok, and she saves the day. Raiden got injured during this scuffle, and they try to heal him with the corrupted Jinsei, but when Raiden gets out, he is, well, he's edgy again.
I understood how enemies you would exploit, starting with you. Not even you. Face instant death.
Yeah, he cuts Shinnok's head off. I guess they never thought to do that before, but that takes us to Mortal Kombat 11, and we get introduced to a new villain.
You serve me now. I'll be your chosen!
It's only a matter of time.
Sure fate, boss.
Okay, so Mortal Kombat 11 is the time shenanigans game, because it turns out that Shinnok, he has a big family, actually. We've never heard about them before, we've never seen them discussed ever, but his mother is Kronika, and Kronika is a titan, someone who is actually a keeper of time. She is in control of this hourglass that she can use to rewind time and send everything back to square one. She can literally go back to the beginning, to the dawn of time, to remake the world as she sees fit. And she's actually been doing this multiple times, actually. And in every single era that she makes, Raiden keeps fucking things up by destroying her son, Shinnok. She claims she's not evil, but she's trying to maintain a balance of light and dark, because she also has a daughter, another elder god known as Cetrion. And Cetrion is supposed to be the god of virtue, and Shinnok is like the evil fallen elder god, so she's got a good child and a bad child, and she's trying to balance the world so that light and dark, good and evil are all equal and as they should be. She's being very OCD and just constantly remaking the world in order to be the way she wants it to be. And Raiden screwed things up again, so she goes fucking lucky with time, which ends up bringing the characters from Mortal Kombat 9 into present day, which means she brings young Johnny Cage to meet older Johnny Cage. She brings the alive versions of Liu Kang, Kitana, Jin, Shao Kahn, Kung Lao. Every character who died in Part 9 are now back because of time travel, because why not? How do you bring these characters back when you've written them off so definitively? I don't know, but Kronika has brought everybody back, and it's just fun seeing past versions interact with their older counterparts. Kronika has a helper named Garrus, who is an automaton. He's actually a constructed artificial being who, every time you kill him, you can cut off his head, you can rip him apart, you can blow him up, it doesn't matter. He just reforms like the T-1000. He just repairs back to normal because Garrus cannot be killed. And in terms of henchmen, that's a pretty dangerous and very effective foe, if I do say so myself. Kronika builds an army of people who she convinces that she will give them benefits and stuff in her new era, that she's going to reset time and give them all these advantages if they choose to align with her and take out Raiden's forces. So she's got like two versions of Kano working for her. Frost undergoes the cyber system and becomes Cyber Frost, so that's pretty fun. Anyway, after poor Hanzo gets killed by Devora, stung by one of her poisonous stingers, he actually convinces his younger self, his undead revenant evil self, to trust in the forces of light, because we actually brought the Shirai Ryu back. We actually brought them back to their former glory. So Scorpion shows up and he's kind of like blindsided, like, oh my god, I can't believe this. But Raiden does not trust the earlier version of Scorpion. He thinks he's an enemy, and he goes to kill him, and because he's holding on to Shinnok's amulet, oh, by the way, the dark version of Raiden got, like, obliterated, like, as soon as the time conference happened, because only one version of a god can coexist at the exact same time. I don't know why. But anywho, Raiden, he tries to attack Scorpion. Liu Kang sees that, like, no, you can't impeach, there's no reason to do this. And Raiden's like, get the fuck out of my way, Liu Kang, or I'm gonna kill you. And Liu Kang decides to cross paths with him. But then Raiden has, like, a flash. He has a flash that, like, he remembers the events of Mortal Kombat 9 when he fought Liu Kang back then, too. And then he remembers the events of Armageddon when he fought him at the pyramid. And he remembers when he fought him at a subway station. And when he fought him like this. And when he fought him like that. And throughout every era of history, Raiden and Liu Kang have battled each other to the death. When Raiden realizes this, he puts a stop to it immediately and thinks to himself, oh my god, we've done this 1,000,000 times before.
At long last,
but not the purpose. Why set me against Liu Kang?
is it not obvious? Your combined powers reflect my vision for the time.
Kronika kidnaps Liu Kang, and then she heads back to her base, and she needs a little time to reset her hourglass. So all of the heroes, they gather their armies. You know, Sub-Zero gets the Lin Kuei, the Shaolin, the Special Forces. Kitana actually battled Shao Kahn and managed to gain all of his forces, even convincing Baraka to serve under her. So now Kitana has all of the Outworld forces as well. And there's this big war against all of these Oni and Demon from the Netherrealm as they storm onto Kronika's base. And Kronika actually uses the Revenant Liu Kang to suck up the soul of the good Liu Kang from the MK9 timeline, thereby making the Revenant version of Liu Kang even more powerful. But Raiden, I guess he's got a special power he's never used before, because he decides this would be the prime opportunity. we're gonna defeat Kronika. I'm gonna do the one thing she said that she was most afraid of. I'm gonna join forces with Liu Kang. So he grabs the Revenant Liu Kang and he merges and becomes one with him, transforming Liu Kang into Fire God Liu Kang. And now Liu Kang has his MK9 dormant personality back. He's a goody two-shoes again, and he's got the power of himself as well as Raiden, and he is just freaking unstoppable. But because the battle is happening while the Hourglass is draining, it takes a little too long, but Liu Kang gets his ass kicked a little bit, and it reverts all the way back to the dawn of time. Time has rewound all the way to the beginning of the But still, Liu Kang is successful, and he kills Kronika. That's when Raiden shows up in his human form to basically tell the guy, well, Liu Kang, you're the new protector of Earthrealm. You're the new god who's going to watch over everybody, and now you have the power to control your new era as much as you see fit. You know, you can do it. I believe in you. I'll be helping you as long as my mortal body will last, because I'm going to die one day. And that's like, oh my god, that's a crazy ending. And then Mortal Kombat 11 had a story DLC where Shang Tsung, Fujin, and Nightwolf show up. And of course, this DLC was amazing, if only for Cary Hiroyuki Tagawa, who played Shang Tsung in the movie, reprising his role as Shang Tsung in the video game. Jesus Christ, it's so good. Apparently, Kronika wanted to recruit these three warriors in particular, but when they refused, she sent them to a void that they couldn't escape from, and then when Kronika died, they could get out of that void. And Liu Kang destroyed the crown. He destroyed the crown of souls that Kronika had on her head, and that was the things that she used to control the Hourglass without outright destroying the universe. So, Shang Tsung pitches the idea of sending these three back in time, because apparently they can, even though they can't go forward in time. Whatever, just believe me that this plot is making sense, okay? And he basically sends them all to try and retrieve the crown without destroying it and without screwing up the timeline so badly that Kronika ends up winning. The thing is, Shang Tsung ends up resurrecting Sindel. Oh god, you know what's coming. He enlists the help of Shiva, and he resurrects Sindel, and he does end up getting the crown away from Cetrion, who grabbed it originally, and now they have the crown. But the thing is, behind the scenes, he is secretly orchestrating with Shao Kahn and Sindel to betray the forces of light and to get the Hourglass for themselves. And people were really ticked off, really pissed off, because Mortal Kombat 11, you know, it establishes what we already knew.
If you was Shao Kahn temperate, equal in evil, because he had no returning Sindel to life will restore her original, more heroic self.
And then it sweeps the rug from out under the audience and says, no, actually, Sindel chose to join Shao Kahn on purpose. She chose to join him, and it was Quan Chi who killed her. She never committed suicide ever. She is actually in love with Shao Kahn, and she is a being of pure evil. She was glad to see Jared die. So fun. Let's just say that everybody hated this twist and was really mad at NetherRealm for changing Sindel's character. And that's how you know people care about fighting game lore, okay? That the past 3 hours of everything that I've been saying, people actually care about what was established in previous games and what these characters are all about. Because when you screw up something like Sindel's personality, the caring, loving woman who would do anything for her daughter Kitana, you can't just change characters willy-nilly without a good enough explanation, you know? So, people were not happy about this retcon. It was very, very strange. And, I don't think they're going to be doing it again, since now in Mortal Kombat 1, Sindel is a good girl again. But, Either way, Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath ends with Shang Tsung ending up betraying both Shao Kahn and Sindel, defeating Kronika, taking the crown for himself, and he's about to completely remake the universe in his image when Liu Kang shows up and lets him know that, oh, actually, Shang Tsung, I've been watching this whole entire time. I knew you were going to betray everybody, and I planned on that. I'm just going to reset the timeline and bring everything back to normal after I defeat you. And Shang Tsung's like, nuh-uh, bitch, because the player character could choose me. And that's actually true. At the end decision point, the player can decide, do they want to be Liu Kang or do they want to be Shang Tsung? And so there are two different endings to Mortal Kombat 11. Now, obviously, Liu Kang must win, right? Because Mortal Kombat 1 is about Liu Kang and his new era, his remade universe, which is the third timeline and the newest game in the series, where everything has been reset again. And you know, originally I wasn't going to talk about this game. I was going to leave it and say, you guys should play the game for yourself. You guys should find out all of the crazy twists and changes yourself. But the thing is, this video is called The Insane Lore of Mortal Kombat. And I would be doing it such a disservice to not talk about how fucking crazy and how fucking insane the end of this game gets. I'm sorry, I have to talk about it. So if you want to play the newest game in the series, and you don't want the story spoiled for you, then perhaps you should turn the video off or skip to the conclusion section, because this is where things get nutty. This is where things get really nutty. Okay, so Liu Kang remakes the world in his image. They completely redefine how all the characters operate, because Scorpion and Sub-Zero are now brothers. Bi-Han is Sub-Zero, and Kuai Liang is Scorpion. Yeah, Scorpion is a member of the Lin Kuei, and he is Kuai Liang. He is not Hanzo Hasashi, so they've completely changed how that dynamic works. Sindel had two daughters. She had Katana, and she had Mileena. Mileena is no longer a clone of Katana. She is actually her sister. Baraka is no longer a nomadic mutant, a savage who just kills people for sport and fun. Now he's an honest merchant who has been infected with this disease called Tarkat. And Tarkat is what makes people go bald, and it gives them razor teeth and gives them swords in their arms, and that's how it happens, because of this disease. And unfortunately, Mileena has also caught Tarkat, and it's only thanks to Shang Tsung's serum that she's able to cure the instances of Tarkat and go back to normal every now and then. But she is infected with Tarkat, and that is why she still is the vicious, sadistic, crazy Mileena that we all know and love every now and then when she's fighting, you see. Liu Kang made it so that Shang Tsung was a pathetic snake oil salesman who could never gain any real power. And that Shao Kahn never became Khan. He never became the conqueror who destroys and conquers Outworld. No, he's just a loyal general. He's just a loyal servant to Queen Sindel, who now rules over Outworld. She did along with her husband Jared, but then Jared was assassinated. We don't know who the assassinator is. We just know that everyone believes Li Mei, the constable of Outworld, is a bad person because she failed to protect Jared. She is disgraced. How dare you, Li Mei? Why didn't you save Jared, you fucking idiot? There is a new Raiden who is basically taking the place of what Liu Kang used to be, because now Liu Kang is the protector of Earthrealm. Now he's the god that everybody talks and answers to. And this new Raiden is a normal human being who has a lightning medallion that gives him electricity powers. And he got that by winning the preliminaries to compete in the Mortal Kombat tournament. You know what? I shouldn't reveal too much about the details of the lore of this newest game. What I gotta talk about is the development. What I gotta talk about are the villains. Because Shang Tsung and Quan Chi, they are building this dragon army. Sound familiar? And they are listening to this woman who calls herself Damashi. Sound familiar?
is to elevate him to make you a great sorcerer that now Oh my god, Cronus is back! I thought we killed her! She gives Shang Tsung power, teaches him how to steal souls, how to shapeshift, how to do all of his dark, evil things that he used to do before Liu Kang reset the timeline. And she gives Quan Chi the ability to do his necromancy shit, create soulnados and whatnot. Damashi is revealed to actually be Shang Tsung from Mortal Kombat 11. How's that possible? But you see, at the end of MK11, when the player got to make a choice over who would win, it didn't matter because they both won. The Battle of the Hourglass managed to create different timelines. It broke the universe into multiple timelines. There in one universe, Liu Kang won. In another, Shang Tsung did. And in another, Katana did. And in another, Kano did. And all of the arcade endings of Mortal Kombat 11 are canon, and Shang Tsung and Liu Kang can tap into other timelines, and they can pull other versions of themselves from other timelines and parallel universes to join in a fight to save the world and the galaxy. The crazy, tired. I want this video out. The point is, the game ends with an Armageddon callback, where Liu Kang's forces are taking on Shang Tsung's forces on a pyramid, and it's insane. It's insane. And I've lost my mind. I've lost my mind with this video, and I just want it to end. I just want it to stop. I just want to end this video now, because I'm losing my mind. And that's how I feel about the plot. That's how I feel about Mortal Kombat in general. I'm losing my mind. From across timelines, clashing in combat. So bad. Next time. There he is. I love Mortal Kombat. I've been playing these games for over 20 years, and they're great, and they're fantastic. And I don't think they're just edgy, try-hard bullshit. I think they're fun. I think they're enjoyable. And I love that NetherRealm Studios cares so much about lore, that they make thousands of character interactions and these high-quality stories. Although they gotta learn how to compress. Jesus Christ. Reduce the file size! But, you know, I love Mortal Kombat. It's fantastic. I love it. It's great. It's amazing. And, hopefully I encouraged all of you to give it a try as well. This is by far the
My husband used to ejaculate prematurely until this. My hubby is ejaculating so fast and we get so anxious about it, it's starting to feel like control. That used to be me and my husband before I discovered this treatment for him. Sexler X Plus Times Control. I swear it saved our sex life. It has the same active ingredient as Cialis and early climax treatment. Ooh, it helps him stay hard and last longer. You have to go to the doctor's office to get to move there. No joke. It's 100% online. If you get the
Back in August, I made a video called The Insane Lore of Tekken. Why? Because I wanted to gush about Heihachi Mishima while illustrating how crazy that universe actually was. Oh yeah, you're all talking about 10 strings and frame data, and I'm over here thinking about the fact that a boxing kangaroo is mortal enemies with a boxing dinosaur. It was just supposed to be a fun one-off. I didn't plan on covering anything else.
But then something crazy happened. Jesus! 3 million? This got the attention of over 3.5 million people. I'm so fucking embarrassed. You weren't all supposed to see this. I'm just a dumb pumpkin who lives in the snowy mountains of Canada. What in the hell happened here? Every day that I log into YouTube, my analytics will tell me that another 8,000 people have watched the Tekken vid in the last 2 days. It is easily the most popular video I've ever made, and I've been doing this YouTube thing since 2008. As you can imagine, I've gotten lots of requests to do additional lore videos, to talk about Mortal Kombat, to talk about Dead or Alive, set the record straight over how Guilty Gear is way crazier than Tekken, you idiot! Well, the good news is, I do own a lot of fighting games from all kinds of series, and I do pay attention to their lore. I always thought it would be fun to explain the goofy shenanigans that occurred before Mortal Kombat 9. Oh my balls! But we'll have to save that for September. For now, I've got to capitalize on this niche I've managed to build and give some attention to the granddaddy of all fighting games. I don't even know if introductions are necessary. Street Fighter is the most recognizable fighting game that's ever existed. It may not have been the first of its type, but it's certainly the most influential. Because of Street Fighter, the 90s exploded with all kinds of competition. Fatal Fury, Mortal Kombat, Virtua Fighter, tons upon tons of fighting games, all trying to capture that thunder. Because the game was just iconic. You look at its roster, and whether it's the green jungle man Blanca, the stretchy monk Dhalsim, or the most macho American ever, Guile, the characters are so unique and memorable. Like, my mom doesn't really play video games, but she sure as hell knows who Ryu is. This franchise is evergreen. It's got movies and comic books, and it's been parodied, and it's just a big part of gaming history. Having said all that, it's kind of interesting that even still, a lot of people don't know anything about these characters. See, this franchise started in the arcade. Those games were specifically designed to be quick and snappy. They didn't have time for story. They needed the attract mode to show Kaku's eyes and gameplay. And the AI had to be ball-bustingly hard so that if we wanted to see the little bit of lore that was there, we had to fork out all of our quarters. When these games came to consoles, they didn't really change much. Sometimes the manuals would have character biographies that told you what was up, and other times they instead listed special moves. Street Fighter 3 had a completely new cast of characters whose backstories were just completely hidden away. Why is the final boss a red and blue angel man? Heck if I know. Things have improved a lot with the newer games, but even then, it is still asking the player to check every source available. If you start up Street Fighter 4 with Cammy, it doesn't explain who the girl in the hospital bed is, because the answer to that question is in the Super Street Fighter 4 OVA. Duh! More so than the Tekken video, I had to bust my ass to connect all of these story threads. Watching each ending in every single game, cross-referencing with multiple biographies, having to consult goddamn victory quotes. I spent hours checking every single win quote on the wikis just to see if I could get some extra clarification. That's seriously what we're dealing with here. I did my best, and this video will be covering everything about the mainline Street Fighter universe. I will not be talking about the spin-offs like Marvel vs. Capcom, nor am I going to talk about the EX games, which basically operate in their own weird continuity. Keep in mind that this video was being worked on in May of 2023 and was intended to upload with the release of Street Fighter 6. As such, I will not be spoiling that game's plot because I haven't played it yet. This video is intended to be complimentary because you can think of it as a primer, something to bring you up to speed. And yes, I still call this the insane lore because Street Fighter is very, very insane. So, without further ado, let's talk about the insane lore of Street Fighter.
Get behind him! The Tark's wounded! Finish him! Disarm him!
Where do we begin? Well, we should definitely start with the Shotos. Once upon a time in Japan, there was a martial artist named Dotetsu. He was a master of the fighting style Usetsuken. Anyone who utilizes this style will be able to punch really high, summon energy to shoot blue fireballs, and spin around in the air like they just don't care. This technique will be passed on to his two apprentices, the brothers Goken and Goki, the latter being renamed Akuma here in the West. And if for some reason you exclusively play Tekken, yes, this character is originally from Street Fighter. One day, Goken managed to discover a little boy, an orphan who was all alone with no one to look after him. That boy's name was Ryu. Goken adopts the boy, eventually hoping to pass on Dotetsu's teachings. And things were going pretty well until Akuma learned of a special ability that his master never used.
Where they were.
The killing intent. See, Ensetsuken is also known as the Assassin's Fist. It's a martial art that can be used to kill people, which makes it especially vulnerable to a dark energy. If the desire to end your opponent is high enough, there's a good chance you can tap into an energy force that will make you much stronger. However, if someone chooses to do this, they will lose their humanity and become merciless. Someone who only lives to fight and kill. Dotetsu did more than his parents, but Akuma did not care. For him, the prospect of becoming the greatest martial artist, someone beyond mere mortals, was too good to pass up. And so Akuma does embrace the Dark Kado, and this leads him to fighting his master. Perhaps Dotetsu could have defeated his apprentice if not for his new technique. Because Akuma performs the Shungoku Satsu, the raging demon, on his master, and succeeds in killing him. His brother and the little boy can only look on in horror as the Dark Warrior leaves to find new competition. From that day forward, Goken vowed to never let this power fall into the wrong hands, to purify Ensetsuken of all of its corruption. We move the clock forward a few years, and Goken eventually gets a new pupil all the way from America. Ken Masters, a boy who comes from an incredibly wealthy family, heir to the largest conglomerate in the United States. Whereas Ryu is stone-faced and aloof, Ken is a hotshot with lots of confidence.
Their personalities could not be more different, yet they got along so swimmingly during their training.
These two are the ultimate duo. They took the training seriously, and every moment that they practiced together was an amazing experience. Equals in combat, but still very unique. Whereas Ryu mastered the art of charging up his fireballs and delivering the painful Shin Shoryuken, Ken could actually use his ki to create fire. He literally performs flaming uppercuts and flaming kicks. Because apparently if you train hard enough, that's just gonna happen. When one of them wins, the other just gets stronger to even the score. You will never find a better friendship in all of Street Fighter. Goken was written proud of his students and very much looking forward to teaching them a new power. But unfortunately, a certain someone returned to the dojo. Akuma challenges Goken to a fight to the death. Ryu and Ken are helpless as they see another repeat disaster. Akuma has embraced the dark power so much that he has no reservations over murdering his own brother. He doesn't even waste his time on Ryu and Ken, since to him, they're nothing but weaklings. He only lives for strong opponents. He's dead. Super dead. And so Ryu and Ken's training comes to an end. The two go their separate ways, Ken returning to America and Ryu staying in Japan. But Ryu knew one day that he'd have to avenge his master, that he would have to find and defeat Akuma. But in order to do that, he'd have to keep training. And the best way to do that is to walk the earth. You walk the earth.
You know, I can't. Make people get attention. Ryu is Street Fighter's would-be main character, and the dude believes in combat more than anything. Street fighting is the ultimate form of expression, communicating with one's fist, which is the best way to understand people as well as grow stronger. He is always willing to take on new challengers, and he is always willing to put himself improvement. That being said, he's kind of a bum. He doesn't own a house, he doesn't have a car, not even a change of clothes. Usually good, or or something. The only money this guy is making is with the occasional odd job, like being a bouncer. But most of the time, he's only earning money through street fighting competitions. This guy's two special abilities are being able to sleep wherever he wants and hitchhiking. Hitchhiking! I didn't even know that was a skill one could excel at. He doesn't care about the latest technology. He doesn't want a pair of shoes. The only thing he needs to spend money on is food and/or plane tickets. Wait, Ryu has a passport? Anywho, he's always keeping up to date with the street fighting scene, and this alerts him to the existence of the first ever Street Fighter tournament. A special event inviting warriors from all over the world to try and dethrone Thailand's long-standing champion, the King of Muay Thai, Sagat. Now this guy, he's a big fucking deal. When Sagat dethroned the previous champion, he was only a teenager, and ever since, he has been undefeated. For decades! This dude is 7 feet tall and a national treasure. The worst fight Sagat has ever had was with a man named Go Hibiki. Desperate to win, this guy completely obliterated Sagat's right eye. Ruined it forever, so that he now has to wear an eye patch. Now you'd think this would give Go an advantage, but all it did was piss Sagat off. Oh, there was a burger that day. Sagat stopped pulling his punches, and he just killed Go Hibiki. I don't mean metaphorically, no. He is super dead. And whether this kill scared the rest of his competition, or he really is that tough to beat, Sagat would never taste the sting of defeat. He is an absolute legend, the invincible tiger. Knowing all of this, Ryu thinks to himself, he sounds like a fun guy to fight.
The Frame Pro with wireless One Connect box. Even smart things.
Okay, so the first game in the series is very different from the rest. For one thing, it only has 2 playable characters, both of which, Ryu and Ken, are exactly the same. And technically, Ken's appearance is 100% non-canon because he never participated in this tournament. He was too busy handling things in America. This game is completely centered around Ryu, so luckily it's pretty easy to recap. He finds himself flying all over the world to fight other participants and advance further in the tournament. Guys like the American Joe. He exists. And then there's the boxer Mike, who is absolutely not Balrog despite what his Japanese name would have you believe. There's an old monk named Retsu, a ninja named Geki, and 2 English bouncers named Eagle and Birdie. There might be a third guy named Bogey. Eagle is the more sophisticated and lesser-known fighter. The guy makes one other appearance in Street Fighter Alpha 3, but only the PSP version. A very narrow window for people to recognize this guy. But Birdie? This guy pops up quite a bit. He's a former wrestler who was kicked out of the league for cheating and for being overly violent. Oh yeah, it's worth mentioning that wrestling is super real in the Street Fighter universe. No predetermined matches in this shit. But anywho, Birdie is a thug who likes to eat and has specifically started street fighting to gain the attention of a certain organization. He's not all that bad though, because he had previously fought Ryu before and actually treated the kid to a burger because he looked like shit.
Well, shucks. Ryu also battled a Chinese martial artist named Lee. This character doesn't really return as a fighter, but he does have two nephews who are a much bigger deal. Also in China is the old man Yan. Now, Yan is a lot stronger than you might believe. An assassin of some repute, this competitor has actually mastered two different fighting styles that he can switch between at will. In the Hong Kong underground, he was feared as Yan the Invincible, the man of 100 bloody battles. Despite how intimidating that sounds, Ryu still managed to beat him. But I'm willing to bet that Yan was having an off day. Why? Because he is terminally ill. Yan is dying, and instead of being helpless and lying in bed, the old man wants to go out in a blaze of glory. I can see why he'd want to challenge Sagat. Who else could give him the death match that he's been looking for? And the last obstacle blocking Ryu from the finals is Adon, another Muay Thai fighter who Sagat took under his wing. Adon believes that might makes right, which is exactly why he respects his master oh so much. But yeah, Ryu, he trounces everyone and makes it to the top of the hill, where the invincible tiger awaits. And obviously, Sagat does not make it easy. He's the only other guy in the tournament who actually has ever black, and fuck me, he's annoying to fight.
I want no supplies, and we're getting them no matter what.
His ass kicked, but his desire to win is super strong, and something prevents him from giving up. A certain energy force builds up within, giving him the edge he needs to strike a decisive blow. Ryu delivers a brutal kick, which cuts a hole in Sagat's chest. A permanent scar that will never let him forget. The trance that Ryu was under dissipates, and he finds himself standing victorious over the once unbeatable champion. Against all odds, Ryu wins the Street Fighter tournament. Little does he know, however, the outcome of this match would have major ramifications. And now, he's earned the attention of Shadow.
Today is about Timo, Eleanor King, to scale with basically special effects capability as a balance scout. Like in result, we have Timo using devices to help to get around the trains, and we have shovels to develop some refrigerator or whatever. We got a lot of flavor of the balance scout is real sticky. We want to make sure that individual tools that he has are individual.
Do it. But lift my mask, and another will replace me. A legion of anonymous orcs who will have their vengeance for what you did to them.
Sorry, I can't talk about people again because I have to take a detour to address that apologize. First, let's talk about Final Fight. Final Fight is a beat-em-up game released in 1989 that stars a completely different cast of characters. The events of this game take place in Metro City, which is essentially an alternate version of New York City. You can see the Statue of Liberty, it's got its own Times Square, everything about the aesthetic is just exactly the same. Which makes it all the more funny that New York still exists in this universe. Apparently it's just across the river from Metro City. But there is one major difference between the two locations, and that is the gang violence. Metro City is plagued with crime, most of it caused by the notorious Mad Gear Gang. Headed by a man named Belger, what they lack in strength, they more than make up for in numbers. And so one man decides to throw his hat into the political ring so that he can become the mayor and clean up the street. That man is Mike Hagar, a former professional wrestler who is single-handedly going to punch all of the crime away. By the way, his wrestling career is depicted in another Capcom spin-off, Muscle Bomber, aka the Saturday Night Slam Masters. He's not the only cameo, as you can see Chun-Li watching the fight on the left side of the arena. But anywho, Mike Hagar does indeed become the mayor of Metro City, and he prepares to clean up the streets so that his daughter Jessica can live in peace. Although she does have a bodyguard of sorts, because she's dating a street fighter named Cody Travers. An extremely formidable combatant, this guy also has a ninja for a best friend, a guy named Guy. Guy was born in America but grew up in Japan. As a boy, he was taken in by a man named Zeku, who was the 39th generation master of Bushinryu. His fighting style gave Guy the speed and sneakiness to let him dispatch foes with ease. After failing his first exams, Guy returns to Metro City, hoping that a little street fighting will help him hone his skills. That's where he meets Cody, as well as a girl named Reina, who Guy falls in love with and proposes to. Aww. Anyway, the game kicks off when Mike Hagar gets a phone call in his office. The person on the other end is a man-ear thug named Damned. We have a little business proposition for you. Your daughter for your cooperation. What? What's happened to Jessica? Why make your job difficult? Just let us do as we please, like the mayor before you did. Oh, buddy, you just made the biggest mistake of your life. Hagar pulls up Cody and Guy, and the three of them just decide to go to town. The mayor of Metro City rips off his shirt and just starts pile driving motherfuckers until he gets his daughter back. If you're asking why he didn't get help from the police, well, that's because they're in Mad Kid's pocket. Only trust your fists. Police will never help you. These guys trash a lot of enemies. After days, there is sodomy. And oh my god, this frickin' guy. Do you know the definition of a weeb? It is a derisive term for a non-Japanese person who is so obsessed with Japanese culture that they wish they were Japanese. This sodomy to a T. He actually refers to Mad Gear Gang as Madogia. Upon meeting the man, Guy can only cringe at the embarrassing caricature that he has made himself. Then they meet Rolento, a military man who used to belong to the Red Berets. A weapon expert who loves the thrill of combat, Rolento believes that he is destined to create the ultimate army. A nation built by soldiers for soldiers. Of course, in order to build an army, you need recruits. And that's why he joined the Mad Gear Gang. He was hoping to win over some of the members. But ultimately, he feels the sting of defeat when Guy kicks his ass. Rolento would harbor deep animosity for the ninja ever since. Then there's the Andores. Hailing from Germany, this is a family of muscle men who all look very identical to each other. There's Father Andore, Uncle Andore, Grandpa Andore, Andore Jr., and the most important of all, Hugo Andore. As a child, little Hugo was encouraged by his mother to grow big and strong. Like a potato! And so he did just that. Seriously, this guy is freaking huge. He's the Andre the Giant of Street Fighter characters. As an adult, he became a professional wrestler until he was recruited by the Mad Gear. Not because he believes in chaos and anarchy, more so he's just not the sharpest tool in the shed. But it's not just men who join this gang. We also have a pair of ladies with whips, Roxy and Poison. They're not related, they're just good friends who grew up together in an orphanage. Lacking any maternal care, truly they find themselves leading into a life of crime, eventually joining Mad Gear. Poison, the girl with the pink hair, becomes very acquainted with Hugo during this time. And, what else? Oh, I know. Let's refer to the Capcom Classic Collection's biography of her. Poison grew up in an orphanage. Even though Poison is a guy, he chooses to wear women's clothing. He, her, she even feels that fighting is the best way to stay in shape. Oh boy. This collection came out in 2005. It was a different time. But there is a nugget of truth to that bio. When the character was conceived, she was inferred to be transgender. And for the longest time, producer Yoshinori Ono would only add fuel to the fire by confirming said canon. Eventually, in 2011, Capcom made Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and they announced that Poison was going to be a playable character. Sweet! However, when gameplay started surfacing, it came off a bit tasteless. Because everyone's ringtone against Poison was something along the lines of, wow, even though he looked like a girl, he fights like a man.
And considering it was 2011 when the transgender community was starting to blossom, yeah, that didn't go over very well. When the game was finally released, every single reference to her gender was scrubbed. And it stayed that way for Street Fighter 4 and Street Fighter 5. Even the character biographies won't touch the subject, leaving it up to debate whether her identity has been retconned. And believe me, Poison is something of a trans icon. You know what's interesting? In Street Fighter 5, there is a stage called the Lair of the Four Kings. When you defeat an opponent on the left side, you knock them into a computer that scans their data. Knock Dalton into it, he's identified as male. Chun-Li, female. But when you defeat Poison here, the computer cannot process that information. Her gender is unknown. Make of that what you will. The last gang member I have to mention is Abigail. Despite the look of the scene, he's not a member of the Angori family. Now, instead of hailing from Germany, Abigail hails from Canada. And you know, despite being a franchise that features warriors from all over the world, Abigail is the only Canadian. Oh, this is our representation of regular punk man who wears tires and armbands? Wow, I'll take what I can get. Anyway, these characters are all going to feature heavily in the Street Fighter game. After Final Fight itself, the trio of heroes bust some heads, make it up to Belger's penthouse, and then they knock the motherfucker in the plate glass window to his death. The mayor just murdered a man, good lord! Hagar saves his daughter and manages to quell the Mad Gear gang. We cut to Final Fight 2, where Cody and Jessica go on a vacation, and Guy returns to Japan to complete his training. It's then that Hagar learns that the Mad Gear gang are still up to no good, but this time in Hong Kong. They have kidnapped Guy's fiancée, Reina, which spurs her sister Maki to ask the mayor for help. Another student of Mushinryu, Maki does appear as a fighter in Street Fighter Alpha 3. But again, like Eagle, it is only for the PSP version. Both Eagle and Maki were originally created for Capcom vs. SNK 2. And I guess Capcom just wanted to reuse their sprites for the handheld edition. If you ask me, I think both of them are due for a comeback. Coincidentally, Chun-Li happened to be in Hong Kong while all of this was going down. Cut to Final Fight 3, and Hagar now has to quell a new enemy in the form of the Skullcross gang. This time he gets help from Guy again, as well as a police detective named Lucia. And that's really all I need to say. Every Final Fight game can basically be boiled down to somebody fucking around and then finding out. Like Hagar's relentless ass-kicking completely cleans up the streets of Metro City and convinces a lot of the gangsters to go legit and give up their criminal deeds. It's funny, Hagar is such a huge part of this universe, but he only gets a few cameos in the Street Fighter games. The only way you're going to see Ryu battle with Hagar is in a spin-off like Marvel vs. Capcom. And yes, this detour was absolutely necessary. I would argue characters like Poison wouldn't be nearly as popular if they didn't make the jump over to Street Fighter. So yeah, that was Final Fight. Let's move on. Sorry, stop. It's still not time for that. Because in 1995, a certain series would be released that took place after Street Fighter 1 and before Street Fighter 2. And that would be the Street Fighter Alpha series. When the fighting turned anime. The Street Fighter Alpha series consists of 3 different games that all kind of blur together in terms of story. Like, Alpha 1 had character motivations and rival fights and unique endings, and then Alpha 2 basically just did that again. Dan, Charlie, Sagat, Chun-Li, almost all of the characters have the exact same ending, but with much different execution. Alpha 3, however, acts as a continuation to Alpha 1 and 2, following up on developments made in those games. It also features the climactic confrontation with Shadaloo. And yeah, I got to elaborate on the giant criminal syndicate first, because practically every character is driven by this group, as well as its very evil leader. World's biggest, world's best, for short.
This guy is the evilest evil who ever eviled. He's a martial artist whose origins are wrapped in mystery. We don't know where he originates from, nor any known relatives. But what we do know is that he was the apprentice of someone who utilized soul power. Soul power is an aura that takes a person's spiritual energy and converts it into the physical. Manipulating objects, shooting energy beams, surrounding yourself with it. It's an incredibly versatile skill to have. Bison was not just a student though, he was also a master. And eventually he taught his own apprentice, an Italian woman named Rose, that same skill. So yes, Bison was Rose's master. A plot point the games don't like talking about all that much. Now Bison, even at this point, is still a really awful guy. Eventually his arrogance and dark nature leads him to attacking and killing his master. And through this dark act, Bison's soul power changed into something completely different. Psycho power. Essentially, a more destructive form, psycho power is created as a result of evil intention. If you have an ugly soul, you're going to have a much more vicious power. One that allows you to hover, one that allows you to teleport back and forth, one that allows you to do the infamously powerful Psycho Dasha. This energy also feeds off of negative emotions. If you hate M. Bison, you're only making him stronger. If he ruins your life and makes you sad, it only benefits him. Fear, despair, and hatred will be given to Lord Bison. Bison will be the one to rule. Using his psycho power, Bison wastes no time creating a criminal syndicate of which he is the dictator. Shadowloo. A twisted organization that deals in every awful thing you could imagine. Kidnapping, drug trafficking, arms dealing, human experimentation, warmongering. Bison has at his disposal multiple bases filled with soldiers and scientists and helicopters and robots. You name it, they've got it. Shadowloo once invaded Mexico and attacked the indigenous Thunderfoot tribe just so that they could steal their land. The villagers fought back, but to no avail. The chieftain, Royal Hawk, was powerless against Bison's might. Not only was he killed, but many of the villagers were just outright kidnapped by Shadowloo's thugs. Thunderhawk, or T-Hawk for short, could only look at horror as his father was killed and girlfriend Julia abducted. No doubt the worst day of his life. But for Bison, it was a nasty racket. Okay, and this is where it gets even more fucked up. So Bison kidnapped Julia and another villager named Noam Belu. And then he proceeds to put them into Project Dolls. I don't know if it's fetish thing or what, but Bison decides that he needs an elite team of bodyguards and assassins who all happen to be women. Referring to them as dolls, Bison proceeds to kidnap multiple women from all over the world in order to mess with their heads and brainwash them. The dolls are completely subservient to Shadowloo. They receive genetic enhancements to have exceptional reflexes and combat ability, but at the cost of their life expectancy. And every one of them is named after a month of the year in their native language. So in order, we have Enero, February, Mars, April, Sakuki, Juni, Julie, September, Janu, November, and DiCaprio.
Go ahead, take your day. Samsung OLED X95L.
This is his dick streak.
Every technology, even smarter with smart things. Our commitments are what shape our lives. They're what make you, you. And when it comes to selecting a birth control method, the Twirla patch sticks with you. Twirla is a birth control patch for women with a BMI of less than 30 kilograms per meter squared who can become pregnant. Twirla is less effective in women with a BMI of 25 or more. Each month, you'll apply one patch a week for 3 weeks, and the 4th week is patch-free. No pills, devices, or procedures. Means a low dose of estrogen, 5 layers, and soft woven fabric. Twirla is the only patch with skin fusion technology that is designed to move with your body. Do not use Twirla if you smoke cigarettes and are over 35 years old. Smoking increases your risk of serious cardiovascular side effects. This risk increases with age and the number of cigarettes you smoke. Do not use Twirla if your BMI is 30 or more. If you do not know what your BMI is, Please talk to your healthcare provider. Continue watching for additional important risk information at the end of this video. Torla is a low-dose, once-weekly combined hormonal contraceptive patch containing 30 micrograms of ethanol estradiol daily. A birth control choice that keeps up with everything you do, so you can focus on what matters most. Ask your doctor about the Torla patch today. Continue watching for additional important risk information at the end of this video.
I'm not saying that you become like your personally, but I'm just saying that somebody else is toxic enough to mental trash.
That's half the problem with the birth control methods that they be giving people is they don't actually work for some people. They don't know figure out the weight limiting.
I suppose you didn't see that one coming. Good thing I did, eh?
You never know.
Welcome to my throne room, or as I like to call it, your personal torture chamber.
Soon it will be known only as your grave.
So like this one, like the BMR for the army was unrealistic too. I think they want people to be like greyhounds. Honestly, specifically, like they want men to be too small to be real honest. I'm feeling the standards for the women are crazy. So what? They don't know. They don't give a Fuck, they do it, it's not even a shot, like a shot is only a part of it. I think you forget they put that shit in the food, they do that in prison too. They put a lot of like stuff in the food that just makes you not want to do anything like that.
They said you was under a death sentence. I suppose that makes me
I don't know if the shot's the trigger.
executioner. I could get used to this.
No, I don't care. You make me lose because you're talking about everything else. I'm looking over at you. Made me lose. I don't care about the sauce.
Was my fate.
It's awesome. Saucier? There used to be a saucier in San Antonio. I ain't asking about it.
Hey,
Back up, Saturn.
Return for more punishment, soft skin.
I'm trying to get up.
Even if you kill me, my work lives on.
We lost the
The radius is weak as a babe. One hit and you're already distracted. The sweetest better you're coming in. Keep on him. My brothers will be back to rip this fortress from your hands.
Alright, let me Xbox. Get you this shit.
You're cutting it close, boss. That's what you...
To excel above all others, Killer Bee. You may know her as Tammy, but despite what the menus would tell you, that name was not established until she met up with Delta Red. For now, she is just Killer Bee, a clone of M. Bison. At least in regards to his genetic material, she's a clone. When a loose end game, I'll just take your word for it. Killer Bee was the tattoo baby. She was created in Shadow's class, the one who stood out amongst the rest. And like the other dolls, she is Bison's go-to girl when it comes to retrieving data and assassination. You can only imagine how much death and destruction Killer Bee has caused. Along with the dolls, Bison also hired some ruthless fighters to be his enforcers, to stand on top of the mountain as his fellow kings. First up is Rock, a boxer from Las Vegas. This guy is a dirty fighter with one hell of a punch. This guy is so strong, he's been known to knock out elephants. Freaking elephants! He is so vicious and deadly that the boxing league wants nothing to do with him. Since he's too intimidating to make money the normal way, he gladly accepts Shadowloo's offer to punch out their enemies. And finally, we have Vega, a Spaniard who mastered the art of ninjutsu. This guy has serious mental issues. He is a narcissist who believes himself to be the most beautiful creature on the planet. As a child, his mother instilled in him the belief that beauty was a else. In Vega's twisted world, anything that's ugly deserves to die.
Italian held
he
back
prefers
the
to learn
forces.
and claw to battle, not only to protect his beautiful face, but also to keep a good distance away from the ugly prey he'll no doubt be cutting to pieces. Make no mistake, this guy is one of the strongest characters in Street Fighter. And now that I've introduced all of the Shadowloo Kings, I want to mention the fact that you shouldn't confuse Balrog with Mike, even though his Japanese name is M. Bison. Mike Bison. Mike Tyson. Yeah, you get it? You get it?
See, in 1991, I guess Capcom decided that associating the boxer with the actual controversial man, Mike Tyson, might be a little awkward. So they decided to rearrange all of the Shadow King names so that the boxer became Balrog, which was originally Vega's name, and the Spanish ninja became Vega, which was originally the dictator's name, and then the dictator became M. Bison. So yeah, whenever you go to an international fighting tournament where people from all kinds of countries are battling, they usually just refer to the three fighters as Boxer, Law, and Dictator. Because the games have not changed their names and I live in Canada, I will still be referring to the Boxer. I will still be referring to the Dictator as M. Bison, and that's just how it's gonna be. You're just gonna have to roll with that. Okay. No connection to the Street Fighter 1 character. They were never supposed to be the same guy, apparently, according to Capcom. So, with all these assassins, fishers, and muscles, the Shadow is written. They secretly infiltrated multiple military bases and taken out any law enforcement that dare investigate them. One Chinese Interpol officer named Dolai was caught on the heels of Shadow, himself a skilled fighter thanks to his friendship with a certain Gantz Invincible. But unfortunately, he couldn't overcome Gantz. One day, he disappeared. Permanently. He left behind a daughter who would follow in his footsteps. Chun-Li. Trained by her father in martial arts, she joins up with Interpol in order to discover what happened.
Oh, he's the bar.
Originally, she participated in street fighting and information on her cases. But the more she did it, the more she realized how enjoyable it felt.
So this guy hangs off with the one title game that every once in a while you get that this look like Danny Jones is just taking one of their over from out of door.
Decided to start there was a guy with his best friend who really wanted to fire the farthest. And except the fact this guy was so patriotic that he got his American flag tattooed. But he said Fighter and it was part of the effort to bring fellow child. Thanks to their efforts to fight Shadaloo, they get acquainted with Chun-Li and decide to cooperate together. Meanwhile, you remember Birdie, the English bouncer guy? Well, it turns out the reason he started street fighting was to gain the attention of Shadaloo. This guy is stupid because he decided to get a little advice and demand the job. The two of them battle, and while Birdie is nowhere near the dictator's lead, he at least okay, I'll introduce you a member of Shadaloo. And so Birdie ends up joining, although this will turn out to not be the dream position that he was hoping for. You know who was never a part of Shadaloo? The Russian professional wrestler, Zangief. Well, actually, his name is pronounced Zangief, but I've been calling him the Geef since I was 6 years old, and it's really hard to break that habit, okay? This guy, though, the man is pure muscle. Zangief worships muscle so much that he believes they are the most beautiful thing in the world. Reminder, Balrog has knocked down elephants! This man is so fucking strong that he can actually survive bladed weapons.
To benefit his black card, you can register at any time. Smoke to today. Get all the perks. We have black card for $1 now, $24.99 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, December 5th. '26 edition.
Finding staff. Zangief is a freak of nature who loves to pile drive people. He spins around so fast that people call him the Red Cyclone. As you can imagine, no one could beat him in the wrestling ring. This earned the attention of the Russian president, Mikhail Gorbachev. And I know what you're thinking. Clement made a jokey joke. No, I'm serious. It is Gorbachev. Capcom has an official lore website for Street Fighter. It's called the Shadaloo Research Institute. It was very helpful in making this video. And as I was scrolling through the dozens of news files, I noticed that Gorbachev is listed here. This is real. They did this. The former Russian president is canon to the Street Fighter universe. When Zangief beats Street Fighter 2, they both do the Cossack dance. Miles. So while Zangief was dead, Siberia, Gorbachev asked him how he's willing to do his country proud by taking out Shadaloo. The Red Cyclone happily accepts because he loves Mother Russia, and Bison needs to be taken down a peg. Wreck-It Ralph told you, Zangief was never a bad guy. How dare you lie in the presence of our Lord and Master, Dr. Eggman? Moving from one hero to another, let's talk about Dhalsim. In India, he's a practitioner of yoga. That's it, he's just good at yoga. Yeah, Dhalsim gained the ability to stretch his body. His arms go big, his legs go big, he can wrap himself in pretzel. Part of being limber, but this is friggin' ridiculous. He can float in the air. I'm not sure how, but he can. Oh, also, he can teleport. Yeah, if he's in Japan and he decides, I want to visit New York, instantly. No plane ticket required. You want another crazy ability? Well, guess what? He can read people's minds. He's like Professor X. He can just go into your head and learn whatever he wants. And finally, because he prays to the god of fire, Agni, Dhalsim can also shoot fire out of his mouth. Sure, why not? And Dhalsim is a pacifist by nature, which would beg the question of why he's street fighting. Well, it's a great way to make money, as it turns out. When his village succumbs to plague and illness, this is the only solution that Dhalsim has: to fight and buy medicine for his people. And doing so makes him a hero to everyone in the village, including his wife Sally and their newborn son, Data. But because he has reached a higher plane of enlightenment, he becomes aware of the evil that Shadaloo is doing. Sensing something apocalyptic in our future, he goes out seeking M. Bison. Speaking of, you remember how he had an apprentice, an Italian woman named Rose? Well, Rose is a fortune teller who can also predict the future. Using the power of tarot cards, she also becomes aware of Bison's evil. Since she uses soul energy, she feels she's the best person for the job when it comes to taking him down, even if she has to sacrifice her own life to do so. Man, there's a lot of people gunning for this guy, including Guy. While training with his master, Zeku imparts a mantra to his students. When he who would bring chaos to the world appears, the shadows of Bushin shall be there. Thinking back on this statement while seeing all of the disorder that Shadaloo is causing, he connects the dots. In order to be a true Bushinryu, he must vanquish the evil. He must vanquish M. Bison. And after all of these character introductions, I can finally return to our main protagonist. Ryu had defeated Sagat in the first ever Street Fighter tournament, and while there was cause for celebration, he still accomplished this in a very scary way. He tapped into the trust of Ryu Hato that this demonic urge can affect even him. It is a terrifying prospect. Unless you're Akuma, in which case this is the challenge he's been looking for. As killer, Ryu manages to discover an isolated island with a shrine inside. There, he is confronted by Akuma. After exchanging blows, the Dark Warrior tells Ryu that the two have the same power. When the evil intent awakens within you, then you will know. All these past battles will seem like child's play. And then Akuma just straight up punches the ground so hard that the island itself sinks into the sea. Oh yeah, this character is often a secret boss for players who clear arcade mode like an expert. And he deserves that position. Akuma is strong enough to split mountains apart. He once swam through the ocean and spin-kicked a submarine in half. The man...
She's like even bigger, so being with the new like blowed up. Are you good?
He don't care.
Get out of there. Get out of there.
You don't need to be in grandma's space. Stop blowing bubbles. Wipe your mouth.
No. What's wrong? It's going to throw me up.
What's wrong with him?
That's gonna throw me in.
He's just like an old man. Stop that.
To the next apartment, like Green Goblin did to Peter in that movie, where he slammed him through the floor, and then they landed downstairs in the building.
Stop. Cut that out. It's gross.
Yeah, you don't care. And he called her big before online while she was eating. I'm like, that don't
just
belly. He eating. Because at this point, his ex-wife got a new man. Get out of my belly. Get out of my belly. And he ain't got no choice but to be stuck.
He got pregnant.
It's in my could be a whole new layer of issues. And do you really want to stay in the same family? And that's what everybody was saying. It was like, I can't even blame her. Because based off how the family acts about it, this is nothing new. The behavior is nothing new. So she didn't act like this. Which means what the girl said the other way. She said the girl is remedial. She don't got no shit. And she's going to be even more mad if the sister, because the sister's been in the gym, because she's trying to work and get them pounds off her so she can go ahead and get that weight loss surgery. Well, not weight loss surgery, to get that breast reduction. Now, the sister look better than her in the face anyway. They got the same hair, they're twins. If she get that breast reduction and she keep dropping that weight, oh, she ain't ever gonna let that boy around that girl ever again.
Emma.
From what her ex-husband was saying, he said that's why he couldn't eat nothing, because she wouldn't stop eating. Thank you. You okay? I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't make no sense.
Hey, Mom, I don't touch this. Well, yes, no. And I have my what is it?
Like I'm saying, from the old apartment that she lives in with her ex-husband, because they had all them animals, and she had left the food. And they had mice in there.
She's like, that's nasty. Hey, Grandma, did you eat what you said? Did Grandma eat what you said? You're just gonna see her?
Let's go! Yeah.
Green bag. Just eating food and leaving the bag, my friend. For so long that it attracts rodent, right?
You'll be making come back?
You're right. Huh?
Anyway, there we all were.
Kill. You can always tell how dark the baby's gonna be by their ears. Yeah. And then you think if they take your house, right? They have to get like a fair price. So they have to come in and do an inspection and do an assessment. And now she posted on social media that her and Tim are in a hotel where the we don't even know this man got a real job for it. Last time you said you was going to work with him, you went to a jail.
Yeah.
When she was like recording of like, oh, I'm going with him to work today. You know how some of the rooms they have those conference rooms. She was sitting in one of those eating Chick-fil-A. Come on, city boo boo. Yeah, go get a diaper.
Now let's see if you can get past me. Come here,
Why are you so mad?
and I will make you eat those words.
I'm trying to get this thing in this
Come on, now. Turn around and fight it. This man's a level 15 and you're a level 50. Kill something. This is getting
I will destroy you. But I'm a warrior. Have your heart. We'll go basic soldiers.
Angel! Angel!
He was really gonna let Henry beat him.
No, I was much Peter.
Are you sure?
Uh-huh.
Whatever you say.
They fuck.
What is that?
What is it?
Whatever you say, bud.
It's called the Uriel.
Alright? It's called Angel. Get off the table.
The Uriel.
What the heck?
I'm
They're
not
making him red?
impressed.
Oh, jeez.
That is very funny. But I do
They're,
not
they're
have
making
time
him
to
Jesse
laugh
color?
now. Caragor! Here's some pain!
You bird?
He put up in the world a little paintings, though.
He's been in there for a long time.
No.
The man there was fucking with me. Oh, they are making him move. Hey, listen, buddy. Listen here, buddy.
What that? Okay, so what's course?
Badinsky?
Just made an extra boss in Capcom's Asura's Wrath, a hypercharged game about literal gods. He's a bit OP. Well, I say that, but he does have his struggles with one particular fighter, the man of 140 battles, Yen. Akuma confronted him since he has quite the reputation, and according to the biographies of Street Fighter 30th Anniversary, Yen apparently beat Akuma. Yeah, well, this is depicted all too well in Gen's ending, where the old Chinese master can't bring himself to deliver the killing blow. Because for Gen, this was the best fight of his whole entire life. And if he were to finish off Akuma, he'd never get stronger and deliver a fantastic rematch. Akuma very much loves the challenge, so of course, these two will meet again. It should also be mentioned that since Gen trained Chun-Li's father, he also tries to look out for his daughter. But they don't interact nearly enough to have much of a story there. But anyway, news of the Street Fighter tournament reaches a lot of people. Ken Masters has been busy claiming the trophy of the All-American Martial Arts Tournament and thus earning the moniker of the King of American Fighters. That's right, Ken is the King of Fighters. Hey, come on, get serious! But despite all of his success, seeing that Ryu managed to triumph over the unbeatable Sagat, Ken gets the urge to return to Japan.
Quite well, but why do you fight?
I fight because there's a man I have to defeat. Until that day comes, I won't ever stop.
Oh, and the girl Ken's talking to is Eliza. Their first meeting goes pretty well as he ends up dating her. But Ken manages to reunite with Ryu and challenges him to a match. Going all out, the King of American Fighters scores the victory. But it's not quite what Ken was expecting. Something's bugging you. Your heart wasn't in it this time. That battle with Sagat really messed with your head, man. Sensing his friend is down in the dumps, Ken takes off the red ribbon holding his hands together and gives it away. Here, you keep this.
If you lose it again, this will remind you of me and the fight. This present would be Ryu's new fighting bandana from Street Fighter II onwards. So if you're wondering why the color was white in the Alpha games, there you go. Funny enough, Ken would tell Eliza that he was actually really lucky to win against Ryu's newfound strength. The man never stops improving. He's always jumping.
For Biggie's funeral in the documentary. And then they said after they did his funeral that he tried to charge Biggie's estate or whatever for the funeral after he said that that was his last personal gift to Biggie after he died, was going to be a grand funeral. And then you try to charge the man after he did? Remember that? And then he sent a cease and desist to Netflix after they put that out in the documentary. So you know it's true, because why else would you put out a cease and desist? They had the whole other series of Surviving Diddy and whatnot, and you didn't send out no cease and desist for that.
Yeah. That's probably why he said we were doing bad. We're gonna charge them a figure. Did his mom on the estate or did he own the estate? That story really makes a difference for me.
I don't know who owns it.
No, who owned it at the time that he tried to charge it? In the estate time after the
After he died?
So no, I don't even think she doesn't even own it now. Faith owns it. You know what I'm saying? You heard me? She doesn't even own it now. Faith Evans owns it.
Yeah.
No. Yes. No, it wasn't. You.
Stop.
Think you're tough, eh? We'll see about that. Stop babbling and get to fighting. It's a carnival.
Go. Stand up. I didn't push you.
I'll end you. I've got you now! Might want to seek shelter! Have a taste! Death! Blood!
even in the heart of a city where a certain young high school student practically falls in love. Sakura Kasagano, a cheerful and energetic girl, she becomes Ryu's biggest fangirl and starts emulating him, wearing a white headband, red gloves, even practicing his moves. Without any formal training at all, Sakura managed to discover how to shoot her own fireballs. Look, Guile has his sonic booms, Chun-Li has Kikoken, and DJ has his air slashers. As far as I'm concerned, this isn't as spectacular a feat as you might think. Despite still going to school, Sakura begins street fighting herself, all in the hopes of finding Ryu and becoming his student. She eventually tracks down the warrior and challenges him to a fight. Ryu accepts, but he does hold back his true strength. Afterwards, she begs Ryu to be her master, but he refuses, because he's still learning himself and doesn't have time to train a pupil. Sakura takes a picture of her idol and then contemplates the strange thing that he said. All this time, she thought street fighting was just a fun way to blow off steam. And yet, a man like Ryu is still learning himself. Maybe there's more to this, eh? Ryu's rejection does not curb her enthusiasm. Sakura goes forward with more determination than ever before. Oh, and I guess I should mention that Sakura also appears in Rival Schools, another Capcom fighting game that shares this universe. You think that Sakura being a teenage fighter was unique, but no. Apparently, every high school student can launch people into the sky for air combos. The plot of these games is perhaps a bad mamma jamma trying to brainwash the students so that they can create an army of soldiers that will conquer Japan. So it's up to Matsu, Hinata, Yosuke, and everybody else to beat ass and save the day. One fighter in particular is Akira Kazama, a motorcycle enthusiast whose brother goes missing. Hearing that his gang friends wouldn't help the girl, she dons a badass disguise to enlist their help. Akira is also good friends with Sakura, training martial arts together despite going to completely different schools. These games are fantastic, by the way. They need a re-release badly. And while we're at it, let me just talk about all of the potential crossovers. In Street Fighter Alpha 2, Ken's stage takes place on a yacht where everyone is celebrating Eliza's birthday. But the people attending this party are quite interesting, because there's Morrigan, Felicia, and Dimitri of the Darkstalkers franchise. Now, Darkstalkers is about monsters who hide from society, so it's not like their existence would conflict with the lore. Heck, in one of Felicia's endings, she actually mentions Blanca, implying that they share a universe. Deku wants to lead the Bushinryu down their justice-achieving path, and at one point he even pitches the idea of referring to this new chapter of ninjas as Striders. Strider is another Capcom franchise set in the far, far future where Strider Hiryu battles against an evil cyber cult. And the uniform he wears looks pretty darn identical. Does Deku ultimately create the Striders? Captain Commando is another franchise set in the future, and specifically in Metro City. Yeah, it's supposed to take place long after Final Fight began. And then there's Mega Man. In Mega Man X, Dr. Light leaves behind capsules that teaches X how to perform both the Hadouken and Shoryuken. And he does all of this while wearing Ryu's Dogi. And for some reason, in Street Fighter VI, Dr. Light's face is on the currency. All of these connections make my brain tingle in the best possible ways. But then again, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. But I digress. Another character motivated by Ryu's victory is a man named Dan Hibiki. That name should sound familiar because his father Go was murdered by Sagat. And ever since, the child has wanted revenge. And here's the thing about Dan. He's kind of an idiot. Egotistical, ignorant, overconfident. Dan is the most full-of-himself fighter on the roster. And I don't know where he gets this confidence because he's not that good of a fighter. I mean, he's got to have some ability, right?
At the last minute, a fighter named Dan Hibiki managed to squeak by with just enough points to qualify.
I mean, if you can at least make it into these tournaments, there's got to be something. Dan's key is pink, although it wasn't that way originally. Apparently, he's not very good at washing clothes. He once tried to train under Goken, but due to his lackadaisical nature and the fact that the Satsui no Hana would definitely corrupt him, Goken kicked him out. And ever since, Dan has been under the impression that Ryu and Ken stole his fighting style and are merely copycats. Which is ironic, because Dan's entire moveset is stolen from SNK's Art of Fighting. As a riff towards their competitors, Capcom created Dan to be something of a mockery, a joke character, if you will. He's modeled heavily after Ryo Sakazaki, shooting his projectiles and kicking in the air the exact same way. One of his win quotes in Alpha 3 just straight up references both Art of Fighting and the King of Fighters. He's a comedic character who's not meant to be taken seriously, even if his backstory kind of is. Because once he sees Ryu defeat Sagat, he realizes that now is the time. If that homeless vagabond can beat the Muay Thai Emperor, then surely it'll be a piece of cake for him. Oh, well, he saw the final as well, and he was absolutely disgusted. Not with Ryu, but rather his master. The reason Adon looked up to Sagat was because he was an unstoppable force of nature. The kind of fighter to learn from. But this so-called emperor couldn't even handle a homeless layabout like Ryu. Clearly, he no longer has what it takes. He's gone too soft. So Adon vows to become the new Muay Thai champion, one that will put Sagat in his place. And while we're on that subject, let's finally return to said emperor. Because Sagat is not feeling so good. Once again, this guy was undefeatable, and not only has he lost, but now he has a gigantic scar to remind him of this fact. Sagat is pissed, and now all he wants to do is fight Ryu again. He also develops his own uppercut technique in order to counter Ryu's Shoryuken. But by far, the most infamous thing he does is join the ranks of Shadaloo. Sagat figures by becoming one of the 4 Shadaloo kings, Bison will give him the resources he needs to train hard, as well as seek out the Wandering Warrior. And well, that's exactly what happens. Sagat meets with Ryu again, driven completely by rage and revenge. Our hero is taken aback, thinking the fight pointless since the former champion hasn't fully recovered. And so the two battle in an open field amidst a thunderstorm, and Sagat claims the victory. Afterwards, though, he doesn't feel a sense of accomplishment or pride. Why did he look at me with pity? Ryu is a man of honor. Perhaps he held back. Ryu would not do that. Would he? Suddenly, the man burning with revenge now feels confused and lost. And this completely affects his mindset going forward, because Sagat eventually gets challenged by Adon, and despite being his apprentice, the ginger fighter is triumphant, giving Sagat his second ever loss. This is confirmed not only by Alpha 3, but also Street Fighter 4. This victory catches the eye of M. Bison, who actually tried recruiting the former apprentice into Shadaloo, though despite how arrogant and full of himself he is, even Adon has limits, refusing to join a syndicate that deals in drugs. Sagat is having a midlife crisis, and that's when he gets approached by Dan Hibiki. Announcing that he's come to avenge his father, Sagat doesn't see a fool.
Mary Poppins and It the Clown are the same type of entity. For real, this is the author saying this. When you really look into it, they're the same type of entity. So it feeds off of fear. She feeds off of happiness. So that's why she's coming around to make the kids all happy for a time being, so she can feed off their happiness while they're there. And then that's why when she disappears, nobody remembers she was ever there. And they're saying that the original Mary Poppins and the new Mary Poppins it isn't a remake. It's a sequel. So the original Mary Poppins that we watched when we were kids, they're saying, yeah, it wasn't this new one isn't a remake, it's a sequel. So she can look however she wants to look when she pulls up to whatever family she pulls up to. That's creepy.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
What?
Well, I knew she was magic, but not demonic magic. I didn't think she was demonic magic. I thought she was just. I didn't think she was a witch.
Okay, just like that. That looks like that what Nanny can see is ugly as hell. Like we can picture the flesh of the a task of learning a manner for a life lesson. She loses the blush, and then she tried to take it down. She loses the blush. Then she and then go.
She does look super creepy in Mary Poppins Returns too, like on the cover. Like, I don't know what's up.
She comes in ugly. One big tooth and a big nose and a by the time she leaves, she looks young and polished. Definitely being on this. Like you're gaining youth every time these kids are learning a lesson.
You have to hear me out on this one. I know we do quite a bit of silly theories on this channel, but this one will probably sound like the silliest one to date. Despite its astronomical levels of absurdity, there's actually quite a bit of hard evidence that suggests that the lovable nanny Mary Poppins is actually directly correlated to the terrifying killer clown from the It novel and movies, Pennywise. Yes, get your laughs out now, because you won't be laughing once I explain this one. Look, I'm aware that these two characters would typically never be compared, but they're actually a heck of a lot closer than you may think. Let's start by examining the timeline by which they are. Both have a tendency to come and go, often staying gone for years on end. Bill. It's back. To be exact, the film Mary Poppins Returns, starring Emily Blunt, takes place 25 years after the events of the original, marking 2.5 decades before her triumphant return to 17 Cherry Hill Lane. Conversely, in It, Pennywise leaves for 27 years, just slightly longer, before returning to torment the fictional town of Derry, Maine once again. Okay, so not exactly the same amount of time, but pretty darn close.
We're gonna have to clean all that up.
Plus, they both come back to regenerate energy from a brand new with young children. That's sort of like their life source in a way. Although one survives off of joy and the other survives off of fear. I'll leave it up to you to connect your thoughts on which one's which. Perhaps joy is slightly more valuable, like putting premium gas in the gas tank as opposed to the ordinary stuff. By the way, does that stuff really make a difference? What is the difference? Is there pulp in the ordinary stuff? I don't know. Anyway, it stands to reason that both Pennywise and Mary Poppins live off of the energy they get from children, just on opposite ends of the spectrum. I call it the Monsters Inc. If you recall, the main plot of that movie was about scary monsters using children energy. It took the entire film for them to figure out that laughter was actually more valuable than screams. Could Pennywise and Mary Poppins both belong to the Monsters Inc. universe? I think that's another video for another time, but they absolutely use the same method to harness their powers. They also have a tendency to return to the very same kids that they originally visited. Mary Poppins returns to the Banks kids as an adult, whereas Pennywise comes back to torment the Losers Club, who have since grown up. What's fascinating is that in both versions, the grown-up kids completely forget their experiences with these supernatural beings. I mean, that's a bit odd, no? Did you forget a nanny like Mary Poppins who had such an impact on your childhood? Death Day, you forget the nightmarish people that tried to haunt you. You feel like that would stick with a person. Both groups eventually do remember once the prospective visitor shows up and begins reminding them. Speaking of them coming back, it's also worth noting their parallel origins. Mary Poppins comes from the skies above, whereas Pennywise comes from the sewers below. The symbolism isn't lost on me either. After all, what's supposed to be up there, on the other hand, what's apparently down there. You don't have to be a religious buff to know the etymology and hell dynamic. It should be noted, however, that not all good things come from above and not all bad things come from below. The aliens that invaded New York in the Avengers movie came from the sky. Meanwhile, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live in the sewers beneath the city. I wonder if Michelangelo or Donatello ever ran into Pennywise down there.
We are so Ninja Turtles right now.
Another interesting similarity between the two characters is their tactics. They're both really big into luring. I haven't done much luring of anything or anyone personally, but these two love to lure. And it's not just that. They both lure children named Georgie away from their siblings. I don't know what it is about that specific name, but there must be something extra enticing about kids named Georgie. Both occasions happen in pretty turbulent and rough weather conditions as well. Furthermore, they both lure children named Georgie away from their siblings in bad weather conditions by using the kid's paper toy. Mary Poppins uses Georgie's kite, while
I don't think it's a conspiracy theory because, like they said,
You ready to go to bed?
Mary Poppins came out before it, so I think Stephen King might have wrote it the same. It might have been something that he watched and he was like, "Oh, I like how this sounds," and he was always one of those like weirdos who saw stuff different. Anyway, he probably saw Mary Poppins in this dark way and was like, "Oh yeah, let me write something just like this." Because even now, I'm like the It TV show that's out is showing like all the connections between all the Stephen King movies, and I didn't know Green Mile was a Stephen King movie. And they're saying that he has something that's like what they call other characters in that universe have is called the Shine. So he's not the only one that has that. It's like there's this guy on the It TV show now named Halloran. Halloran has the Shine too, and he can see things like in a way that other people couldn't see him. And when he's using his psychic powers, it can see him while he's using them on the plane and attacks him mentally. And they said it scared the crap out of Halloran too so much that he ran and ended up staying at the hotel from The Shining forever.
Yeah.
Let me say in the town with a kid and everything, and that the entity chose him, but they haven't explained why the entity chose that person specifically as a race. He's been haunting them since they said like ancient times. Like he was haunting cavemen the same way, and the Native American people in the town know about him, and they're like, yeah, he can't leave the woods, so they knew better than to build anything past a certain line on the woods. But then white people came in there and were greedy and were like, we're just gonna build all through this stuff that the Native Americans did building.
cocktails. Perfectly mixed. Got water. Open the bar.
If you want to know how Pennywise lived on after the event of it, then stick around to the end of this video.
Promise me you'll struggle. It's no fun when they just keel over.
Professor C, also known as Shaggy, also known as Emo
Pile the corpses high, with yours on the bottom.
Pennywise, also known as It, also known as the Deadlights, also known as Robert Gray. Stephen King hasn't really gotten on record about his inspirations for It, causing some to believe that the events of the 1986 novel actually happened. On the other hand, actually intelligent people drew comparisons to a serial killer, John Wayne Gacy, a birthday clown in Chicago during the 1970s who did unspeakable things to more than 30 victims. He would later stash the kids in the crawl space of his basement, not so different from Pennywise's penchant for dragging his victims' corpses into the sewers below Derry. Pennywise in the movie is depicted as one of the forms of a shape-shifting creature known as It, who resided in a layer at the bottom of Derry's sewage system where water was a gas, but in the novel, it's much more than that. So let's travel back to the inception of It over 1 billion years ago. In the beginning, there was an endless void known as the Macroverse, which was inhabited only by a celestial force referred to as the Other. The Other created 2 additional inhabitants of the Macroverse, one protector called Natural the Turtle, and one shapeshifting entity called the Deadlights. The 2 would become natural enemies. The turtle was kind and all-knowing, but did not like to involve itself in any conflict. So, standing in its shell most often, at some point, the turtle came out of its shell, stomachache, and vomited out our universe. So everything you're sitting in right now, yeah, that's actually you. Everything you've eaten today, think of it the other. Speaking of which, its main form of sustenance is fear.
Take all of you. Now, down your flesh as I feed on your fear.
Because of that fact, it's traveled to our universe to look for food, much like how I may travel to Taco Bell when I'm done filming. A couple thousand or possibly even a million years ago, it's discovered Earth. Earth was basically like a buffet for it because humans have much more complex imaginations than any species that discovered before. Specifically, the imaginations of human children were especially attractive to it because they were capable of an unprecedented level of fear. It arrived on Earth as a fiery meteoric object that crashed into the land in America, but one day to the next, the impact scared away the inhabitants such as Maxwell, fish, bats, and others. The impact crater was devastating, but the area would be taken back and retrieved wildlife over the years. The impact also sent It into a deep sleep, possibly aided by the fact that it was shot from the ice. In the year 1750, it would fly out and rise into slumber, thus marking the beginning of the cycle that would repeat roughly every 20 years. It would awaken the fear of the residents of Derry, not too different from how some animals may eat hibernation. These incidents would often go unreported in Derry's history books, but that stopped locals from doing some of their own research. The earliest known victims of It were a party of 340 settlers called the Derry Company, named after the town in Ireland. They started to create a civilization along the Kenduskeag River, and Derry Township became a logging town.
Still is, my right, boys?
In 1743, every single settler disappeared without trace or explanation.
But Ted Campbell, there are rumors of Indians, but no sign of an attack.
The town was left deserted, other than one single house that burned down at the same spot where Georgie Denbrough would be killed 300 years later. I'm guessing all of these settlers were eaten by It because she had taken such a long nap after crashing on Earth and probably woke up especially hungry. Shortly after Derry Township was rediscovered, the town was reestablished and the canal was built for easy access to the Kenduskeag River. It seems to be about this time that It starts experimenting with using clown. A picture from Wilhelm's album, dated to the 1700s, shows a funny-looking man juggling bowling pins on the street near the canal. He wasn't wearing makeup, but he did have the recognizable tucks of hair. The next known event is in 1851, which is 4 27-year cycles after the disappearance of the settlers. It targeted a man named John Marks, likely using the power of the Deadlights to possess him and do his bidding. It seems that humans who looked directly into the Deadlights are put into a transplant state where they're controlled by It. John poisoned his entire family, then killed himself with a white nightshade mushroom. Keep in mind that having someone else do its bidding doesn't benefit it directly, but what it does do is instill fear in everyone involved, making them more delicious meals for anyone. It's basically the equivalent of putting those little sauce packets on your pocket. In 1856, the clown's image appears in a political cartoon amongst some drunken loggers in a bar. This illustration seems to predict the next cycle, which begins in 1877 when 4 separate lynchings took place in town and carries in into 1879. Derry's logging business was really booming at that time, and a group of lumberjacks stumbled upon another group finding them completely hacked to pieces. Like a bear coming out of hibernation, it would continue to come out every 27 years or so to cause mayhem and feed on the residents of Derry. The next cycle was especially bloody. Coming up next, we'll go into the horrifying artifacts produced by it in the early 1900s.
No!
I had a ton of people participate in the last giveaway, and since you're all so excited about that one, I thought, why not just do another giveaway? This time, you'll float too, because the winner will be taking home this float merchandise. To enter, make sure you're following CC's World on Instagram and like this post. The winner will be chosen at random. Full rules can be found in the video description. In 1891, an ironworks is built in Derry by the Kitchener, and an article about the opening of this facility is featured in the paper. The front page photograph shows a crowd gathering to celebrate the cutting of the ribbon, and off to the left of the crowd, we see celebrating the handspring. This would be a precursor to one of Derry's deadliest events that took place at the end of this cycle. But first, there was a major incident that took place shortly after its reawakening in September of 1905. The logging business in Derry had become big enough that people started to organize unions, and one of these organizers was named Claude Giroux. He and 3 colleagues were staying in a hotel in Derry, and during this stay, the colleagues turned up dead in the Kingston River, with missing body parts and the word union pasted on each of their backs. It's unclear if this was the result of Pennywise' actions or if it was just legitimately unhappy workers, but Giroux, in an act of revenge, took an axe to a bar called the Silver Dollar and took out the loggers that he thought were responsible. That night, the townspeople rioted. After hearing the rest, they dragged him out of his jail cell and lynched him for his attack. One witness mentioned there was a guy doing tricks and flips who he assumed was Newington, but noted that he seemed to stick around afterwards. This highlights one of the major strengths of Pennywise, other than fabulous gymnastics. It has the ability to divide people and turn them against each other. Later attempt to use this technique on the Losers Club after any class bracket suffers a broken arm, but their strong immunity ends up working as an advantage to them. But before we get there, there's a lot of Pennywise's history in Derry to cover. In 1906, an unexplained slew of animal mutilations takes place. These are most likely connected to it. Now, sometimes when you've just eaten tacos and you're a little hungry still, you say, you know what, I'm gonna grab a big burrito, maybe some nachos, and a large soft drink with the road. And that's basically what Pennywise did before going back into hibernation. On Easter of 1906, the previously mentioned Ironworks held an Easter egg hunt for all of the kids of Derry, during which the place exploded, leaving 102 dead, 88 of which were children. At this point, it's very clear that A, there's a problem poking Derry, and B, it's occurring on a 27-year cycle, although only a select number of Derry historians are aware of it, because Pennywise is actively using power to ensure that these disasters stay out of the news. The disasters that took place in Verona were largely ignored by the older townspeople, who were starting to become despondent and preferred to ignore the problems rather than acknowledge them. It started to feel like Derry is just cursed with random acts of violence, but there's no doubt that it is behind them. In 1929, a huge group of citizens gunned down the notorious Bradley Gang, and several witnesses were said to have seen a clown participate in the brutal shooting. Probably looked like something out of The Dark Knight, minus the school bus. Each of the witnesses to the Bradley Gang execution claimed that the clown had the same gun as their own, though none of them shared the same gun. In 1930 was the first confirmed sighting of one of the other recurring forms of AIDS. The giant bird that would later attack Michael Hanlon was first spotted 28 years beforehand by his father, Will Hanlon. This happened the night of the horrible attack on the Black Spot nightclub, in which a racist organization known as the Legion of White Decency burned down the popular African-American jazz joint, and the place collapsed before dozens of people had the chance to escape. Just after narrowly making it out, Will looked up and saw a giant bird with red balloons tied to its wings, and then kept to himself until he was on his deathbed. From here on, Will knew that Derry was no ordinary town, but he would never fully understand that it was responsible for his son or one day his death. The following year, one of the worst floods in town history occurred. This flood was almost as bad as the flood that occurred in the comment section at one time when I had a wrinkly shirt, and this flood uncoincidentally took place during one of Pennywise's waking years. Stephen King doesn't specifically note when the sewer system that runs under Derry was built, but there's a good chance, based on certain laws went into effect in real life, that this was around the time of this big flood in the book. While these systems may have been implemented to keep water levels from overflowing to prevent another disastrous flood, they would inadvertently become the home of Pennywise, who built his lair deep within the sewers of Derry. From this point forward, future sightings of Pennywise the Dancing Clown are all connected to the drain system, whether it be a creepy voice echoing through a drain, a glowing yellow pair of eyes emanating in a sewer grate, or a mysterious red balloon floating around in a runoff pipe.
There's been another murder. Thelma Daniels.
Thelma Daniels?
Her body was found this morning down by the canal. So if you come down here to play, come together like you are now, understand?
Another image in Will Hammonds' photo album shows the celebration at Wally's Spa in 1933, when the U.S. Alcohol Prohibition Act. The group photo contains many men holding up beer mugs and Pennywise drinking champagne from a high-heeled shoe in the corner. Pennywise continues to make appearances throughout Derry's history. For example, in 1945, when Japan surrendered to end World War II, a parade is held in Derry to celebrate, and in one photograph, the clown can be seen dancing around in the background. In the 50s, Pennywise would bring the same photo to life to terrorize the Losers Club. But that is just one of the many events that took place after the tragic incident involving Georgie Denbrough in 1957. Coming up, we'll be analyzing one of the darkest cycles in the history of Derry, and the reasons behind this particular spree being cut short.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room that knows exactly what you're saying. This is co-producer, the fastest way to find samples that fit your track. It listens to your track, it pulls in samples that fit the rhythm, harmony, and key automatically. No more scrolling, and no more random loops that don't match the vibe. You can ask it to find specific sounds, or let it listen to your track and suggest something that people. Plus, you get unlimited access to every sound, so no credits, no pay for download, just drag and drop. Simple. You can audition everything inside your DAW. Stay in flow, stay creative. And the sound is made by actual musicians. Analog process, crazy good. If your sample workload feels stuck, this is going to be the thing. Try co-producer free and let your track pick the sounds.
It was a rainy October day in 1957. Naturally, as a 6-year-old boy, Georgie Denbrough wanted to go out and play in it. He suited up in his yellow rain jacket and asked his big brother Bill to make him a paper boat. There you go. The boat was pushed along the gutter in the Derry Public Works drain system, which was managed by his father, Zach Denbrough. Then the boat began to pick up speed, and not wanting to lose it, little Georgie raced after, not knowing that he was rushing into his own watery tomb. He was unable to drive his boat before it washed into the sewer grove, where a man in clown makeup introduced himself as Mr. Robert Grell, otherwise known as Pennywise Clown. Pennywise did not immediately become aggressive. First,
Your defenders are
attempting to reach the grates to get his boat. This is the very reason that the shape-shifting kids so often opted to use the clown foot. Anyway, because most children love clowns, or at least they did before these came out. Today, he would probably have to take the form of some Fortnite YouTuber or something, but he would use the form of Pennywise to lure children in, because children have the most active imaginations, and so make the richest meals for it. Once he has drawn them in, he brings out his pulsing eyes and razor-sharp teeth, and devours them while they are most afraid. Again, much like I do when I'm devouring my toppings. That's the face that meets young Georgie. He was the first of a whole slew of deaths and disappearances at the top of it. The next was Betty Gibson in December of 1957. Pennywise spoke to her through the drain in her home to make her more awake, attacking and leaving her body with the hard near to Jackson. Betty's screams continued to activate the brains of a bunch of parents for the rest of this working cycle. The next month, when school is back in session, Ben Hansen sees the snapping at the ice as he walks over the bridge, and Pennywise attempts to come down to the sewers with the prospect of balloons and promising to help them and making it seem like the sewers are basically a fun affair. Ben reaches up onto the bridge, and Ben recognizes it as the mummy from the horror movie The Mummy. But when he comes, Ben is able to escape, but the same police Cheryl Lyon falls victim to Pennywise. Then, towards late April, 3-year-old Matt Clements is abducted by the police while riding his tricycle over the house, causing the police chief to refer to him back. Before the end of that spring, Mike and Matt by the tricycle room to be reinforced where he is attacked by a giant bird who rises out of the cellar hole and swoops in to try to pick him up. This is the same bird that his father saw after the Black Spot fire. And Mike's rare birds from when he was pregnant with a baby, and the parents started to die by the movie Throw Down. This out might be great for she trains to use it even with proper emulation. Mike is able to escape by cramming himself into the remains of the smokestack where the bird could fit, pelting it with tiles that were laying. Mike feels like something force was helping him throw the tiles harder, which I believe may have been deterred. It was also around this time that Stan Mears had his encounter with it. He had been birdwatching the park near the stand, the water reservoir that some kids had drowned in the 1930s. And realizes that the door on his base of the standpipe had been blown over. He walks over to investigate and he hears Carnival echoing through the dark. Squishy footsteps approaching. Stan calls out to ask who's there and gets the response, the dead bodies. Before he escapes, he sees the figures of the drowned kid, purple black jeans and orange pom-pom buttons. Stan's friend Eddie Katzbach has a similar experience. Eddie would send these players for training, and one day, a hobo with leprosy comes out from the porch of an abandoned house number 21 so this had a major effect on it. It used this fact to their advantage, coming up with the board to scare Eddie. One day, Eddie decides to check under the porch to make sure nobody's waiting for him there. He sees it in a form similar to Koba, now falling with disease, wearing the silver cleanse. The leper introduces himself as Bob Gray, and calls out from the porch to chase Eddie away. Despite these 4 victims escaping, Pennywise would continue to haunt them in their dreams. One night, when Eddie is going to bed, he hears the leper whisper, "Won't do, you could be wrong." Then, at the beginning of the summer, Ben has this dream where he's playing baseball and he hits a home run. As he's running the bases, he sees a clown waving to him in the tree. He doesn't remember the rest of the dream, but he wakes up with a he's been weeping for the It is doing everything in his power to instill fear in these members of the Losers who escaped in the first attempt. But what would take place later that summer would take things to a level never before seen in Derek 16.
Happy?
Every hour, Jeff relies on chicken.
Like that one girl with her mom. She's like, she got rebirthed by her mom. And the girl seen her dad and took with her.
It's a lot of different bombs. Room to look at his photo. Under the influence of it, George's
I will see your commands through.
Page has photos. It's from the studio. Like that kind of dairy. This game's this one named Edward Corcoran. Edward was fleeing from his abusive father and decided to sleep in the park by the canal where somebody grabs his ankle. It takes on the form of Edward's dead brother, Dorset. When Edward ran, it took the form of the creature from the Black Lagoon. The last thing he sees is the creature's eyes going white, and the light leaking through the fins on its head. This was most likely Edward attempting to process the dead ones. Shortly after, Mike Hanlon finds Edward near the spot that he died. He hears a splash from the canal and sees something moving.
Move, Saturn.
Mike runs away, but he has a feeling.
Saturn!
Go on to share his experiences with the rest of the Losers Club, who would also explain their encounters. When Bill tells the story of his encounter with Georgie Scoto, though, Richie Tozier says that he wants to see the album as well, so Bill takes him over, only to discover that Georgie's school photo is missing. Well, instead, there's a photo of old Derek, somewhere in the canal, and Bill and Richie see themselves as a couple of sailors inside of it. The picture begins to move, and Pennywise pops out of the canal, but he has the face of Georgie. See, these deepfakes are getting way too good. Oh wait, wrong century. At this point, the real Bill Denbrough reaches into the photo before Richie pulls his arm back out to safety and closes the photo. Bill's hand is bleeding. This scene foreshadows the final confrontation with Pennywise. Bill and Richie have always been the ones to directly confront Pennywise. An important distinction is that they aren't the only ones to fight back, but they are the only two who are willing to take the fight to its domain. This incident also marks the first time that Richie starts to realize that it is a monster with supernatural properties, rather than physical. Bill and Richie would once again take the fight to Pennywise's domain when they decide to go to 29 Nebo Street to investigate Eddie's story about the leper. They climb into the basement, and this time it takes the form of the teenage werewolf that Richie saw when he and a few others went to the movie theater. I feel like I would just start laughing if my worst fear just kept turning into these cheesy 50s horror movies. I mean, I can just imagine, oh no, please don't come out, and then the monster turns into a skeleton. I'd be cracking up, but I'm pretty sure it was scary at the time. Bill brings his father's gun, but what ends up hurting Pennywise more than the gun is Richie screaming at it in his Irish cop voice and throwing sneezing powder back at it. This is because it operates on belief. Just as their fear of it makes them juicier targets, their confidence and childish humor can be used to fight back against it. By using the voice of an authority figure and attacking the werewolf with something that he believed would work, he's fighting it with the strongest weapon he had, his imagination. As they ride away on Bill's bike, the clown comes after them, wearing the same Derry hipster jacket that the werewolf had on moments before. It's not really clear if he's also wearing the clown suit, or if he's just naked and Actually, I think I'll just try not to think about that. When they look back later, Pennywise has disappeared, presumably taking refuge in the storm room. As we get into late June, Pennywise leaves a new victim, Veronica Grogan, 4th grader at the Evil Church Street School. Veronica would be one of the voices that Beverly Marsh was coming out of her dream later that week, along with the other victims like Matt Clements and Freddie Gibson. The dream spouts blood everywhere. Like the blood from Jordy's outlook, her father is unable to see. It tells Beverly that she'll die if she tries to fight, and then the sink erupts with blood. The last incident of June occurs when Richie Twitchers, fleeing from something, this is where there's a statue of Paul Beverly used to commemorate Darren's beginning of vlogging. The statue comes to life and stares Richie in the face, threatening to eat him. Moments after he runs for it, Paul Bunyan destroys the bench that Richie had just been sitting on with his giant hands. At the time, Richie chalks himself to being some kind of bizarre movie, but he would later realize that this was one of the many forms of AIDS. Much happens in the first couple days of the morning outside of Eddie King's tracking points of the television vision. This slip period is likely because AIDS is preparing the feast on a day when Darius' children would be out in droves. July 4th, also known as American Independence Day. It's a shame that it didn't go as soon as I instead though it would be perfect for good. July 4th would be the first time that Mike saw AIDS. He was playing in the marching band, where he saw the clown handing out balloons to kids on the street. The sight of Pennywise waving at him gave him a similar feeling to the original.
He witnesses your
later
many
on
deaths
he
at
saw
my
Pennywise again
hand.
and wondered how he could mix it with him. This time, some of the kids he was handing balloons to were crying. Again, it might give him a bad feeling, as he recognized this as the same clown from all of those old photos in his father's album. It was most likely on this day that he took him from Jimmy Cole, and the rain would push his body into the sunlight 2 days later on July 6th. He was eventually found echoing all over his body, something that might have been next to his cancer at birth. Jimmy would be the last friend that went to get that summer. This would die, and he was fully going to build an empire with his young mistress, Henry Bowers, and his gift of course.
My dedication to Sauron makes me strong. She's no scupper.
The one reoccurring, I don't know, call it a nightmare. That I have. Is that
You will fight at my side. I only serve Sauron.
One of the most notorious bullies in all of Derry, perhaps even more feared than Henry Bowers himself, was the 12-year-old named Patrick Thompson. Even a sociopathic Patrick had fears of his own for its to take advantage
How
of.
does it feel
Patrick
to
developed a
finally
fear of
have
leisure
your
while living in
vengeance?
Oyster Lake. During the summer when Patrick was 12, it ambushed him at the junkyard, where he would often go into plastic dogs and cats getting killed around town in the discarded refrigerator. To his shock, these leeches were also it. Perhaps Patrick was so crazy that the leeches were the only semblance of a true fear that it was able to find him, because as he was being attacked, he saw a figure stand. It was described as having a face that was wax, as if he didn't know what he wanted to be. This is the only known instance that gives any real insight about what it might look like while cycling among the forms. Patrick would eventually pass out from blood loss, only to wake up when it started devouring. Beverly Marsh sees this incident and reaches as it happened, and after Patrick is taken away, she hears Pennywise's laughter reverberating from a pumping station underground. 4 hours later, she brings all of her friends to investigate, where they find a message written inside the fridge in blood. Stop now before I kill you all. The words of the wise from your friend, Pennywise. Pennywise leaves the losers a second warning, because at this point, each of them had survived at least once, and the slightest hint of self-doubt begins to manifest itself within the ancient creature. This time, Mike borrows his father's daring photo album, the one that he recognized the clown in the background of all of those old photos. When they stop at the photo of the World War II parade, like the photo that appeared in George's photo album, this one starts to move as well. Only this time, instead of Bill reaching into the picture, Pennywise rushes up towards them and hangs on a lamppost in the foreground, threatening once again to kill them all, his nose pressing up against the plastic that the photo had been encased in. It rapidly changed forms to some of their fears: Richie's werewolf, Eddie's leopard, Ben's mummy, Stan's dead boy. At which point, Stan slams the elf and shuts. That's when Bill starts to realize the truth. It is afraid of them. What Bill hasn't quite figured out yet, though, is that it is especially afraid of the power of their unity. And that's why its next move comes against Eddie, while he's alone and at his weakest. On July 20th, 1958, Henry Bowers and his friends chase down Eddie and break his arm. Eddie comes to during an ambulance call and briefly sees Pennywise behind the wheel. That night, Eddie has a dream about his overprotective mother telling off his friends who come to visit him at the hospital by telling them that he doesn't want to be friends with them anymore, which parallels a conversation that happens in real life at the same time. In the dream, Pennywise is also in the hospital waiting room, wildly dancing to celebrate the breaking up of the Losers Club. The real-life version of this conversation is essentially the same, and it probably has some kind of influence over Mrs. Casbrack to encourage her to try to remove Eddie's friends from his life. And this is further suggested by the fact that the last image Eddie sees in the dream is it, toggling among the many forms, the last of which has his mother's. The incident does cause some turmoil inside the friend group, but that doesn't stop them from reuniting to take on it once again. On July 25th, the 7 losers arrive at 29 neighborhoods. Each of them react differently to the house based on their own fears. Upon entering, they find a white pony. When they go upstairs, they come across a furry magazine that winks at best. Hallway represents everything you can to scare them away without having to visit First, the bed uses out blindly, especially the sound that is out by the insect. But it turns out to be a moose board, which is essentially a handheld that's at a constant volume as sort of an audio scarecrow for marbles. The third door is just a bathroom, but the toilet seems to have exploded, leaving the white porcelain shark flying on the floor. It quickly rushes up the pipe in what Ventus's creative form, which we know is deadly. It explodes out of the pipe, taking the form of the werewolf and attacking them. Beverly fights back with the slingshot.
Ever since you sent me away, I've been dreaming of our reunion.
However, the losers are defensive, screaming ammo. That proves assumption again and uses for the lead to try to frighten them, sending it driving back to the train, screaming out for the door. Not much happens in the next couple of weeks leading up to the big confrontation, but there is some activity.
You'll be roasting on a spit
It decides to bring out a new ally, one that wouldn't be limited by the power of people alone, so it teams up with the next biggest enemy of the losers, Henry Bowers. After losing the switchblade that Henry had attacked Ben with on the last day of school, Henry needed a new weapon. In early August, he saw some red balloons tied to his mill. This is the faces of the losers. After this, Henry started
What's all this racket? Who's killing my boys?
Then telling him to get fixed from the Belgian, he can go after Beverly. They end up chasing the losers down into a cooking section, which is connected to the sewer system. Victor and Belch reluctantly go down there with Henry. I personally think that it senses their reluctance and decides to take the lead. It's using the thing to break this virtually out. Tearing Belch's face and his back. Henry goes on after the losers, leaving Belch to the hands of the losers attempt to find its way, letting Eddie lead the way with some technical sense of direction. She's not powered by his resembling the monster company that Richie has seen gotta admit that one actually Richie is grabbed by one of the Isaac's tentacles beside Eddie and pretends that an asthma aspirator is batteries and sprays it in the eye to help it drive it away. Next, they're attacked by the giant bird form, but Stan uses his extensive knowledge of birds to determine that it isn't a real bird. And the fact that Stan doesn't believe in it weakens the monster once more. He sends it to a door containing the layer of it, a cathedral-like chamber covered in spiders. It is here that they encounter the true form of it, an endless, hairy, crawling forest composed of lights that their human minds can only interpret as a giant spider. So that's the way I see it. Much to the dismay of some audiences of the 90s, it goes after Billy and Bill, launching him out of his physical body for a mental confrontation on what Stephen King describes as the evolving floor of eternity. The turtle catches Bill and tells him there's a conflict that Bill must fight. Then Bill uses his mind to engage in something known as the ritual chill.
All that hard work
he thrusts his fists against the post and still insists he sees the ghost, a phrase that was supposed to help him over his study. Bill uses his faith in all of the childish things he believes in to mentally grab onto his mind and push himself back towards the real world. It screams at Bill to let go as he rejoins his circle of friends in the real world. The spider flees into the depths of the layer, and Eddie tells them to get all here and that it was dying. All they can do is hope that they defeated the monster that haunted Bill and killed him. They make a bloody pact to return to finish the job should it ever rise again. So in 1957-1958 cycle ends prematurely, with it going into an early sleep after the defeat of the losers. But as always, 27 years after the awakening in 1957, it's the vengeance.
I will have my revenge next
those
time.
who had beaten so many years before.
He's after me! Please, get him off me!
Okay, on the combo.
In July of 1984, a festival is held to celebrate the anniversary of Derry's Canal. At the festival, there's a little dispute between two parties. On one side, there are three guys, Steve Dubay, John Garten, and Christopher Underwood. They're harassing a homosexual couple, Don Haggerty and Adrian Mellon. The initial dispute is broken up by police, but they have another confrontation later, where Garten and Dubay throw Mellon off of a bridge, where Pennywise the Clown is below. Mellon might have survived the fall, but Pennywise drags him under the bridge and bites into his armpit with huge teeth. At this time, thousands of I Heart Derry balloons, similar to the balloon that Mellon had earlier at the Canal Days Festival, emerge and hit the bottom of the bridge. Mellon's body is found with stab wounds, bite marks, and a missing armpit. Pennywise's return parallels one of the many other tragedies occurring in Derry for the last 300 plus years in one major way. The incident is largely ignored by witnesses and news outlets. However, this time, there's one person taking special interest, the town librarian, Michael Hamlin, one of the losers who stayed in Derry all of these years to keep an eye out for it, should the creature ever return. Mike wanted to be sure that it was back before contacting his old friend. He stood by as Pennywise claimed the life of Lisa Albright on October 18, and then Stephen Johnson at Memorial Park near the end of the year. On February 14, 1985, two more children disappeared, Dennis Torrio and Gloriana Winterbody. Dennis's body was found in the Marys with a photo of Georgie Denver. This is the same photo that disappeared from the photo album when Bill and Richie went to look in 1958. By March, Mike is pretty convinced that it has come back, but wants to have proof before alerting the others. Bodies continue to pile up. Dawn Roy, a 13-year-old girl, is found decapitated in McCaffrey Park. On October 24th, 16-year-old Adam Geralt is killed and mutilated by Pennywise. 2 weeks later, on May 6th, Pennywise emerges through the pipes as 2-year-old Frederick Cowan uses the restroom and drowns him in the toilet bowl. His mother was outside, and she heard screaming, repeated flushing of the toilet, and laughing that didn't sound human. When she found her son, she had to be taken to a mental hospital in Bangor. It was only 1 week after when Jeffrey Holly was found torn apart in Basie Park near the canal. John Fury and Jerry Bellwood, two classmates, were killed before the end of May. Fury was found with his legs torn off under the porch at 29 Newell Street, and Bellwood turned up near a cement retaining wall on Kansas Street with the words "Come Home" written over and over in blood. A direct message to Mike, who would soon make the 6 phone calls to remind his friends of the promise they once made. The news was too much for Sam, who took his own life. In the meantime, Itz would also be calling back an old friend, Henry Bowers, who was sitting in Juniper Mental Asylum, began hearing the same familiar voice of Pennywise speaking to him through the moon. When the remaining losers reconvened at a Chinese restaurant upon returning to Derry, Pennywise used the warnings in their fortune cookies, including eyes, bugs, and more. This is a symbolic way for Itz to tell them that they'll meet unhappy fortunes if they trade fights. The losers go for individual walks around town while they wait for the memories of the summer of '58 to come back. During this time, Pennywise terrorizes each of them with the belief that they'll not be able to win as they once did. I think the reason Itz becomes so confident is a combination of factors. The losers have grown up, lost their imaginations, lost one of their members, Stan, and forgotten about Derry for the most part. However, one thing that I think Itz didn't count on was the fact that despite them growing older, many of them still work in creative fields. Beverly designs dresses, Ben designs buildings, Richie is a radio DJ known for his creative voices, and Bill is an author of fiction. The contractors move! Real don't seem to understand.
And you start with your
Wishes to spend time at in Derry. Then visits the library where Pennywise taunts him with the landing.
Do you have Prince Albert in a can? You do? I just felt like a poor man.
I love that part. It also scared Ben using the form of Dracula and taunting him about the death of Stan. Before disappearing, it leaves behind a balloon with a message: "Have a good day. Tonight you die." In the movie, Pennywise spends more time warning the losers that they should get out of town, which I don't really find to fall in line with the character so much, because in the novel, it comes back and wants revenge on those who bested him. So it wouldn't really make sense for him to lure them all back and then make them leave again. Eddie takes his walk down memory lane. Not down memory lane, because that probably isn't a real place, but rather down West Broadway, where he comes upon the Tracker Bears truck depot, or at least what's left of it. This is where all the kids used to play baseball. Eddie sees a leopard version of Belch Huggins climb over the fence, and then the canvas squares that they used to use as bases fly into the air and take after him. Tony Tracker, one of the co-owners of the depot, comes out of the ground at home plate. Eddie also sees a zombie version of his childhood crush, Brett Bowie, and of Patrick Coxon. Beverly goes back to her old apartment to see if her dad is still there, but a woman named Mrs. Kirsch has taken up residence and invites her in for tea. Mrs. Kirsch starts rotting before her eyes, before dropping the fact that her father was Robert Gray, also known as Pennywise the Death Clown. Bev also realizes that the tea she's drinking tastes like crap from the sewer, and it is at this point that Sis snaps. That meme's probably going to be so outdated by the time this video even comes out. Mrs. Kirsch turns into a witch and chases Beverly out as the whole place turns to candy like the house from Hansel and Gretel. As she runs out, she hears her father's voice call out, but when she turns back, she sees the clown holding the detached leg of a child. There's also a balloon with the words, "It came from outer space," the name of a horror movie from the 50s that also works with the origin of It, from It, by Stephen King. Well, I could probably go on about how many times I've had an issue trying to distinguish the monster It from the word It. Let's instead move on to Richie Tozier. Richie goes back to City Center, where the Paul Bunyan statue turns into Pennywise holding two balloons, one reading Richie Tozier's All Dead Rock Show. Pennywise tells him that the eye is waiting for him below, a reference to the crawling eye that they encountered on their first trip to the sewers. He looks back up, and the clown has been replaced by a Buddy Holly statue. And looking back on it now, it's interesting to note that Pennywise the clown looks just like Buddy Holly roughly 9 years before anyone knew who Rivers Cuomo was. Richie feels a sharp pain in his eyes, possibly a connection to the smoke in his eyes during the smoke hole ritual that they did as kids. He blinks his contacts back to normal, and yes, this is me blinking for all you people who comment and say I never blinked. And everything goes back to normal, but he still hears Pennywise's laughter in the back of his head. Late that night, it takes the form of Victor Chris to break Henry out of the mental asylum. Victor's body still has the voice of Pennywise, though, and he explains that Henry must kill the losers, because Henry can hurt them, regardless of if they believe in him or fear him. In order to escape, they must first get past one of the Juniper guards, John Coons. It first attacks him using the Pennywise form, and then turns into a giant dog, which is a Doberman, just like the guard dogs of the asylum, and mauls Coons to death. That night, the losers reconvene at the library, where it taunts them with strange visions, including one of Stan's 11-year-old head, which is stuffed with feathers, possibly a reference to the often-used bird form of It.
I finally made it, guys. I'm in the deadlights now.
You know what? It's true what they say. We all float down here, and you will too. In fact, they will float.
His eyes open, and they are the eyes of Pennywise. The head bursts, leaving behind a mess of blood. The losers decide to call it a night, but Henry Bowers has other ideas. Henry ambushes and attacks Mike, who's wrapping up at the library. Then, while prowling the streets at 2 a.m., he sees a sewer grate with a balloon tied to it. Don't waste your time on Henry, because the voice inside his head tells him that a riot has been sent. But in 1958, Colonel Fury pulls up. Oh, I know this isn't an accident. The car matches the description of Christine, from another Stephen King book, Christine. The driver of the car was a zombie version of Belch, who doesn't speak the entire car ride until the end, when Pennywise's voice comes out of his mouth and tells him to shut up and get the losers. I can only imagine what kind of review Henry would have left on Zombie Hooper. Henry would go on into the hotel and manage to injure Eddie Kasprak, just as he did in 1958. But in 1985, it had one more trick up his sleeve, and none of the losers would have seen coming for the final show.
Life is more legal than you think, and LegalZoom is here to help. Whether it's registering a business, starting a will or trust, or staying on top of your business licenses. When you need a legal help, turn to LegalZoom.
We'll have your head on a pole.
This is a memorial to the dead. So, is this all you're doing? It is. Are you holding it? Release his demons unto the
And the world would not fail before the demons.
You're the same person?
No. What I tried to tell.
Hey!
Beverly Martin is still trophies with that. Yes, she did get her Derry, and yes, that was the last time she ever spoke to her then. But Beverly ends up falling into the same trap again when she married a man named Tom Rowe, who treated her even worse than Al Marston. Tom was able to ascertain Beverly's location after she left him to reunite with her childhood friends in Derry, and he found himself waking up at Holiday Inn in Maine, where he found a balloon tied to his bathroom door. The voice of it spoke to him through the balloon and told him to do its bidding. At this point, I think it's important to look back at its human servants. The fact that it was able to manipulate some people to do her bidding, but not others, is interesting. In fact, it seems that it is only able to manipulate people who already have a lot of evil. There is also a nurse that it manipulates later named Mark LaMonica, the brother of Cheryl LaMonica, who was killed in 1958. It sends him with a scalpel to try to finish off Mike in the hospital, and King describes him as being an easy target for it because he's a drug addict. On the other hand, it seems like its rival, the Turtle, is able to manipulate good people. The Losers Club members often describe some kind of helping hand aiding them, like when Mike was throwing the tiles at the bird and he feels something helping him throw harder than usual. Now, if only we could get the Cubs bullpen to get a little help from the Turtle, then we'd really be in business. Beverly's husband, Tom, isn't the only spouse who followed their partner into Derry, because Bill's wife, Audra, also made the trip. In order to ensure the opportunity for revenge, it uses Tom to capture Audra and bring her into the sewers, leaving her purse at the foot of the pumping station as bait for Bill. Because of this, he, Eddie, Ben, Beverly, and Richie must go to face it before they're ready, and this time, they're on a rescue mission. Even with everything turned in its favor, even with only 5 losers to kill now as opposed to 7, it feels fear again as they approach. So Pennywise tries to intimidate them a little more on their drive to the Barrens. Pennywise speaks through the car radio, first reading an ad for the Richie Tozier All Day Rock Show, then Georgie's voice berates Bill, telling him, "You let it kill me." They turn off the radio, which must have been a good indicator for it that Bill was still pretty rattled by the idea that he could have possibly been responsible for what happened to Georgie. I think it's for this reason that the first form that the news is looking for coming down to the sewers is Bill's younger brother. Bill starts to feel guilt, and he feels that he should have been the one to die. The others need him to come to the realization that this Georgie isn't real. And he's able to do so by repeating the phrase, "Rusty still sees the ghost, and still insists he sees the ghost." Just like last time, this retreats into the inner sanctum. You may have noticed throughout this video that I reported it using the female pronoun. There's a reason for that, and when they get to the inner layer at the heart of the sewer system, they discover that the dead lice that they interpret as a spider has an egg sac. It's female, and it's pregnant. Though I do have serious questions about who in their right mind would have actually knocked it up, but actually, let's try not to think about it. Once again, it goes for Bill, which if we think about it makes sense. He's the leader, he's probably the biggest threat to it, seeing as how he became a writer, and he's still flowing with creativity, and it's his wife that has been captured, so he's the most motivated. Just like when they were young, Bill leaves his physical body and enters the void. It tells him that the Turtle is dead and won't be able to help him this time, which he doesn't believe at first, but later concludes to be true when they pass by the Turtle's empty shack. Bill tried to mentally seize its tongue like he had done.
I sent you to Mordor for the
Nazgul. Misses its grip and drifts deeper into
and your work
in the physical chamber. Richie realizes something is wrong and confronts the spider using his Irish Morgul. Richie is then whacked into the cosmic void as well, and he's able to successfully engage in the ritual of Chud. Richie takes Bill's hand.
You know the one of whom I speak.
It doesn't bring them back to the real world. They almost lose their grip on it, but they're able to safely get back to their physical bodies.
I took the new ring and left him to die.
Eddie's trying to hurt the spider with his aspirator, just like he did in Medicine. But when it comes back to the physical body of the spider, it bites down and rips Eddie's arm off before retreating into the dark depths of the lair. This time, Richie and Bill don't want to let it get away again. Just as they pursued it to 29 Evil Street as kids, they followed the spider further into the middle. Beverly stops to comfort Eddie in his final moments, while Ben finds the trail of eggs left behind by them, and one by one attempts to stomp them all out. Now it was becoming more afraid than ever. It sensed Richie and Bill's pursuit. It sensed the death of its young, and it began to turn roads. It's turned back to Richie and Bill, all beginning to let off the dead lights. The arachnid creature begged them to let them go, offering them power, success, and the prospect of time. Bill and Richie get to feel the power of another. Not it, not the turtle, but the celestial force I mentioned way back at the beginning of this video, even before I started talking about the tacos that created both of them. Bill hears the sound of the spider's heart grinding on the back of the stage. He reaches his way into it, reaches for the heart, and crushes it in his hand. The creature jerked and quivered, but as it died, the light faded. once, Bill heard the voice of the other telling him, "Son, you did real good." Richie was basically passed out at this point, and Ben had finished stomping out over 100 eggs, and he thinks he's gotten them all. Audra falls from the webbing she's strung up in and lies crumpled on the ground, catatonic state. Eddie has died, and Beverly's pack of matches is their only source of light and hope to get out. Meanwhile, a huge storm brews above them over Derry, and the flood that would ensue is a metaphorical washing out of all of the bad history that the town had endured over the 300 or so years of its existence. The flood would end up destroying much of Main Street and any buildings near the canal that were swept away. The losers were able to climb directly out of the destroyed sewer pipes to the street above. As they left Derry, their memories of everything that had happened between them and the hits began to fade once again. But this time, even Mike, who was still recovering in hospital, would lose his memories of the horrific occurrences that took place in and under Derry, Maine. At this point in the story, it is widely believed that it, the creature that had caused so much pain and taken so many lives, was dead. However, some might say that simply isn't true. Stephen King would go on to write many more novels that either take place in or reference the town of Derry. Some of them seem to imply that the battle with the Losers Club in 1985 was not the end of Pennywise.
You will find him in the Great Hall. This feels very familiar.
So there's every no fine. No need to put on bands. Great coffee without the grind.
When I was a kid, we were like, yeah, right. And
Tokyo. No one but instead she's on a mission to find perfect holiday gifts for her pickiest family member. Her dog, of course. So Noelle asks Julie's pet experts for personalized recommendations. Fast delivery, check. Award-winning customer service, double check. 100% satisfaction guaranteed? Absolutely. So now she can spend less time worrying and more time actually working. I mean, enjoying a magical holiday season in Tokyo.
A few years passed before the event of Stephen King. 7 villages communities near an alien intelligence founded by a village of 15-year-old boy named Maniac and 13-year-old Hester Whitman to retrieve as many car batteries. Then, during the stop in Derry, Tommy notices the pound, tiny silver dollars from mine, staring at him sincerely. He brushes it off as an effect of the alien limitations on his mind, but more evidence would come over a decade later, in the year 2005. Dreamcatcher is another alien possession novel by Stephen King, which a character named Mr. Gray, which itself would be a nod to the human it's Robert Gray, comes across the border spot of the Dairy Standard, the water storage structure that was destroyed in the flood at the end of it in 1985. There's now a memorial in its place. It reads, "To those lost in the storm, May 31, 1981, and to the children, all the children. Love from Bill, Ben, Bev, Eddie, Rich, Stan, Maya, the Losers." But there is another message, which has been spray painted in red jagged letters over the top of the memorial, which reads, "Pennywise lives." This is pretty solid proof that Pennywise does indeed live on in Derry, because most of the town doesn't know who Pennywise is, and those who do don't have the motive to deface this memorial like Pennywise does. But how does Pennywise live? It was pretty clear that the Deadlegs faded and its brandings disappeared from the door leading to the spider's lair. Some believe that the 27-year cycle simply can't be stopped, that the Losers have never had the ability to kill its to begin with, and that Pennywise simply went back to sleep. However, I have a different theory. At the end of the battle in 1985, Richie and Bill finish off the spider, while Ben stomps on the eggs, using only a pack of them, win them and stomp off the pack. When they reconvene, Ben tells them, "I stomped out over 100. I think I got all of them. I pray to God you did," Richie tells them. Then they flee to the chamber. It seems pretty inconclusive. There's even comments Ben has earlier as he's stepping in. How many? How many eggs? Didn't I read that spiders can lay thousands or millions? So I would theorize that at least one of these eggs went unnoticed, and it was reborn into a new physical body. This new hit would also have the shapeshifting, and thus would also be able to take the exact same form as Pennywise. It also makes sense for the new It to use this form again because it seems to know all about things happening in Derry and would be able to pick up on the idea that the kids in town are scared of this clown. There's one more possible piece of evidence that Pennywise lived in Stephen King's 2014 book, Mr. Mercedes. This one doesn't take place in Derry, but rather in Cleveland, Ohio, where a serial killer wears a clown mask to conceal himself. One of the characters compares it to the TV movie about the clown in the sewers. He's talking about the TV miniseries adaptation of this that came out in 1990. So apparently this adaptation also exists in Stephen King's universe. But you'd have to think that in order for that to be possible, someone somewhere had to have seen the real Pennywise and been inspired by it. So I think this is another piece of evidence that Pennywise is alive, probably as one of the forms of the new It after the events of the novel It. So what does that hold for the future? Could we one day see a sequel to It? During a Reddit AMA in 2013, Stephen King addressed the question, I don't think I could bear to deal with Pennywise. Too scary, even for me. So maybe we'll continue to see Pennywise lurking in the shadows of some of King's future works, or maybe he'll change his mind after seeing how much people love the 2017 and 2019 adaptations of It. Let me know what you think in the comments. Click the playlist on the left to see the complete history of some other characters from It, and remember to subscribe to Seize These Worlds for new horrors every week, ring the death bell, notifications, and I'll see you in the next one.
Your time has come, Asgore.
You will not kill me again.
As soon as I walk in, I hear that I started writing when I did not start right there in the church service. A Rock Nation and Jay-Z going on the same side as the Deltas. You know, you have like Music Mafia and on the same time. You have to bring at least 8 biblical scriptures or principles to join any kind of sorority. What? Oh, my love, my peace and happiness. I'm going to get a put literally your fraternity sorority there. That's you having an idol. Ephesians 5, 11 through 14. Anyone that has done this but hates it, that is a deed of darkness. That is actually witchcraft. So you're actually making someone submit to your will to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. And so really, you're actually being trained on how to be a perfect. The rituals are literally from Masonry. Anton LaVey, he's the founder of the Church of Satan. He says this, every occult order has Masonic roots. Like my poison. It has the lowly wisdom that you actually like to taste of. But that's what the enemy prays on. Satan never required us to stop worshiping God, worship him.
Denouncing movement is an attack against blackness. We'll live for thee. We'll strive for thee. We'll long for thee. And toil until we reach the golden shore, which is death, right?
Mm-hmm. So part of the ritual of this organization is that they put someone flat on the bed and the person is blindfolded and they put like a knife in his hand. If you want to be part of us, take the knife and shove it through the person's heart. We people in this family ended up committing murder. They were part of the same organization. The open door was the ritual. Oh my goodness. It's going to send me to hell.
Yeah, is it a salvation issue?
It's a salvation issue, right? It shows a heart issue. It's like you saying to your wife, you want to divorce me? If not, then I'm keep going.
Because whoever I claim feeds me, that is who I make my God.
Especially Jezebel and Leviathan. Those two spirits want people for protection. Want people that can be taken advantage of. A lot of times they make an oath that I will never let this happen to me again. And so Jezebel says, I'll not do that. She helps with that by control. And if I can control everyone and everything around me, then and only then will I be safe. Leviathan comes also, it's also pride, but self-preservation. So when there's a sin, that there's shame, that there's guilt, Leviathan fears of you to cover it up. Because it's shame and guilt, it cements and it feels it. In church culture, we condone us. If people do bad things, we don't really want them to be redeemed. Right? We want to see the wrath of God. Absolutely. There's different people that confess, yeah, when I was younger, you know, I used to have a relationship with my family pet. See, that's what I learned. God is a safe place. Come on, man. And I heard God say in that moment, I'm not only the God of the victims, I'm ultimately God of the villains.
Right, coming out of the right now.
Supreme Court documentary. These are facts.
What do you plan to do with the dream of yours?
They're my friends.
With Dupixent, stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema with clear skin and the last itch. The #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists helps heal your skin from within. Severe allergic reactions, including skin reactions. Get help right away for face, mouth, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worse skin eye problems like eye pain or vision changes, skin symptoms, joint aches and pain, or a piercing infection. Don't change or stop other treatments without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's doctor about Dupixent.
And the Lord reveals himself to me.
This is not a podcast, this is a deliverance ministry. God is going to deliver just as many, if not more, here than he does inside a church building.
Giving yourself over to it. It's proving it to you over and over.
In the weightiness of your anointing, the Lord said thousands will be delivered.
Or you keep watching, click the subscribe button. I'll wait.
You serve
seriously,
sorrow.
Subscribe right
I
now.
serve
Also,
Middle
like
Earth.
and share this video. The more you like, share, comment, and engage with this video, the more we're able to produce content just like this. Thank you again. Seriously. I am so grateful. I'm here with my actual bro. Like this, I usually have guests on, but this man is not a guest. He's actually a good friend of mine, and it's been a long time coming. I've been wanting to have you on the live for a little while. We talked about it for a little while, but I think there's a reason why there was a delay. There's some stuff that God has been revealing. He's been doing it. He's been doing it. Well, I just want to say welcome to We Need to Talk, my brother. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir, man. So, when I first met you, you came, look, like my first really interacting with you, it was like we're full on deliverance, man. Yeah. You came to support the first We Need to Heal that we had in Atlanta. We were there, man, hours. Yeah. You were actually like the real true soldier that was there for hours, man, watching people get set free, man. Your heart for God's people is just super immense. And you put in my hands a book that I think is more like a manual. It's definitely for instruction and teaching. I want to talk about that book. I want to talk about kind of how you arrived with coming up with a book like that. And then we got to get into some stuff that God has been revealing. So we'll take our time, but if you can, just open us up into how God called you to write this book called Out of Egypt, what God did in your life as it relates to idolatry and all that stuff, and then we'll dive further. Sure. So the book is called Out of Egypt, the Christian Exodus Out of Divine Nine Organization. Okay. And so I pledged at the University of West Georgia in 2008. And, I actually enjoyed Greek life, to be honest. I wasn't one of those that, didn't make line or, the things that you hear of why people get better. I was actually enjoying the fraternity life, if you will, because it was feeding everything that I went there for, right? I wanted brotherhood, I wanted connection, I wanted community, I wanted the networking. And so it was interesting because I was actually one of the people that helped to charter the chapter coming back to West Georgia UWG. They had been on for a little while, and so I had a mentor at the time that said, hey, you know what? You're doing pretty well in school. At the time, I was the first black SG as president to serve 2 terms, right? I think I was on the third black one, period. I was homecoming king. I had a 3.98 GPA. And so, they were like, hey, you'd be a really good look to be on that first line of Alphas coming back. I had to actually talk about Alpha. And so that's how I actually came into the fraternity. And at the time, I didn't really realize that, and it's one of the things that God started showing me, even as He started putting me out, was that everything that He had blessed me with before I even joined. As soon as I joined, it was, Rob the Alpha,
Alpha is what
She
gave him the
saw the
3.98.
future that has come
Alpha is
to
the reason
pass.
why he was
She
homecoming
saw
king.
the great
Alpha is the reason why.
eye of
So
abundance.
everything that God had blessed me, it was a glory
She also
snatcher.
saw the
Right?
need
Everything that
for a
God had
counterbalance.
empowered and did in my life up to that point now became because of Alpha.
Are you
So
that
what the glory that
counterbalance?
should have been like, oh, you're doing really well. Yeah, he's a
No.
Christian. He serves God. Because at the time, I was also, people didn't talk about, I was also in the choir. I was also in spiritual advisor to the choir. Like, people didn't talk about that part. But when it came
You
down
once told
to,
me
oh, how do we get success
that in the
in
war
God?
against darkness,
It was
stay
go
in
join
light is
Alpha.
victory.
Right? But at the time,
Do you still believe that?
I was a evangelist in Alpha. You know what I'm saying?
I
I was
believe more than one
out in the
must
field
be
like, hey,
contained.
you need to be it. You need to be one. You
But
need
how
to be
long
one.
can you fight this war before you
I
fall
ended up
and join them?
graduating. I ended up going to law school. And it was interesting because we had this thing called where some of the new the profiles, the neos that were coming in, they would actually come and we would like train them how to, you know, be good participants of our chapter. Okay. And so being that I was one of the charter members at the time, I was actually responsible for like helping them to get shaped. Okay. And so there's one time, you know, I had set the whole curriculum for what they would do and how they would go about it.
After the Witch King's fall,
learning the different
an
information
attack
we wanted to learn
commenced
for our
against
chapter.
multiple fortresses.
So they had Kingsborough House in Athens. I was in law school at the time.
And by
you know, Friday we talked about outfits, how to dress, X, Y, and Z. You know, Thursday
As one
the
power
Saturday
falls,
we did
another
the
one
community
rises.
service, X, Y, and Z. And the Sunday I was like, okay, we're gonna all go to church.
That is the way.
They did
of
everything Friday. They did everything Saturday. When Sunday came, they was like, oh, I gotta go do this, I gotta do that. And I was like, it's something about it just kind of didn't sit well with me, right? It was like, you know, like sometimes when God is kind of pronging you to like, hey, there's a flag here. And so something about it, and I was like, well, you know, Rob, you know, there's people there, you know, everyone is not a Christian. Some people, you know, are different faiths, so you can't force people to go to church. So I was like, okay, cool. Really wasn't kind of paying too much attention to it.
Ghouls.
I started
So the
driving.
ghouls
I drive
that
to
concern
church
me.
in Athens.
My
And
lordship,
I walk
attacks have
into
commenced against
the
the
sanctuary.
elephants. We
As soon as
must
I walk in, I hear God
This
say,
is
get out.
unfortunate.
I mean, it was one of the most clear
What has happened?
times I've heard the Lord say.
Osram's departed.
I mean, and it hit
to
my
avenge
head
his
and
blood
my heart
brother.
at the same time.
Took
I
his
felt
drakes
like
with him.
a father
We have not
had
heard
was
from
like
him since
disciplining me.
yesterday.
I mean, I felt like 3 years
He was
old.
poisoned.
By the time I hit
He
my seat,
confronted Ahisu,
I had tears coming down my
denied
eyes.
responsibility.
Like there was no way to deny
Perhaps
that
deranged
God
by
had
poison
just told me to
stabbed
get out.
Ahisu.
And
then
right
bled
there in that service, I didn't know
to death.
why.
It's a
I
wonder
didn't
you've
have
been
a
able to
full
hold the fort
explanation.
as long as you have.
I started
We
writing
won't hold it at all
my
without
denouncement letter
reinforcements.
right there in the church service. And I was, mind you, I'm embarrassed.
Made
That
no
this, and people looking at me because I'm like
provide the defenses we
bawling.
need.
The man didn't get up to preach yet. He didn't even get up to preach yet. And I'm like stopping.
Very well.
People looking at me and I'm
I
writing.
was attended the fortress in
And I
Samos.
leave service and I remember there was a couple of people from law school and I just went and stood next to them.
I will
And
not
mind you, they're like,
tolerate these books.
you know, my eyes are red. You know, you could tell I've been crying.
But I will bring
And
it back.
I would just didn't want to go home and be alone with God. Because I knew it felt like I had disappointed my father.
Breaking! You can save up to $1,000 at Ashley right now. So let's go check it out. Ashley is calling it their biggest sale of the year, and I can see why. Super cute styles, and it's true. You get $1,000 off if you spend a certain amount.
Power to the holidays with Energizer Ultimate Lithium, the #1 longest lasting AA battery.
With every hour you wait,
And so
he
that was
falls
the
further into darkness.
beginning
You
of my
sent me to kill
denouncement.
Nazgul. I
And
will
like I
do
said, I
what
didn't
is
even know
needed
why.
when
I
the
just knew
time
that God had
comes.
spoke. And so just on knowing that he had spoke, I said, okay, I gotta leave this. And so for a whole year, I didn't even tell anybody. I sent my letter in, and I didn't tell anybody. And in that next year, he began to kind of speak to me. And mind you, this was, I pledged in 2008, and I denounced in 2011. So this was before all the videos.
So it wasn't popular?
No, I didn't know anybody else that had denounced at the time. I didn't know anybody that denounced. Like, there was none of these videos out. And so literally it was a journey of faith because I knew that God had spoken to me. Wow. That was it. And so then after that, and I couldn't even fully explain to people why I was denouncing because God just told me to.
And you enjoyed being a part of it.
And I enjoyed being a part of it. I enjoyed the strolling, and because it was filling a void that I had in my soul. right? At the time, I didn't know it colored a void in my soul, but it was filling a void that I didn't take to God to get filled. And so when you have voids that you don't take to God to get filled, there's gonna be an idol. There's gonna be something that say, okay, you're not gonna go to God with it? Come here, I'll fill it for you. And it's interesting because I saw the trajectory of my boundaries moving. I saw the trajectory of kind of before that. I mean, I didn't go out, I didn't party, I didn't do any of that. But you know, now we got one strolls. And I started just going to okay, I'm just going to stroll. I'm not going to party like that. And I was never a big partier. But I did see my boundary. And so that next year, I just started noticing, like, you know, secular entertainers that I know were satanic, or I knew weren't Christians. They were throwing the same signs that I saw a lot of the artists throwing up. You know, you had like the Rock Nation and Jay-Z throwing up the same signs as the Deltas. You know, you had like 3 6 Mafia and the same signs as Kappa. So I'm like, okay, is it just coincidence of why they're all doing the same motions, or is there something that's overarching that's actually connecting them that I'm not aware of? And so then God just started taking me on a journey, and then He took me to the Bible. In the Bible, like different places, I'm like, this is exactly what we're doing. You know, whether it's the golden calf, whether it's the covering in Babylon, God just started speaking directly from His word. Like this is what it is. This is what it is. And so my book, He took me to the scriptures to show and highlight this is why this is not for my people. Well, one of the things I realized is you have to break at least 8 biblical scriptures or principles to join any fraternity or sorority. What? You have to break at least 8 biblical scriptures or principles to join any fraternity or sorority.
What's the few?
Okay, so let's go through it, all right? So of course, Exodus 20, 33, and 6 talks about know the gods before my presence. So sometimes it's almost like we think it's like a hierarchy, right? So as long as I put God first, then anything under Him is okay. And what that scripture actually says is that no, you should have no other gods in my presence. Before me, anywhere in my sight, right? There should be no other idol in my sight. Okay? And so when you say things like all of my love, my peace, and happiness, I'm going to give, and you put literally your fraternity sorority there,
and I have resisted the usurpers' rabble alone.
Right? You're literally saying all of my love, my peace, and happiness, I'm going to give to this thing. That's not God. Okay? It's talking about prohibiting the warning against taking oath. That's in Matthew 5, 34, and 37. And we'll make all these excuses, but I'm like, if the Bible says don't take oath.
Okay, well, someone's going to say, well, police officers take oath attorneys.
But see, they're like, if you swear or affirm. So you can actually say, I affirm that this one, right? And their oaths don't become rituals, right? Which is another one of the principles that we have to break. Every divine nine organization has a ritual. Now think about it. We gaslight ourselves to say, well, I'm just doing it for community service. Well, you can join NAACP. Right? You know what I'm saying? Why is it necessary to partake in a ritual to do community service, to be effective in the community? It's a deception, right? It's a deception. 1 Corinthians 10, 19, 22 talks about the prohibition against pagan ritual. That's another one. Everyone has a ritual. Leviticus 19 and 28 talks about not burning your flesh. Right? Which, and it's so interesting. There's maybe like 2 or 3 that actually burn flesh, but even Albert, when you go through the process, you actually symbolize the burning of flesh. What does that mean? So in the ritual process, there actually is a part where they actually, as you're going through, they symbolize, this is like hot iron, and they say like brain him, and they symbolize you being branded, right? Because they're showing you that you're our property.
Subaru is proud to be the largest automotive donor to Meals on Wheels America.
helping senior neighbors in need, and to share the love of it. Okay, you're on property. Prohibition, excuse me, again, participation in these about 5, 11 to 14, right? Anyone that has done anything but hazing, right? That is a deed of darkness, right? That is actually witchcraft, because you're actually making someone submit to your will to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. And so really, you're actually being trained on how to be occultic, right? By going through these rituals. So one of the things that I think that makes the biggest difference is, and I often say this to people, I'm like, I'm going to read this to you, because every Divine Nine organization actually has Masonic groups. The rituals are literally come from Masonry. Every one of the founders of one of the big Divine Nine organizations, they were associated with Masonry, Freemasonry or Prince Hall Masonry. Okay, I want you, and I want you. I'm gonna read this to you. Okay, Anton LaVey, he's the founder of the Church of Satan. Okay, he said this: Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order had Masonic groups. All right, so this is actually where you're getting your rituals from. It's from Masonry. They pull from Masonry. Alice A. Bailey, she's a prominent occultist of the 20th century. Okay, she wrote this in her book, and the book is called The Externalization of the Hierarchy. It says the Masonic fraternity is the home of the mysteries and the home of the initiation. It is a far more occultic organization than can be realized, and it is the training school for the upcoming advanced occultists. So they intended Masonry, right, to be the training school for all those that would be participating in the occult. All right, so you have to realize that when you go through these rituals, you're pretty much a low level Luciferian.
I watched as you slowed your way to me.
You are a low level Luciferian. This is the last one I read. Okay.
No friend of
she says in one of her New Age books, she says, "There is no question, therefore, that the work to be done familiarizing the general public with the nature of the mysteries." And so the mystery religion was a religion that was done in Babylon. Okay, and it comes from, if you think about the Garden of Eden, where the Bible says that when Adam and Eve ate the apple, ate the fruit, their eyes were open. So Luciferians, they say, "Oh, well, there was this."
You throw up, I'm gonna kick your ass. Go to the bathroom.
Lucifer as a great illuminator. They see him as the greatest light, which is why each one of these organizations, many of them have a torch or a book to saying, "Oh, by you joining this organization, we have a light. We have truth that without it, you're gonna stumble through life. So when you come and join us, then we're gonna give you this secret knowledge, right? If you look at anything that says secret knowledge, occultic, right? And so Masons know, once you get to a certain level, they know that the great light that's at the top of the pyramid, the all-seeing eye, the illumination, they know that that's Lucifer, right? Lucifer is who they're worshiping, right? And so each lower level, they start calling different things. Wow. The great architect, right? And then each level they go down, they don't want you to know who you're actually worshiping, because they have to make it popular for the general public until the point that the Antichrist shows himself. And by that time, they already want so many disciples, so they say, "Okay, well, you know what? We're going to start training people, start getting familiar with these symbols, these signs. I'm not going to let them know what it is yet." And by the time that they realize what it is, they already are disciples. All right, so I'm going to finish reading what she says. Okay? She says this: "Anti-Freemasonry has been called the emanations of the mystical schools of antiquity, particularly in this, the higher degrees of order." She says, "I personally contend that Freemasonry is the direct descendant of the mysteries, but that our ritual makers of the higher degrees have copied ancient ceremonies of initiation so that the knowledge of these ceremonies exists." So what they're saying is that they've taken all of these ancient rituals that were being studied in Babylon, in Egypt, right? In Exodus, I believe it's 4:7, when Moses puts his rod down and it turns to a snake. The Bible says that the other people were able to do it because they were practicing the mystic arts,
the mystery division, right? And it is some of those same ancient principles, those same ancient occultic ceremonies that are actually flooded into Freemasonry. And so what they're doing, they're actually baptizing into the occult without you knowing. And that's why anytime you see like something that's like, hey, we have this secret knowledge, or you have to join before you know what it is, most times it's something that's occulted, right? That's trying to actually lure you in. Wow. Without you having the knowledge that this is what it is. Oh my. And so now we have all these Christians that are literally joining because, and they're not joining to be occultic. Right. They're joining because, you know, like Rob said, Satan masquerades as an angel of light. Right. Yes. Sir. Right. So if there wasn't something that was beneficial, you wouldn't go to it. Come on. Right. If there wasn't something that you could partner with, like, I actually like that. Yes. Right. It wouldn't be appeasing to you. Come on. Right. So it's almost like rat poison. It has to lure you in with something that you actually like the taste of. In the meantime, it's killing you. Right. And that's actually what a lot of these sororities and fraternities are. And as I came out and I've been like doing deliverance, I can say that Masonry and fraternities and sororities are the number one cause of people having to go through deliverance that I've seen so far.
Welcome. What would you say to a double adventure? One that blends exploring strange lands with running your own business? In Moonlighter 2, you dive into vibrant dimensions brimming with shiny relics and pesky enemies. Fight, loot, get rich. With early access just around the corner. Let's come in, take a look, and see what's in store. Venture into dimensions brimming with challenges and rewards. Try 4 unique weapon types and choose your favorite playstyle. Big or small, fast or heavy. Each enemy will test your skill and reflexes. Carefully fill your backpack to maximize profits. After a long day of looting and selling, take a break and spend some
And what is that?
What's wrong again?
Eight-hour stream. Be back on tomorrow.